Well, good morning and welcome to the second day of Tom's Place Auction Gallery's first session of Summer Splendor Sale. I'm Kajaveu, owner and auctioneer. Today's sale features a large variety of including marine items, folk art, collectibles, antiques and art from all over the world, rugs, tall clocks, furniture, and a big collection of Asian works. Thank you to all of our staff who work diligently to put these great sales together, and my lovely bride Kelly is always supportive with her husband working all the time. Our auctions are being offered today on 3 online platforms: our own site, Thomaston Live auctioneers, and Invaluable. You will hear me announce the winning bidder if it's online, and the winning bidder's number when the lot is sold. Our buyer's premium is 25% only for the people bidding online, 20% for all the people sitting in the seats, on the phones, and absentee bidders that have come and registered. Invoices will be emailed successfully to the successful bidders by the end of the day on Monday, the June 29th. If you bid online, your invoice will be sent to you from the bidding platform which you are playing on. You must pay through the bidding site. Please look for your invoice and check your spam folder if you have not received your invoice. And for some housekeeping regulations rules required by the state of Maine. The UCC Code Title 11, Section 2.328 applies to this auction. Our next sale is being held on July 17th and features a variety of home furnishings, so we're calling it a home furnishing sale, which will have all kinds of furniture, accessories, and decorative objects on July 17th. That will be followed by our largest auction of the year, the Summer Grandeur 3-day sale, where we have amazing collections of art, including a large collection of Maine artists, furniture, jewelry, antiques, vehicles, and much more. Like all of our sales, we try to have it very interesting and a lot of different items and periods to sell. So today, we are going to start with lot 2001. Thank you all for bidding today and for being patrons of Thomaston Place Auction Galleries, whether you're a consignor or a buyer. We really appreciate your business. And here we go. Oh, silence the phone. I don't know how to do it, Jen. Wait a minute, you showed me yesterday. I got it. I'm getting technically skilled by my staff. The first item, 2001, is a double Sailor's Valentine. Beautiful piece right here. These are all always so popular. And on the Sailor's Valentine, what's your pleasure on that? 3,500 I have to, and now 3,750. We have to open at 3,500 because there's so many bidders, and 3,750. I have 3,500 now, 3,750. At 3,500, 3,750 anymore on the Sailor's Valentine. We all done at 3,500, 3,750. We all good? If we are, then we're going to let it sell. Any more? Carol, your buyer. Online buyer, 3,500. Those always do so well. Hold on, I got this thing set up. Here we go. Next is a British ship's woolly of the schooner Louis. These are always so popular, and all the workmanship that goes into making these. What's your pleasure on this one? 650 I have, and now 700. I have 700, 750, 750, 800, 850, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100 on the ship Louis. I have 1,000 now, 1,100 if you like it. These are so hard to find. I have $1,000 once, twice, and for $1,100 on the ship Louis. On the ship Louis of the Sailor's Woolly. Any more? 1,000. Online bidder, Carol. Next, we have a 19th century galvanized steel ship's lantern, a very early one. But what's interesting is this early molded glass center. It's all ribbed, and it's because it's been in the light, it has that light amethyst toning to the glass, which happens through age. And what's your pleasure on that? 150 I have, and 175. I have 150 and 175. This is a rare early ship's light. I have only 150 and 175. I'm going to sell it. 150 once, 150 twice, and 175. Way under the money on that. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 150. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have Mark Richard Myers from San Mateo, California. Stranded steel hull ship, and what's your pleasure on that lovely one right there? 250 I have, 275. I have 275 on the floor and 300, 300 and 3.25. I have 300 now, 3.25, 3.25 and 3.5 all over the place. 375, 75, 400, 400, 4.25, 4.25, 4.5, 475, 500. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 now 500. Lovely original marine painting. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, twice, he went for 500. Any more? All in, all in. Only 475 in that lovely marine painting. Any more? Carol, 475. Next we have a 19th century ship's captain rosewood desk. And boy, if you ever wanted a nice one, this is a beauty. Beautiful condition. All new leather interior. Ready to go. We have all the keys. This one even has little carved mother of pearl knobs to get into that little piece right there. It opens up and does all kinds of stuff. What's interesting about some of these is you pull this pin out and it has a secret drawer right here. See that? If you didn't pull the pin out, nobody would know how to get into it. Anyway, it's beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on that? 350 I have in 375 and 400. If you want a nice one, this is it. 400 I have in 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. Beautiful. 4.25 is on the phone with Kayla and 4.5. I have 4.25 on the phone and 4.5. This is a fabulous 4.5 and 475. It's a beauty. Mint 475. It costs them 500. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have in 550. I have 500 now, 550 with Kayla on the phone and 600. I have 550 and 600, that beautiful box. 600 I have in 650. I have 600 now, 650 if you like it. 650 is on the phone and 700 now. I have 650, 700 I have in 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 with Carol and 750 you want it. Boy, don't miss it. It's a beauty. I have 700 now, 750. That's 700 once. 700, 750 with Carol. New player. 750, 800 I have in 8.5. At 800, 8.5 in this beautiful, beautiful box. I have 800, 8.5. You won't find a finer one. I have 800 now, 8.5 I have in now 900. I have 850 now 900. Look at the quality of this thing with the keys. Never find them with the key. 950 and 1,000. I have 950 now, $1,000 if you like it. I have 950 once. 1,000 I have 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100 for the very best one. At 1,100 I have now 12. I have 1,100 now 12. 11 and 1,200 I have and 13 now. I have 1,200 and 1,300. I have 1,200 and 1,300. The only thing that would make this better is if you had the ship captain's name engraved in there, but I'm sure we can have that done for you. 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 once, 1,400 twice. It was 1,500 and Carol's going all the way. I have 1,500, 1,600. I have 16. I have 1,700. I have 1,600 and 1,700. This exquisite box. I have 1,600 once, 17. Still going with Carol all the way. Two players. I have 1,700 now 1,800. 1,819. We're looking for 2,000. I have 1,800 and 1,900. 19 and 2,000 now. I have 1,900 now 2,000 if you'd like it. 2,000 I have in 21. I have 2,000 on 2,100 in this beautiful box. 2,100 and going. I have 2,122 now. I have 21 and 22. 22 and 23. All the way with Carol now. She's got multiple players. I have 22 and 23. At 2,200 once. 23 with Carol, still playing, and 24 now. At 2,300 now, 24. 24 and 25. At 2,400 and 2,500 if you like it. You can sit anywhere. At 2,400 now, 25. At 2,400 with Carol, all the way, and 25 if you like it. 2,400 once. 2,400 twice, and for 2,500 with you, Carol, at 24. And selling at 24. Sold 2,400. Online bidder. Boy, if you want to have a good one, that's the best one. Next we have this rare weather vane. Look at this rare copper dolphin weather vane. A leaping dolphin, full round, what they call a full body when they're blown out big like this. That's what they call a full body and full blown. And what's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, of course, and 650 on that wonderful weather vane. I have 600 and 650 now. I have only 600 and 650. At only 600 and 650 if you like it. No money for that guy. I have 600 and 650 on the dolphin weather vane. I have only 600 and 650. Gonna sell it at only $600. That beautiful handcrafted 650. Of course, it's 700 and 750. They're just waking up to the value of this early 20th century weather vane. I have 750 now, 800. I have 700. Sorry, looking for 750. I have 700 looking for 750. Gonna sell it. No money for that beautiful little 750. Of course, this is 800. It's a sculpture on a custom stand. 800, no, 8.5. At 800, 8.5. What's the name of that famous dolphin? Flipper. This could be Flipper. You could tell that your friends. It was a model of your pet Flipper. What do we have, Carol? 900, now 950. Still way into the money. Going to sell it. I have 900 once, 900 twice, 950 if you like it. That wonderful little sculpture and weather vane of Flipper. We've named him now, so it's too late. 950 and now 1,000. I have 950 and now 1,000. Look at the fabulous patina on this. You can tell that it's been outside for a lot of years to get that kind of verdigris patina that has. I have 950 now 1,000. 950 once, 950 twice. Going to lose it for $50. And he went for 1,000. Last call. Carol, 950 then. Next we have another really nice camphorwood sea chest right there. So these were made, usually these were made in China, and they are, because they are camphorwood, they are impervious to bugs, and people love these camphorwood chests to store things in. They also use them for coffee tables and things like that. It's brass mounted, and it is 19 inches high, 41.5 inches wide, and 20.5 inches deep. It's right in front. Oh, here we go. Here's that right here, guys. Oh, no, it's too big. Sorry. And when you open it, you get the wonderful scent of camphorwood. Can we get it open? There we go. When you open it, you can see all the camphorwood. These are like large boards of camphorwood. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. They usually bring 700, 800, 1,000 sometimes. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the phone, yes, and 275. I have 250 and 275. Way under the money. I have 250 and 275 in that large camphorwood trunk. 275, of course, and 300 now. I have 275 and 300. I have 275 only, and 300 should be bringing 1,000. I have 275 and 300 on the phone with Darren and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4, of course, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Should have started at 500, 3 1/2, and 375. I have 350 and 375. I have 350 and 375 and 400 now, and 400 quickly. I have 375 and 400, a bargain, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 1/4, of course, and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 now. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 5, and 475. 4 1/2 with you. And 75. I have 450 with Darren on the phone and 475. Way under the money at 450 once, twice, and 475. What a buy. Any more? Once, twice, and Darren 450. Next, we have another great Woolsey. This is of the ship HMS Doris. So if you have a family member by the name of Doris, I'm sure they'd like to have this. What's your pleasure on this one? 3,000 open, and now 32 and a half. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half at 3,000, 32 and a half. Multiple bidders on this one again. 32 and a half and 35 now on Doris at 32 and a half and 3,500. At 32 and a half with Doris and 32 and a half and 35. At 32 and a half once, twice, and for 3,500 on the ship Doris. Any more? Once, twice, and it's gone. 32.50. Some beautiful things here today, all day long, from multiple private estates. And right now, we have a pair of Perco port and starboard lamps. What's your pleasure on those? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. Green and red. These are all brass on the top. They shine up nice. I have 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. 2 1/4 in the middle and 2 1/2 now. I have 2 1/4 lady center. I have 2 1/4. Nice pair of lamps for 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. All in, all done at 2 1/4. Yours, ma'am. 2 1/4. It's number 60. 225 to number 60. Next, we have a Ulysses Breitling case Swiss chronometer. And this one here is basically for parts, we understand. And what's your pleasure on that? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 and 275, 275, 300, 300, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 anymore? All in all, then 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Once, twice, anymore. Selling once, twice, and it's 3 1/4, Carol. 3 1/4, Carol. If that had the movement in it, it would have brought a few thousand. Hey, look at the Jacobson, a beautiful, big, important Jacobson right here. This is the plant line SS Evangeline, and on that beautiful painting right there, done, signed and dated 1913, one of the largest steamships we've had of Jacobson in a long time, in the original frame with the original name plaque on it. What's your pleasure on that? 3,000 I have, and now 32 and a half. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half of that magnificent painting. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half, and 3,000 now. I have only 3,000 and 32 and a half in that beautiful picture. I have 3,000 and 32 and a half and 35. I have 32 and a half and 3,500. I have 32 and a half and now 35 and 32 and a half and 35. At 32 and a half and 35. Any more? All in, all done at 32 and a half. You're not bidding. I'm sorry. Back to you, Carol. I thought they were bidding at 3,000 with you, and now 32 and a half. At 3,000, now 32 and a half. We're going to sell a magnificent Jacobson. They usually bring 10 to 20,000. I have 3,000 once, 3,000 twice, and for 32.50. All in and all done. We are, Carol, 3,000 then. Next, we have a wonderful exterior display copper steamship model right here. This is probably done in the 1900s. And what's your pleasure on that paddle wheeler model that Bob's holding? Does that wheel move? That's fixed, okay. And we have what on that? A couple $100. 175 and 200. I 175 and 2, a great thing to hang on the wall. At 175 and 2, you can tell them your ancestors were shipbuilders. I 175 and now 200. I 175 and 2 anymore. Last call at 175 and 200. A nice model right there, all handmade. Any more? In copper. 175 it is. Next, we have a beautiful ship's barometer, a rosewood stick barometer right there. It's what they call a gimbal barometer because it moves on the ship. And on it right there, the English ship barometer by W.H. Morley. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 800 I have, and 850, 900 on that rare barometer. 850 now 900, 950, 1,000. I'm 950 with Kayla, now 1,000. 1,000 I have, 1,100 I have with Kayla, now 1,200. I have 1,100 with Kayla, now 1,200 I have with Darren, now 1,300. I have 1,200 that rare barometer. At 1,200 and 1,300 at 12 and 13. 13 I have with Carol, new player, and now 1,400. I have 1,300 online, now 1,400. I have 1,300, now 14 on the phone with Darren, and now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 1,500. 1,500 I have with Carol, now 1,600, and now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16. At 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, and for 16 in time, and now 1,700. 1,700 with Carol, now 18 on this rare barometer. I have 1,700 online, now 1,800 if you want it. I have 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, and for 1,800. We all in, all done. 1,700. Any more? Carol, 1,700. Next, we have a Chelsea ship's bell on a mahogany stand. These are very popular because they strike ship's bells. And on that right there, 8-day ship's bell with chiming movement. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 375 and 400 I have, and 4 1/4, 4 1/4, and 4 1/2. 4 1/4, that's solid brass, 4 1/4. 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, 500. I have 475 and 500. I have in 550, 5 1/2, 600. I have 550 and 600. These look great on the mantle. I have 5 1/2 and 600. 600's on the floor and 650 now. On the floor at 600, 650, 600, 650. I have 600, 650 anymore. On the floor at 600 selling. Once, twice, anymore. Yours, 600, number 34. Welcome back. Next, we have another great China trade painting right here. Look at this lovely picture right here. Beautifully done, American flag. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Here we have, what, $2,000 set it in. That wonderful original early China trade painting right there. A couple $1,000 wear. 2,000 wear, said about 2,000. A beautiful condition on the back, all original. Anyone for 1,000 open it up at $1,000 wear. And instead of $1,000 to open this painting, pass it away then. Next object. We have, this beautiful Chinese export camphor wood 2-piece campaign chest. Look at this. These were made these come apart. The top section comes off and the bottom section comes off so you could carry it on and off the ship when the captain wanted it on the ship and off the ship. And what's your pleasure on that rare piece right there? 750 I have, and now 800. I have 750, 800, of course, 8.5. They usually bring 3,000. I have 800, now 8.5. I have 8.5, 900. I have, and now 950. 1,000 I have, and now 11. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, 11. I have 12 on the floor, and 13, and 14, and 15. Now I have 14 on the floor, now 1,500. 15 I have, Carol, now 16. Way under the money at 1,500. That beautiful piece of furniture. It's all French polish, ready to put on your ship tonight. I have 1,516 now. I have 1,516. I have in 17. I have 1,617 and 1,800. These are beautifully made. 1,718 now. I have only 1,700, now 1,800. That great piece of furniture. I have 1,700 with Carol, and now 1,800. Beautiful piece of furniture. 1,700 once, 1,700 twice. And for 1,800, Gonna sell it. What a buy. Any more? Carol, 1700. And now we're going to 2017. 2017 right here is this lovely folk art weather vane of a Maine coastal schooner. This is all done in tin and wood and painted on that nice weather vane, a country schooner weather vane. What's your pleasure on that one? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. A wonderful folk art piece of a ship's weather vane. You can also hang it on the wall if you like, or put it on a table. We have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. Boy, that's all 275 and 3. Reasonable for 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. A lot of work there. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Old piece too. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, I'm going to sell it. At 3 1/4, 1, 3 1/2, and 75 would be nice. I have 350 now, 75. I have 350 and 375 at 350 and 75. All in, all done at 350 and 375. Any more? Once, twice, and it's down it goes for 350. Next we have a Thomas Willis, the sailing ship Charles Loring of Portland, Maine. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? And we have what? $500 set it in. $500 where to set it in. The only one of Portland, Maine ship we've ever had. We've had a lot of these. And each in this piece, once, twice, and it needs restoration. Otherwise, it'd be 5,000. I have 500 and now 550. I have 500 and 550. That can be fixed. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 anymore. Fabulous piece. At 500 once, twice, and with a 550, what a buy. You should be smiling. 500 number 15. 500 number 15. That's the only main one one like that I've ever seen, especially Portland. Next we have a Sistral ship's bell clock. Another good ship's bell clock, and this one is in bright, shiny chrome. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4 on the ship's bell clock. I have 100, 100 1/4. We have the key, beautiful condition. I have 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Awfully reasonable. 1 1/4, of course, and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and very reasonable for that. I'm going to sell it. 1 1/4 once, 1 1/2, and 150, 175 now. I have 150 now, 175. I have 150 now, 175, and 150, 175. Any more than 150, 175, and 200. I have 175, 200, Carol, 2 1/4. Beautiful piece. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. All in, all done. With Carol at 200 and selling. Any more? Carol, 200. Next we have Ben has brought up a vintage Neptune brass cargo light ship's lantern. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? On the, how much? 60 and now 70. I have 60 and 70. This is all solid brass. Can you imagine that shined up? How nice. 70 now 80. I have 70 now 80, 80 now 90, 80 and 90 now 100, 90 and 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. That's a nice lantern. 100 now quarter anymore. It has the label right on it right here. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4 with Carol. 150. Reasonable. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2 and 75. I have 150 and 75 if you like it. I have 150 and 75 anymore. All in, all done at 150, 175 is on the floor. Someone new, and now 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Reasonable for that. I have 200, 2 1/4. Just think of all the time you could spend polishing that. 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Then it's worth 500. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. With Carol all the way at 2 1/2 is on the floor. She's back in, and 275. It's on the floor at 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. 275 in time, and now 300. I have 275 with Carol in time, and now 300. Somebody else is going to have to polish it. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4 on the Neptune light at 300 once, 300 twice. Same one for 3 1/4. We're all in? Are you sure? Carol, 300 then. Oh, look at this. This is a Bellamy-style boat sternboard, the patriotic carving of the Constitution from Nantucket. And what's your pleasure on this here? 500 I have, and 550 all over the place, and 600. I find 600, 650 on the floor, and 700, 750 on the floor, 800. 800 I have, and now 8 1/2. The floor is out. It's with Carol. It's 8 1/2, and now 9. I have 8.5. It's on live auctioneers at 850, now 900. 900 Carol, now 950. I have 900, 950. Great car, 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. 950, now 1,000. And 950 and 1,000 if you want 1,000, of course, 1,100. Think of the workmanship. And 1,100 I have in 12. I have 1,100, 12, 11, and 12. 1,100, 1,200 if you like it. 1,200. I heard Emily first. 1,200, now 13. I have 1,213. They both came up the same number at the same time. I have 1,200 with Emily, now 1,300 if you like it. It's on live auctioneers at 1,200 only and 1,213 if you want it. I have 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. We're all good at 1,200. He's going to fly away. He's gone. 1,200. Live auctioneers. And off we go. Now we have a beautiful fine yacht display model right here. Is that the big one with all the medals? No, that's not the big one. No. Okay, so it's 48 inches by 38 and a half inches on that right there, that lovely model right there, which a pleasure on this one. Here we have what? Oh, here we go. Thanks, Chris. Oh, I was going to say no heavy stuff for you. Look at this beautifully handmade model right here. It looks like rosewood and figured woods, light wood on the top, all handmade sales. How much? $275 and $300 at $275. $300's on the floor now. $3 1/4, $3 1/4, $3 1/2, $3 1/2. Yes, no money for this. $3 1/2, $375, $375, $400, $400 to go. Still for nothing. $400 and $4 1/4, $4 1/4, $4 1/2, $4 1/2. Can you imagine trying to build this? All over the place now. I have 4 1/2. I heard Emily this time. 450, 475 is on the floor, and now 500. That beautiful 500 I have, and now 550. 500 and 550, exquisite model. 550 with Carol and 600 now. I have 550 and 600 and 650 with Emily on live auction is at 600 and 650. 650 with Carol now, and 700. I have 700 I have, and 750. I have 700 and 750. A beautiful model. 750 and 800. I have 750 and 800. Look at the quality of this. 800 I have, and 850. I have 800 and 850. I have 800 and 850, and 800 once, 800 twice, and I have 8 1/2 and now 9. I have 8 1/2 and now 9. 900 I have with Carol, of course, and now 950. Imagine the hours it took to make this and the skill. I have 900, 950, and now 1,000. I have 950, now $1,000 if you like it, 1,000. Just think you can tell your friends you bought a yacht at Thomaston Place for $1,000. I have 1,000 with Carol, now 1,100. I have $1,000, now 1,100, now 12. Now you can tell them you paid 1,100, 1,200. 1,200, now 13. I have 1,200, now 13, and 12 and 13. I have 1,200, now 1,300, 13 and 14. I have 1,300 and 1,400, and 14 and 15. At 14 and 15, just think how great that's going to look on your mantle. I have 1,400, now 1,500, with Carol all the way, with multiple players at 14 once, 14 twice, even to 1,500. We all good? He's sailing away. 1,400. Online better, 1,400. Beautiful boat. Next we have 2 Case Wilcox Crittenden and Company wet compasses, and on those right there in the mahogany cases. What's your pleasure on those? This one's got a bronze ring on it. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. Boy, if you have a boat, these are really expensive to buy. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, great 175. Great decoration, 175 and 200, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. You'd pay a lot of money for this puppy. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250 and 75 now. I have 275, 300. I have 275 and 3. We paid for half of one, the rest are free. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 300 if you like it. At 275 once, twice, and with 300 for the two of them now, not a piece, which it should be. I have 275 once, 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. This is a beauty right there. I have 300 once, twice, 3 1/4 in time with Carol, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 350. They're going to go. Carol, 3 1/4. Next we have, oh, look at this beautiful shadow box model right here. Jasmine's holding this lovely shadow box model of a Maine coastal schooner by maker Thomaston maker, by a Thomaston maker. You never see any that are identified. This one is a particularly good one with multiple sails. Again, all hand-painted and carved with a little anchor. What's your pleasure on this one? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, and 1,000, 1,100. I have $1,000 with Emily, and now 1,100. That great folk art ship model. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100 on the floor. I saw her first. I have 1,112. I have now 13. I have 1,200 with Emily, now 1,300. I have 1,200 with Emily and 13 with Carol now, and 1,400. I have 1,300, now 1,400. This came off of Sprucehead Island. 1,400, now 1,500. At the very tip of Sprucehead Island, this fabulous cottage, 1,516. I have 1,500, 1,600. I have 1,500, 1,600 if you like it. At 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, and for 1,600. We all in all done at 15 with Carol. Once, twice, before he sails away. 1,500, Carol. Online bidder. And great nautical stuff here today. Oh, look at this. This is a rare one. This is a Chelsea ship's clock for the U.S. Navy, 24-hour ship's clock right there. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. Jen, you have a bid on that, I think. 2.5, too late. 2.5 and 275. 275, Darren, and 300. I 275 and Darren's person and 300 now. I 275 and now 3 in that rare clock. I 275 and now 300. I had 300 on the floor. This gentleman was first. I had 300 on the floor and 3 1/4. I had 300 now 3 1/4. At 3 1/4 over here and 3 1/2, sir. I had 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2 is on the down front with me. I had 3 1/2 and now 375. I had 350 now 375 over here and now 400 and now 400. I had 375 in that rare clock and now 400. I 370, 400 I have down front, now 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 here and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2 I have, and now 475. Yes, and now 500. I have 475 and 5 in that rare one. I have 475 and 500. 500 I have, and now 550. 550 I have, and now 600. I 550 and 600. 2 players. I 550 here and 600. I 550 once, twice in for 600. We all in, all done at 550. We all good? 550 to number, what's the player? 78. 550 to 78. And next we, oh, that's a nice one. Look at this right here. This is the marine portrait of the steam sail ship, the SS Albatross. Nice. This 1882 ship was a pioneering iron-hull twin-screw steamer equipped with sails, commissioned as the first vessel specifically built for marine research in the United States Navy. And what's your pleasure on that beautiful original painting right there? Look at the quality of that painting. There we have what? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, an exquisite picture. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2, of course, and 475. Historically important painting. I have 4 1/2, now 475 and 500 in beautiful condition. This came out of an estate in Palm Beach, Florida. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. That beautiful picture. I've only 550 and 600. Should have started at 1,000, but we're going to sell it anyway. I have 550, now 600. At only 550 and 600 if you like it. That rare picture. 600, of course, Carol, and 650 now. I have 600, now 650. 650, 700. I have beautiful condition. 750 now. I have 700, Carol, all the way. 750 and 800. I have 750 now. 8 if you like it. A beautiful, beautiful painting. 800 with Emily. I lost it for a minute. You know, I am getting old. 75 this year. Where are we? 800 I have, now 8.5. See, I lost it already. 8.5 and now 9. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900. 850 now 900 if you like it. 900, of course, now 950. Should have started at 1,000, saved a lot of time. I have 900 now 950. I have 900 now 950. You're never going to find another one, no matter how much money you have. This is the only one. I have 900 now 950. I have 900 once, 900 twice. Annual for 950. All in, all done. I think you're sleeping on this one. Who has the 900? You get it, Emily. 900. Next, we have a copper binnacle. Copper binnacle with gimbal compass, of course. And what's your pleasure on this nice early 19th, early 20th century piece right here? 150 I have, and 175. I have 150 and 175. This is all from a local family. 175 and 200. Solid copper. I have 175 and 200. I have only 175 and 2. Going to sell it at 170, 200 and 2 1/4. Bargain time at 200, 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 75. A nice copper binnacle. 2 1/2 and 275, 75 and 300. I 275 and 3. I 275 and 300 and 275 and 300. 300 I have, and 3 1/4. I had 300 and 3 1/4. And the compass is All nice. The compass has a bronze frame, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3. See, you put a kerosene light in here, and so when you're in the dark, you can still see it. That's what that little section's for. 3 1/2 and 3 and what are we, Carol? 350, 3 1/2, 375, 400. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4, 375 and 4 anymore. All in all, then 375 once, twice, anyone for 400 on the gimbal. 375, Carol. Next we have a rare 1906 through 1911 Standard Oil Ships Burgee flag. And what's your pleasure in that? 60 I have, and now 70, 70, now 80. There can't be many of those that survived. I'm 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Is 70, now 80 anymore? All in all that is $70. Once, 80, and now 90. I have 80, now 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. Going to sell it. I have 90 and 100 anymore. At 90 once, 90 twice, and for a $100 bill. 100 I have. Somebody, 100 I have. 100 I have, now a quarter. I have 100 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 1 1/4. I have 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. That rare banner. I 1 1/2, now 175. 150 once, 150 twice, him for 175. It's on Live Auctioneers at 150. Make no mistake anymore. So 150, Emily. Next we go. A magnificent early. This the one that has the medals and everything? Yes. You want to see a great ship model? This is it. This is a magnificent early 1930s handmade pawn model, the 1934 Santa Barbara, California Awards. It has all these medals and everything goes with it. We have all the masts. We have everything goes with it. And it's the ship Ventura. The ship Ventura. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this piece right here? 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 75. Should be bringing 4 or 5,000. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, 500. I have 475 and 500. This is an incredible model. Has all the metals and everything goes with it, and all the mass has everything. It's perfect condition. And where are we? 500 I have and 550. I have 500 and 550. This incredible piece right here. It won all kinds of awards. I have 500 now, 550. At 5, you should see it when it's all set up. It's absolutely magnificent. Has all the sales and everything. I have only $500, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650. I have 600 and 650. Oh, there's something in here. Hey, Ben, can you reach that? There's something inside there. Oh, all the rest of the all the stuff to do the rigging. What else you got? No bodies. Where are we? 600 I have and 650 now in that incredible piece. At 600 and 650. At only $600 and 650. The last one brought 2,500. This is better. 650 where? I have 650 with Carol. 700 I have and now 750. I have 700 750. If you want the best of the best, this is it. With all the it has all the awards that come with it that it won. I have 700 now 750 with you, Emily. Emily's has it $700 only. 750 if you want it. 700 once, twice. It wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't worth so much more. Any more than $700. Emily, 700 then. Next we have a Boston ship's bell clock by Chelsea. Another ship's bell clock by Chelsea on the stand. And this one's marked Boston. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 100 here, 1 1/4, 150, 150, 175, 175, and 200, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 with Jen. This is a Chelsea. This is the best maker there is for these ship's bell clocks. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/2 on the Boston model ship's bell clock. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now, 275. At 250 and 75 anymore. That's a nice one. We have the key. At 275 and now 300, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Solid brass or bronze, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Highest quality, these type of clocks. 3 1/2, now 375. I 3 1/2 with you, Emily? 3 1/4. Looking for 3 1/2 with Carol. 3 1/2 with Carol. They're very heavy because they're solid brass. I 3 1/2 and 375. 350 once, twice in for 375. We all in all then 375 and 400. At 375 and 400. What's neat about this one, it has the military numbers on the inside along with the regular numbers. At 375 with Carol and 400. At 375 once, twice in for 400. Any more? Carol, 375. Next we go to, a lovely carved and painted eagle. Look at this guy right here. Carved, gilded, and painted American eagle in red, white, and blue. They don't come much better than that. And what's your pleasure on this one? 1,500. I have now 1,600. I have 1,516, 16, of course, and 17. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1,617, that magnificent eagle. I have 1,600 and 1,700. It's totally all hand carved and painted. Is there a name on the back of that one by any chance? I don't see a name, no. This is a nice old one. And where are we? 1,600, I have now 17. 17, now 18. I have 1,700, now 1,800. A beautiful 18, now 19. I have 1,800 on the eagle, 1,900. 19 to 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000. I have a 21. I have 2,000 all the way with Emily now on Live Auctioneers, 2,122. At 22 and 23. I have 2,223 if you'd like it. I have 2,200 with Emily, 2,400 with Emily, and now 25. 25 and 750. I have 25, now 2,750. At 2,500 and 2,750 if you'd like it. 2,500 once. 2,500 twice, and for 2,750 with Emily at $2,500 on Live Auctioneers, and it's gonna go, and it's gone. 2,500, Emily. Another beautiful ship painting right here. There's two masted ship underway down East Coast, and on that right there, which a pleasure, that lovely painting right there. This came out of the house on the end of Sprucehead Island, this beautiful cottage. This is a nice 19th century painting. What's your pleasure on this one? 550, having 600. I have 550 and 600. That's wonderful. A marine painting, 600, of course, and 650. I have 600, now 650. 650, 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 700 with Emily on 700. Carol now. I have 750 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, now 800. I have 750, now 800. At 750 and 8. 750, 800. I have 750, 800 with Carol, now 850. I have 800, now 850. Is that signed anywhere? I have 800, how much we have? 900 I have, and now 950, now 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000. Nice early paint. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. In the original walnut frame. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. 11 and 12. I have 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 12 and 13. I have 13, now 14. I have 1,314. Wonderful look to that painting. 14, now 15. I have 1,400, 1,500. If you're 15, I have 16 now. I have 15, 16 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and 17 if you 17 with Carol, now 1,800. I have 1,700, 18. I have 17, now 18 to 17, 18 anymore. 18 with Emily on Live Auctioneers, and now 1,900. 1,900 Carol, now 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000 if you like it. 1,900 once, 1,900 twice, in for 2,000. We got to move. Any more than 1,900. Gonna go once, twice, and 2,000 in time, and now 2,100. I have Emily at Live Auctioneers at 2,000 and 2,100. At 2,000 once, 21 with Carol and 22. At 2,122. At 2,100 once, 2,100 twice, and for 2,200. It's gonna go. 22 in time, and now 23. At 2,200, now 23. At 2,200 once, 2,200, 23, and 24. At 2,300 and 24. At 2,300 once, 24, and 25. At 2,400, now 2,500, quickly. At 2,400 once, 2,400 twice. It's with Emily at 25 with Carol, and now 2,750. At 2,500 and 2,750 with Carol at 2,500 once. 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000, if you want 3,000, I have, and 32 and a half. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000 with Carol, 32 and a half, and now 3,500, and now 35. 3,500 and 3,750. I have 3,500, now 3,750. At 3,500 and 3,750. At 3,500 once, twice, and for 3,750. Who has the 3,500? Carol has it at 3,500. You can sit there. There's nobody showed up. Dear, you can sit there. Nobody showed up. At 3,500, now 3,750. At 3,500 and 3,750. With Carol at 3,500 once, twice, and it's sailing away, and it's sailed to you. 3,500, Carol. And 2033. If you didn't like the solid copper gimbaled brass binnacle, we have a better one. This one's in copper. I mean, this one's in brass. The other one was in copper. And what's your pleasure on this one? How much? 2 1/4 we have, and 2 1/2. This one has the lamp. Makes a difference. This one has the kerosene lamp ready to go, so you can see it at night. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2.5 and 75. 75, 300 at 275 and 3. And that beautiful gimbaled binnacle compass. 275 and 300 now at 275 and 3 at only 275 and 300. This is better than the copper one at 275 and 3. Any more? 300 I have in 3.25. I have 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 and 3.5. Nice condition. 3.25, 3.5. Just in time to screw down to your sailboat or your yacht. 3.5 and 375. I 350 with Carol all the way and 375 if you like it. At 350 and 75. Nothing improves the yacht like this. I 350 now 375. Any more? All in, all in. 350 once, twice. Any more? Carol 350. Some great marine things here today, I'll tell you. Here's another one. We had a picture of this by this artist yesterday. This is Raul Minamora, New York and California. A white hulled 3-masted bark. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and 1.25. The one yesterday brought like 500. I have all over the place. 1.5 and 175 and 200 and 200 and 2.25. I have 200 down front, 200 live and 2.25 and 2.5 and 275 at 250 now 275. It's on the floor 275 everywhere. I hear you first. 300 I have and 3.25. I have 300 on the floor and 3.25 and 3.5 on the floor and 375. I have 350 now 375. 375 400 yes 400 and 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25. I have 4.25 and 4.5 on the floor and 475. These came out of the house in South Freeport. 475. 500. Yes, 500. 550. At 500. This was in the sitting room in South Thomaston. 600. I have 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600s on the floor and selling. 650 and now 700. 700 on the floor and 750. I have 700 now 750 and 750. 800. I have 800s on the floor now 8.5. I have 800 and 8.5 at 800. 8.5 and now 9. I have 850 now 900. I have 850 now 900. 900. He's back in on the floor at 900 now 950. And 900, 950, 1,000. I have not 1,000. I have and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. Beautifully done. I have 1,000 once, 1,100 now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. Thank you for your help though. I have 1,100 now 12. Any more? All in, all in. 1,100 with Carol. All in, all done. Carol, 1,100. Did you get the one yesterday? Did you get the one yesterday by that same artist? Yeah, I thought so. Here's another good one right here. This is a Seth Thomas Mayflower 3 ship's clock. Another nice ship's bell clock. What's your pleasure on this one? 150, having 175. I 150, 175, and 150, 175. 175 is on the phone at 200. At 175 on the phone at 2 now, 175 and 2. At 175 and selling. At 175, 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200, 2.25. I have 200 Carol online at 2.25 if you like it, Darren. I have 200 once, 2.25 is on the phone with Darren at 250 now. I have 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice in for 250. Nice one. Any more? Darren, 2.25. 369. And now we have the H. Shimzu. A nice picture right here. The SS Golden Hind entering harbor with Mount Fuji in the background. And what's your pleasure on this lovely original watercolor and gouache? This is painted on silk. Painted on silk. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have and now 1.25. 100, 1.25. You should be on that one. You should be on this one. This is a good artist. I have 100 now 1.25. I have 100 now 1.25. 100 1.25 anymore. I'm gonna sell. No money. I have 100 only and 1.25. It's from a house in Owl's Head. 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, 1.5 and 175. I have 175 and 200. I have 200. I have and 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. Just needs the glass cleaned. 2.5 and 270. 250 here and 275. I have 250 once, twice, and for 275. Any more? What a buy. You got it. 250 to 21. 250 to 21. They need to take it apart and clean the glass on that. Next we have this. Oh, no, the ship's wheel next. Hold on, it's all right. So we have, we sell all kinds of cool stuff, but this one's really interesting. This is a 6-foot brass-bound mahogany ship's wheel from the 1903 California ferry. It's a massive 12-stem helm with bronze gearhead from the Sonoma Valley, San Jose, built in 1903 by J.G. Dickey at Alameda, California. And on that rare 6-foot diameter ship's wheel, boy, you can make a heck of a dining room table out of that. And what's your pledge on that? 350 have and 375. and all over the place. 400, 400, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 475, 500, 550. I 550. I 550 FC bid with Jen and 600. I 550 and 600. A great piece. At 550 and 600 with Jen FC bid at 550 and 600. At 550 and 600. 650 I'd have him 700. I have 650 with Emily, now 700. On live auctioneers at 650, that incredible wheel with a great history. I have 650 and 700. 700 with Carol, now 750. I have 700, now 750, and that great ship's wheel. Just think of all the things you could do with that. Make a great dining room table. Put a big plate glass top on it. Where we have 700, 700 and 750. I have 700, now 750. Any more? With Carol, it's $700 only. That great ship's wheel. 750 with Emily, now 800. I have 750 with Emily, now 800. At 750, now 8. 750, 800 with Carol, now 8.5. At 800, 8.5. Where are you going to find another one? I have 800, now 8.5. Have the only one like it in your neighborhood. 850, 900. I have 850, now 900. I have 850 once, 850 twice, and 900 if you want that rare ship's wheel. I have 850 once, 850 twice. The end of 900. We're all good. Emily, your player. Live Auctioneers gets it for $850. What a great wheel that is. Now we have these 2 brass case ship's engine order telegraphs. And on these wonderful ship's telegraphs, you can set that one on here, Al. And what's your pleasure in these? What's your pleasure in these great ship's telegraphs? 350 I have and 375. I always have to play with these. 375 and 400. I 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. This goes on your little yacht, and that goes on the big one. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475. I 450 and 475. These are great. I 475, 500. I 475 and 500 for the 2, 500 and 550. All with Emily now in live auctioneers. 550 and 600. I 550 and 600. I 600 and 650. They're all working. I 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650 and 700. I have them 750. I have 700 and 750, 800. I have 750 now 800. I have 8.5 for the 2, 850, 900, all with Emily. I have 850 now 9. At 850, 900 now 9.5, and 900, 9.5, and 900, 9.5 anymore. 950, 1,000 would be nice. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100, and 1,000, 1,100, and 1,000, 1,100 anymore. I'm going to make it ring one more time once we get another bid. And now 1,100. Any more? 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100, you got it, 1,000. Live auctioneers. Hey, we got to have a little fun, right? And look at this one. This is a World War II era U.S. Navy Mark I deck clock. Bakelite case, 1943. And on that right there is an 8-day movement, including the key. What's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have to open, now 650. I have 600, now 650. That's 650, 700, 700, 750. I have 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750, 800. I have 750 with Carol, now 800 if you like that red clock, that red deck clock. I have 750 once, twice, and for 800. On the U.S. Navy, 800 I have, 850 now. 1943 naval deck clock. We have 800, Carol, and 850 now. Let's call. 800 once, 800 twice, and when for 850 and the clock. Any more? Carol, 800. Online bidder. Next we have another Antonio Di Simone. He was a painter in Italy. He painted marine portraits. This is of the Vanderbilt steam brigantine yacht Valiant, a famous, famous ship right there. It was built in Birkenhead, England. And on that right there, what's your pleasure in that rare watercolor by Antonio Di Simone of the Vanderbilt steam brigantine yacht Valiant. What's your pleasure on that? 500 I have, and now 550. This is from the house in Palm Beach again. I have 500, now 550 in this historically important painting. I have 500, now 550, and 550 only. It's a watercolor gouache. A known Italian artist painted the ships. I have 500, now 550. Way under the money. At 500, now 550, and 500, and 550. At only 500, I'm going to sell it. I hate to, but I got to do it. Any more? 500 once, twice, and for 550. Sold 500. Nice painting. 2041 we're on next. 2041. And we have 1962 Road Swiftsure Fat Tuesday half hull model and sternboard. Oh, look at these. That goes in the back of the boat. I wonder whose boat that was. And what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure in these? May I have $100 in the pair? 50, I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60 anymore. All in, 50, 60, of course, and 70. 60 now 70, there's no money. 70 over here, now 80. I have 70 now 80 and 70 now 80. 80 now 90. 90 now 100. Now I know you want. I know what the 90 now 100. I have $90 over here and now 100. I have $90 now 100 anymore. All in, 100 I have in a quarter. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. 1 a quarter, 1 a half. 1 a quarter once, twice in for 150. Going, 150 in time, 175. No, I have 150, now 175. I have 150, now 175. And 150 and 75. Isn't that a saying in New Orleans? It is. That's what I thought. I have 150, now 175. I have 150, 175 anymore? 175, 175. And now 200. 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. Somebody else is getting Fat Tuesday in that half model. Can you imagine what that cost? I know these cost at least $1,000 to have made. I have 200 selling once, twice in for 2 and a quarter. You sure? 200, Carol. Next we have scarce 4-volume 1829 Journey to the Shores of the Polar Sea by Captain Franklin. A very rare set of books right here. And what's your pleasure in these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275, and that rare set of 275 is on the phone with Kayla, and now 300. I have 275 and 300, that rare set of books. At 275 and only 275 need 300. During his third and final expedition and attempt to traverse the Northwest Passage in 1845, 300 I have and 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Franklin, 3 and a half on the phone. It says Franklin's ships became icebound off the King William Island. 375, 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. Great, interesting. He died there in 1847 at 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. 4 and a half, 475. 475. Geez, I'd like to read the whole rest of this. 475 and 500. At 475 and 500. Is that with you, Kayla? 475 with Kayla on the phone, and 500 if you want them. 475 once, twice in for 500. A beautiful set of books. Great reading. 475, Kayla. Next we have Frank Bisbee. Frank Bisbee, active in Camden, Maine. The brigantine Edward Cushing, which might have been named Cushing, March 28, 1884. And what's your pleasure on this one? This 500. This one needs restoration. 500 I have in 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 5 and 550. At 500 and 550 anymore? All in at 500 and 550. Gonna sell it anymore. 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600. I have 550 needs 600 and 550 and 6. 550 once, twice in for 600. All in. At 550 is with Sylvia anymore. 550 Sylvia. Next we have another rare clock. This is the Seth Thomas U.S. Army Air Force's 24-hour wall clock. And on this one right here, what's your pleasure on this one? 1,300 I have, and now 1,400. We have to open at 13 and 1,400, and now 1,500. It's on the floor at 14 and 15. I have 1,400 on the floor and 1,500. All in, all done. At 1,400 is on the floor once, on the floor twice. At 1,400 and went for 1,500. You got it. 43. 1,400 to 43. And here we go. Oh, this is a rare thing right here. This is a large, circa 1910 through 1930, contains 744 original sailing ship photographs. These are all period photographs. And they are, what's your pleasure in this great group right here? 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter and on the floor, and 4 and a half, and 75, and 500, and 500, and 550. 550, 600, 650. I have 600 on the floor with the gentleman seated, and now 650, an important historical representation of ships. I have 600, now 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650. I'm going to sell it at 600 once, 600 twice, him for 650. Anymore? You got it. 600 to 55. 600 to 55 in the audience. Next we have a 1813 watercolor of a Russian shipwreck on Gotland, Sweden. Let's see that one. This is all early, all the original writing down here, watercolor, gouache highlights, and watercolored. And what's your pleasure in that rare piece right there? Here we have, this is from the house on Sprucehead Island again, on the tip of Sprucehead Island. And what we have on that? How much? I have 250 and 275. 275, 300. 300's on the floor, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. Yes, and 75. And now 400 and 4 1/4. Hold on, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 75, and 500. This is a rare one. At 475, now 5. At 475, now 500. There's a rare piece right here. It's on you right now. At 475 and 500. Any more? 500 and 550. Now 600. I 550 is on the floor and 600. And that rare piece. I 550 in the historical painting. I 550 and 600. It's on the floor. Selling once, selling twice at 550 and 600. You got it. 21. 550 to 21. Next, we have a 487 marine photographs in 6 binders, black and white, vintage of freighters and tankers. This is all from the same family that had all this historical nautical photographs. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300 I have, and 3 1/4 here, and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 475. 500, and 550. I have 500 here and 550 for 487 photographs. 500 is in the middle and on live at 500, now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550 on all the photographs. Any more? All in, all done. 550 and 600. 600, yes, and 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 on the floor and 650 and selling. Once, selling twice at only $600. Sold $600 to 55. You got them both. A lot of historical information there. Hey, here we go. This is the good one. This is the Raul Mina Mora, again, blackout coastal schooner, cutting into a stiff wind. And this one is from the same house in South Freeport, Maine, a fabulous 9,000 square foot house that we did. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500, 550. Boy, this is a good one. I have 500, now 550, and 550 here, and 600. You're out. It's down front now at 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, and 550 and 600. Any more? The last one brought 1,000. I have 550 and 600. I'm going to sell. You got it. 550 to 21. Saved you money on that one. Next we go. Here we go. A Schwartz brass case barometer and thermometer. What's your pleasure on this one? 90 and now 100. I have 90 now 100, 90 now 100. This came out of the house in South Thomaston, on South Free. No, this is out of the Sprucehead Island house. I have 90 now 100. I have 90 now 100. That nice instrument at 90 now 100 anymore. And 90 100 here, and now 1/4 and a half. I have 1 1/4 of the gentleman in the center, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. They cost a lot. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. All in, all done. At 1 1/4 anymore. Yours, sir. Too late. 1 1/4 to 55. Next we have 3 photos of sea captains, Nichols and Elbum from 1894 shipwreck. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have $100 and set them in. $100, 100 I have, and now 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and 75, and 200. 200 and 2 1/4. No, I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 on the historical photographs at 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and 275. It's on the floor at 250 and 275. It's on the floor at 250 and 75 anymore. At 250 once, twice in for 275. 250 to 55. 250 to 55 buys. Next we have a Seth Thomas World War II era U.S. Navy ship's clock, and on this one right here. And that one I think that has the luminous dials that glows in the dark. What's your pleasure on this one with the key? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2, 175 and 2. 200 I have and 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 with Sylvia all the way. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, and that nice ship's clock. World War II ship's clock at 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 with Sylvia and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor, now 275. At 250 once, 250 twice from 275. You got it. 250, number 36. 250 to 36. Oh, we're out of nautical stuff, I guess. Now listen, if you don't want to change the litter box and you don't have to feed this guy, this is the cutest little kitty. Came in on free appraisal day. It's all hand carved. Do we know who did it? Let's see. Oh, it's signed and dated It was done, signed and dated 1992 on that single piece of wood carved little kitty. What's your pleasure in this? 150 have now 175, 175, 200, 200, two and a quarter, two and a quarter, two and a half, 275, 300, three and a quarter. 300 I have a Carol, three and a quarter Carol, three and a half, and 375. 350 and 375. What a sweet face on that cat. 375 and that little tiger kitty. 375 and now 400. 375 and 400 I have with Emily and four and a quarter. I have 400 and four and a quarter, 400 and four and a quarter. Can you imagine coming home to that every night? That sweet little face, four and a quarter and four and a half. I have four and a quarter, four and a half, and four and a quarter, four and a half. Any more? I have four and a quarter and four and a half. Four and a quarter once, four and a quarter twice, four and a half. I have Carol at 450 and 475. I have 450 and 475 with Carol, now 500. I have 475 and 500, that great little kitty. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 once, 500 with Carol, now 550. At 500 and 550 and 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 on the kitty. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in all on it, 550 and 600. He's purring his way up, 600 in time, 600 in time. 6.5, now 7. I have 650 and 700 for all of us cat lovers. 6.5, now 700. I have 650 with Carol, now 700. 650 once, twice in for 700. Any more? Sold. 650 Carol. Online bidder. Great little kitty. Next we have, oh, look at this. Look at this. Rob is carrying a rare 19th century 12-drawer apothecary chest, but what makes it great, it has a Chippendale bracket base. Will it fit up there? Yeah. Has a Chippendale bracket base, but it's all tiger maple with these great mushroom knobs, and each drawer seems to have a number on it, and the drawers are all dovetailed. They're all finely dovetailed. Well, that's a nice old piece. You can tell this had from a drugstore. And what's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this? 1,200 open, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13. 13 I have on the floor and 1,400. I have 1,300 on the floor, a fabulous piece at 1,300 and 1,400. I have 1,300 once, 1,300 twice, and for 1,400 on that great piece. At 1,300 only, and oh, you have 14. I didn't hear. 14 and 15 on the floor, and now 1,600. I have 1,500s on the floor, gentleman's center. 1,600. 16 online and 1,700, sir. 1,700 here, but now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800. 1,800 and now 1,900. 1,900's on the floor, gentleman's center, and now 2,000. 2,000 I have, and 2,100 if you like it. I have 2,000 with online and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100, 2,000, 2,100. I have 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and 2,100 he's back in on the floor, and now 2,200. 2,200 I have, and now 23 in that great piece. At 2,200, now 23. At 2,223, I love the tiger on it. At 22 and 23 anymore. All in all, then at 2,200 once. Online with Emily, a live auction is at 2,200 anymore than 2,200. Once, twice, and... You sure? Are you sure? 23, I would. 23. I didn't want you to feel bad after you get done. 23, I had it on the floor. At 24, and now 25. At 2,400, now 25. At 2,425, anymore. It's with Emily all the way at 2,400. Two players want to have this so beautiful thing. At 2,400, 2,500. We all good? We all good? Emily, 2,400. You never find those. Oh, look at this great whirligig. Look at this great whirligig that Rob has. No, Al, sorry. Look at this, look at this. This is done in the 1920s. This cowboy, as the wind hits it, this cowboy cranks it over. Isn't that great? In the original paint, red, blue, yellow, red, white, and blue fan on the end, or tail on the end, rather. What's your pleasure in this wonderful thing? 250 having 275. I've had 250 and 275. This is a nice old one. I have 250 and 275 in great condition. I have 250 and 275 on the cowboy. I have 250 and 275. At 250 only. Should be way much more than that. It's a great piece of American folk art. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, 275. Thank you, and 300. I have 275 and now 3. No money for this at all. 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. Should be bringing 1,000, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, and 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, anymore, 3 1/2, and 75. 350, now 375 and 400. At 375 and 400. Great paint on this thing and very old. I 375 and 400. Thank you on the floor. And now 4 1/4. 400 and 4 1/4. It's really now it's set up like a sculpture. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I wouldn't work so hard. This is a great thing. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half anymore. Should be bringing 1,000. I'm going to sell it anyway. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half if you want it. 4 and a half and 475 and 475. It's unreserved. 475, 500 and 500 now. And 475 and 500. Great piece of folk art. 500 on the floor with the lady to my left, and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550. He's working hard. Look at him go. I have 500 now, 550. 550, Carol? I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Still way into the money. I'm going to go 550 once, 550 twice, 600 on the floor, and 650 now. I have 600. Don't lose them. I have 600 now, 650. 600 once, twice. It's on the floor at 600, 650, and now 700. I have 650 and 700. I should have started at 1,000. I have 650, now 700. I have 650 and 700. Great piece of Americana and folk art. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and 700. With Carol at 650 and going, gone. The cowboy is gone at 650. Ooh, look at this beautiful piece right here. William Matthew Pryor, portrait of a young raven-haired woman. A lovely piece right there. Inscribed in the back, artist William Pryor, 1839. The original price was $30. Can you imagine? $30. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? May I have 5,000 set in? What's that? I have 4,000 on the floor, and now 4,500. 4,500. Now 5,000 on the floor, and 5,500. 5,500 and 6,000. I have 5,500. Absolutely bid now 6,000. I have 5,500 now 6,000. At 5,500 once 6,000. I have 6,500. 6,500. The floor is out. It's with Jen now. 6,500 and 7,000. I have 6,500. The two players on the floor are out. You want to go back in at 7,000. It's with Jen at 6,500 and 7,000. At 6,500 once, 6,500 twice in that rare portrait. Any more? All in, all done. Boy, somebody's going to be happy tonight, Jen. Your player, 6,500. 322? 6,500. Well, the floor gave it a try. Oh, look at this. If you like Tiger Maple, look at this. A Tiger Maple. Look at the beautiful dovetailing on this. Beautiful dovetailing, all hand done. Has a raised panel lid, all in rampant Tiger Maple with a lock. We have the key? We have the key with it. We have the key with it. And on that piece right there, what's your pleasure? 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375, 350 and 375, 350 and 370, 375 in the middle and 400. At 375 and 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. With Carol at 400 and 4 and a quarter. Any more? All in 4 and a quarter is on the floor and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half, 4 and a half and 475. I have 450 and 475. The Tiger Maple stuff always does great. 475 and 500. It's a beautiful wood. I have 475. This is rampant Tiger Maple. What's that? 500 I have with Carol, now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 anymore. All in all then, the 550s on the floor and 600 now. I have 550s on the floor with the gentleman seated. 600 I have with Carol and 650. I have 600 now, 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600, 650. A beautiful box. 600 once, 650s on the floor and 700 now if you want it. I have 650 with gentleman seated center at 650 once, twice, and 7 and now 750. I have 700 now 750. I have 700 now 750 and 700 750 I have on the floor and 800. I have a 750 on the floor now 800. I've never seen that they lock. 800 I have 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. You don't need to put candles in it. You can put anything you want in it. I have 800 8.5 8.5 and now 900. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900 I have with Carol now 950. I'm 900 now 950 and 950 more. 900 once, 900 twice, in for 950. We all in, all done at 900? 900, Carol. Online bidder. And next we have, look at this Country Hepplewhite Tiger Maple chest. Boy, if you like Tiger Maple, this is a killer. Where's that up front somewhere? We don't need to bring it up, but I just want to know where it is. That Tiger Maple chest, Zeb? Zeb. That Tiger Maple chest, where's that? We don't need to bring it up. I just want to know if it's in the... Okay, good. Anyway, on this rampant Tiger Maple chest right here is 37.5 inches high, 45.5 inches wide, 18.5 inches deep on this lovely piece right here. And maybe we have a couple thousand, 2,000 I have, and now 25, 2250 I have, and now 25, 25 and 750, 2750s on the floor, and 3,000 I have, and 32.5. I have 3,000, now 32.5. I have 32.5 is on the floor, and 35, 35. And Tiger Maple's doing great today, and 3750s on the floor, and 4,000 I have, and now 42.5. I have 4,000 on on the FC bid, now 42 and a half. I have 4,000, now 42 and a half anymore. At only $4,000 and 42 and a half, that fabulous big tiger maple that has a French foot, that flared French foot with a nice shaped apron, oval brasses at only 4,000, 42 and a half. 4,000 once, 4,000 twice with Jen all the way. Anymore. They're going to be happy too. 4,000. 18 buys. 4,000. Great chest of drawers right there. Next we have, this is one of the most interesting things to come in a long time. This 1875 Foucault rustic Maine wall clock. We can't figure out exactly how it works, but it has a bell on the top. It actually struck, and it's totally, all this is totally handmade. Boy, talk about a piece for the Foucault Museum. This would certainly qualify. And on that piece right there, what's your pleasure? $850. I have it now $900. I have $850 now $900. $850 now $9. This should really be in the Maine State Museum. I have $850 now $900. If you want to get a good tax deduction, buy this and give it to the Maine State Museum because you'll never see another one. I have $850 now $900. I have $850 now $900. This rare piece at $850 $900. Any more at $850 once, $850 twice. And a great piece of horological Foucault. $900. I have it now $950. I have $900 now $950. Can you imagine the brain it took to figure this out? $950 and now $1,000. I have $950 now $1,000. Extremely rare piece. And $950 now $1,000 if you'd like it. A rustic Maine. I have $950 now $1,000 on this thing. I should bring lots more. We're going to sell it. I have $950 once, $950 twice. Way under the money, I believe. I have $950 and now $1,000 if you want it. Any more? We can make it strike one more time. I have $950 once, twice. You're in for $1,000. That beautiful piece of American Foucault. Carol, $950 then. Thanks, Chris. Next we have a 18th century dark green glass utility bottle. A utility bottle. And what's your pleasure on this? $175 and $200. I have $175 and $200. That early blown glass bottle. Thanks, Dave. I have $175 and $200. Look at that beautiful pontil on the bottom. And a nice dark olive green. $175 and $2. At $175 and $2 anymore? Last $200 where? $200 I have in the quarter and $2 and a quarter. I have $200 now, $2 and a quarter. I have $200 once, twice on the floor, $200 selling. Any more? Once, twice, and you got it. $200 number 48. $200 to 48. Next we have a colonial, look at this, early hand-forged colonial ratchet style candle chandelier. All hand-forged, all hand-forged. What's your pleasure on this? Couple $100 where? $175 and $200. This is all handmade. $175 and now $200. $175 and $2. And the original ones would have early beeswax candles. $200 I have and $2 and a quarter. $2 and a quarter is on the floor and $2 and a half. At $2 and a quarter, this came out of a beautiful house in Lincolnville, Maine. At $2 and a quarter is on the floor and $2 and a half. $2 and a half here. I saw this lady first. $2 and a half. I saw that lady next. $275 and now $300 and now $300. A beautiful light. $300 I have with Emily on Live Auctioneers and $3 and a quarter in the center with that lady. $3 and a quarter and $3 and a half. Can you imagine what it costs to have that made if you could find somebody with that talent? $3 and a half and $375. I $350 with Emily on Live Auctioneers and $375. $375 is on the floor, center with the lady on $375 and now $4. I $375 once, $375 twice. I went for $400. That all over the place. At $400, I heard Emily first that time, and now $4 and a quarter. I have $4 and a quarter on the floor, center with the lady on the floor at $4 and a quarter and $4 and a half. At $4 and a quarter, $4 and a half. At $4 and a quarter, $4 and a half. At $4 and a quarter once, twice, and $4 and a half in time, and $475 at $450 and $475. $75 with Carol now $500, and $500's on the floor with the center. I have $500 with the lady on the floor at $500, now $550. At $500 now $550 and $5 and $550 and more. Sold. $500 number 34. That's a fabulous piece of metalwork. Number 34, the buyer for $500. Next we have pay attention to this picture. I've got an instinct on this. This came in on Free Appraisal Day. It's called Feeding the Flock, Oil and Canvas, initial MV, 19th century. There was a, it's said to have been painted by a black lady from Munjoy Hill, Portland, Maine. But I think it could be painted by that itinerant woman painter from Canada that they did a whole documentary about. The style of it looks, anyway, you guys be the judge, but do research if you get this. What's your pleasure on this? two and a quarter, and two and a half, 275. I have 275 on the floor, and 300 I have, and three and a quarter on the floor, and three and a half, and 375 on the floor, and 400. I have 375, 400 I have, and four and a quarters on the floor, and four and a half. I have four and a quarter, four and a half, and 475, and 500. It's on the floor at 475 and 500 I have, and now 550. If I have 550 with Carol, now 600. I have 650s on the floor, and 700. I have 700 I have, and 750, and now 800. I have 750s on 800 I have, and now 850s on the floor, and now 900. I have 900 and 950. Two people know what this is, and 1,000 I have, and now 1,100 on the floor, and 1,200. I have 1,100, now 12 I have, and now 13 on the floor, and 1,400, and 14, and now 15. I have 15, she said, and 1,600. 16 I have, and now 1,700. I have 1,700 on the floor, now 1,800. I have 1,800, now 1,900. I have 1,900 on the floor, now 2,000. And 2,000, if it's by that lady in Canada, it's worth 5 times that. 2,100 and 22. At 2,100 and 22 I have, and 2,300. I have 2,300 on the floor, and 2,400. 2,400, now 2,500, and now 2,750. 2,750 and 3,000. At 2,750 and 3,000. I thank you for your help, though. At 2,750 with Carol, now $3,000, that rare painting. At 2,750 and 3,000. At 3,000, she's back in on the floor. At 3,000, now 32 and a half. 32 and a half, and now 35. At 32 and a half and 3,500. At 32.50 and 3,500 anymore. At 32.50 once. 32.50 twice, and 3,500. I told you that'd bring a lot, John. Sold 32.50. That was a wonderful little folk art painting. And here we go. And boy, if you want another rare thing, look at this. An 18th century American tiger maple butterfly table. Where's that? Where's that little butterfly table? Zeb, where's that little butterfly table? That you get it? You got to see this, because these are so rare. These are so rare to find, but to find it in tiger maple is doubly rare. This is a rare diminutive butterfly table with D-shaped leaves, beautiful, has a canted legs, stretcher base, still has some of the bun feet on it. This would have survived, or this would have been made right around 1670 to 1700 possibly. Here, set it right up here, guys. Set it right up there. Thank you. You want a tremendously rare piece of American furniture? You're looking at it right here. This is what they call a survivor. It has look at the way the arms swing out like this. Just think, when you think of this used in a tavern, how many beers and grogs went across here. Think about it. And think about the guy that made this with hand tools, found the wood, dried the wood, and designed this piece with probably no education whatsoever, and built this fabulous table. What's your pleasure? 1,000 I have, and now 11 I have, and 12. I have 12 and 13 and 14 and 15 and 16. At 15, 16, now 17. I have Carol at 1,600, now 1,700. 17, now 18. I have 1,700, now 1,800. It's an incredibly rare table. I have 17, now 1,800. I have 1,700, now 1,800, 17 and 1,800. I have 1,700 and 1,800. I have 1,700 and 1,800. Just a 1,800, just a little lesson. If you buy an early table and it doesn't have this male and female carving on the edges or scribing, is not period, unless they've cut it off through the years. What do you have, Carol? 1,900, now 2,000. I have 1,900, now 2,000, this rare table. And 1,900 once, 1,900 twice. In for $2,000, an incredibly rare table. Any more? Any more? Sold 1,900, Carol. Online bidder. Here we go on the folk art rocking horse, a wonderful little folk art rocking horse. The spotted ones, what do they call? Appaloosas, right, Zeb? It's a what, dear? A dappled. Okay, so this is a dappled folk art horse. And what's your pleasure on this guy? 100 I have, and 1 1/4. I have 100, now 1 1/4. Much better than that. This is all handmade. I have 100, 1 1/4. I have 100, 1 1/4. This would have been made in the early 19th century. I have 100, now 1 1/4, 1 1/2. A great piece of folk art. If you have a grandchild, strap them on here. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money for this. It's all hand carved. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. Going to go. Any more? I have only 1 1/4. Anyone for 150? on that nice toy. Anyone for 150? 125 it is then. Next we have another lovely portrait right here. Look at this one. New England naive portrait of a young girl. And on that little girl right there, what's your pleasure on this lovely piece right here? She's holding a blue wreath of flowers and a little thing of flowers right here. Great expression on it. Maybe we have, what, a couple $1,000 set it in, 2,000, 1,000 wear. 1,000 wear in that lovely original portrait. Just as nice as that prior we just sold. I have 1,000 wear. And he said $1,000, that lovely painting. I can't believe it. That's a beautiful little painting. She's wearing a gold chain with a cross. Any of that piece? No. Pass her away then. On 2065. We're on 2065 right now. And 2065 is a summer, circa 1900 cotton chintz summer quilt. And what's your pleasure on the summer quilt? How much? 325 we have, and 3.5, and 375, 375 and 400. I have 375 and now 400. I have 425 and 4.5. I have 425, 4.5. At 425, 4.5, 425, 4.5 anymore from an estate in Portland. 4.5 and 75. At 475, at 450, 475. At 475 with Carol all the way, and now 500. At 475 and 500, that beautiful quilt. 475 once, twice, and for 500. We all ended on 500 I have with Carol all the way, and 550 now. At 500 now 550. At 500 now 550 and 500, 550 anymore. With Carol at 500 and selling. 500 once, twice, any more than 500. Carol 500. There's nothing but rare, unusual things today. You know, we're not just selling stuff here when we do this, and you're not just buying stuff. We're preserving the history of mankind. All these things were made by people from the beginning of time until now. So it's really great that you're all here helping us preserve these things and everyone else around the world that's bidding. And we appreciate the business. We also appreciate you saving the creations of mankind. Don't you think, Ben? So if you're hungry for a slice of watermelon, we have it. If you want a peach, we have it. If you want a pear, we have it. What's your pleasure in all, and a banana? What's your pleasure in all this old-fashioned stone fruit? On the stone fruit, what's your pleasure in that? Couple, how much? 250 having 275. I have 250 in a collection of stone fruit and 275. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 and 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. We all in, all done at 275 and 300 on all that nice stone fruit. Nice old stuff. Any more? 275. Next, we have a wonderful little vintage theorem on velvet, a nice antique theorem on velvet. And what's your pleasure on this one? This is from the house on the tip of Spruce Head Island, on that nice one right there. What's your pleasure on this? Wonderful little piece in the original decorated frame. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100 where? Set it with $100 and go. Instead of $100. No, it's not original. That's an original period theorem from about 1820. Any interest in that piece? Anyone for 100? Anyone for 100? 100. Is that 100? That's 50. 100. I have 100 now, quarter. I'm going to sell it. $100, 100 quarter. What a buy. Yours, $100. Number 30. Number 30. $100, number 30. Next, we have this early colonial American chip carved spoon rack with spoons. A very rare piece right here. And on that right there, we have what? 2,000 I have, and now 2,250. At 2,250 and 2,500. At 2,250 and 2,500. At 2,250 and 2,500. And 2,500 and 2,500, 2,750. And 2,750 at 2,500, 2,750. Any more? All in, all done at 2,500 and 2,750 if you'd like it. Any more? Once, twice, and that's one of the only things that has a reserve. Pass that away, it had a reserve. Now we have two beautiful shaker oval green painted pantry boxes. Look at these little shaker boxes. What's your pleasure on these? 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. This one's in a beautiful shade of green. 275 and 300, 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5. Came in on free appraisal day. 3.25 any more? All in, all done. At 3.25, 3.5 if you want them. Any more? Who had them? Carol, 3.25. Online bidder. Next, we have a set of 3 matching. These are beautiful ones right here. Same family again. Same family again. A nest of 3 19th century oval painted fingered boxes right there. What's your pleasure on these? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/2 and 475. 475. Fantastic paint on these. 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500. Reasonable. I have 475 and 500 on those beautiful oval boxes. 500 on the corner and 550. If I don't see you, holler at me. I have 500 over here and 550 and 600 on the floor and 650. I have 600 now 650. A great set of colored boxes. I have 600 on the floor and 650. 600 once, 600 twice in for 650. Any more? 650 and 700. I have 650 with Carol and 700. I have 650 with Carol and 700. 650 once, twice in for 700. Any more? Carol, 650 then. Online bidder. Oh, look at this one. Look at this one. Lyman and Clark, Gardner, Maine. A beautiful ovoid jug, circa 1835. Lyman and Clark Gardner with that big brown tulip on it. And what's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 650 in the back and 700. I have 650 on the floor, 750 I have online, 800 on the floor, 850 here, and now 900 on the floor, and now 950 I have, and now 1,000. I have 950, 1,000 I have with Carol, now 1,100. I have 1,000 with Carol, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and 1,100 with Darren. I have 1,100 with Darren, now 12. 1,100 with Darren, now 1,200. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and for 1,200. It's on the phone with Darren at 1,100 and selling once, selling twice. Any more? Sold. 343, 1,100. Going to a famous collector of Lyman and Clark. And next, look at these 3 beautiful decorated stoneware jugs. They're all from the same place. And what's your pleasure on these beautiful decorated 2 crocks and a jug on the whole group? What's your pleasure on these? 3 1/4. We paid for one of them. The rest are free. I 3 1/2, 375 all over the place. 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4. I have 400 now. 4 1/4, 4 all over the place. 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I took another phone. 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 for all. 4 1/2, 475, 475 for all of these. I can't believe it. 475 and 500. You should bring that a piece. I have 475, 500 and 550. 550 all over the place and 600. I have Carol at 550 and 600. I have 600 Carol and 650. That's now 600 now 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 with Kayla on the phone 700. I have 650 only on those 3 and 650 and 700. The beautiful pieces. I have 650 once, 650 twice and 700. And 700 I have in 750. I have 700 online and 750 if you want them. I have 700 now 750. A nice buy on those 3 decorated pieces. I have 700 once, twice in for 750. All in all then 700. Any more? Sold, Carol, 700. And 2073, moving right along to 2073, and this fabulous, rare 18th century Chippendale serpentine front chest, little tiny thing. A little tiny chest right there, an old red paint. This came out of a fabulous estate in Camden, Maine. It has a molded edge top and beautiful shaped bracket base. What's your pleasure on this? Then we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 wearing this fabulous little serpentine front chest. Anyone for $1,000? 500 wear. 500 wear. This is a rare chest of drawers. A serpentine front and red painted hardwood. Anyone for 500? Can't believe it. 10 years ago, this was about $10,000. Pass it away. Here we go. Now we go. A 19th century green painted covered firkin from the lady with all the pantry boxes. Look at the color on this one. What's your pleasure on this? How much? 150. I have it now 175. I have 150 now 175 at 150 and 75. Look how they cross-banded that at 150 and 175. 175 on the floor and 200. I have 175 and now 2. At 170, 200 I have and 2 1/4. Yes, 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 with the lady seated and now 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice in for 250. All in, all done. 2 1/4 to 43. 2 1/4 to 43. Next we have the blue one. This is all from the same lady. And look at that beautiful dump cart blue painted covered firkin right there. What's your pleasure in this? 250 having 275 was on the floor and 300. At 275 on the 300 and 3 1/4. 3 1/4 is on the floor and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with the lady seated and 3 1/2. 3 1/2 with Carol and 375. 375 is on the floor and 400. At 375 on the floor and 400. At 375 and 4. Beautiful paint on that. At 375 is on the floor and selling once, twice, anyone for 400. 375, 43. You got them both. Next, we have another great group of blue decorated Crocs. Look at these. They're all from the same family again. And on these right here, what's your pleasure? May I have $500 set them in. 500 ways to 300 and set them in. And it's to 300. 200? You have 200. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. How much? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 and 275. At 250 and 275. 275, of course, and 300. At 275, 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 3 1/4, of course, and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, and 75. No money for the 375, 400. At 375 online now, 4. 400 I have on the phone now, 4 1/4. I have 400, 4 1/4. These are nice ones. 4 1/4, of course, and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. So I have 4 1/2, 75 we need. I have 450 online, 475. Should have started at 500. I have 450 now, 475 for all of these blue decorated Crocs at only 475 and now 500. 450. I have them now 475. With Carol at 450, looking for 475 on 3 of those nice decorated Crocs. Reasonable for those. 450 once, twice, in for 475. Carol, 450. Next we have 3. One's A.L. High Song, Bloomberg, Pennsylvania. And what's your pleasure in all these? How much? 100 I have. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. On all of these, I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. At 100, 1 1/4. Your phone out on those, Kayla? You got a phone on those? He's out. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4 for all 3 of these. That seems awfully reasonable. Gonna sell them. 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. This one's got an incise monogram on the front. 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175. At 150 and 75. Keep your eye on this one. That's the good one. I 150 now 175. 150 once, twice in for 175. Any more? Sylvia 150. I have auctioneer's buys. Next we go to this rare circa 1830 country painted low cupboard with pierced tin ends. Pierced tin ends, so you know it's from the south. It's from the south. And what's your pleasure in this? It's 44 inches wide, high, 19 inches deep, and 50 inches wide. And what's your pleasure in that nice painted piece right there with the pierced tin ends and a shaped top? What's your pleasure in that? Maybe we have what? $500 set it in, 500 where? It's in that piece at 500, 400, 400. That's a really good piece of southern furniture. And it went for 300. Nobody paid attention to this? Too bad. Gone. Too late. Next we go to 19th century oval shaker green box. Look at this one right here. Oh, a big one that Rob's got. A big one right here with beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, 200, 2 1/4 now. I have 200 on the floor, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. 250 now, 275. Great paint on that at 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275. Beautiful piece right there, 250 and 75. Any more? All in, all done at 250, 275 with Carol. Any more? 250 Carol. Next we have 2 Greensboro, Pennsylvania stencil stoneware jars. What's your pleasure on these? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Put your phone out. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. These are no money for these. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 for the nice pair of those blue decorated Crocs right there. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more? At 2 1/4 once, twice in for 250. 250 in time, and now 275, and now 300. You should be bringing that a piece. At 275, now 3. At 275 and 300, 275, Greensboro, Pennsylvania. At 275 and selling. Once, twice, and for 300. This is from Jasper Hamilton Company, Greensboro. 275 once, twice, and for 300. And a nice pair of Crocs. Sold, 275. All right, I think that's all the crockery. Evidently not. And look at this beauty right here, a covered one right here. It's by W.H. Farah and Company. Getty's, New York, but this one has the bird on the front. That's the one they like with the birds. And what's your pleasure on this one here? 425, 425, and now 450. I have 4 1/4, now 4 1/2, 4 1/2, and 475. I have 450 and 475, and that rare 475 and 500. I have 475 and 5 on that rare one. It's an ovoid shaped 2-handle, 2-gallon crock. I have 475 and now 500. Should be all over the place. At 475 and now 500. Gonna sell it. 475 once, twice, and for 500. Sold 475. Next we have a rare. This is a rare, authentic American Colonial Windsor writing armchair. A really rare piece right there, and it has a drawer. Has a drawer right here. There's a lot of copies of these, but this is the real deal. This is the real deal. Has a beautiful shaped seat, great paint, bulbous turnings. They don't come any better. What's your pleasure on this one here? Maybe we have a couple thousand set it in. How much? 1,000 I have, and 11. I have 1,100 now, 12. I have 1,100 now, 1,200, and 11 and 12. I have 1,100 now, 12. Should be bringing 3,000, 4,000. I have 1,100 now, 1,200. I have 1,100 and 1,200 if you want it. 1,200 I have, and now 13. I have 13 on the floor, now 1,400. I have 13 on the floor, now 1,400. I have 13 quickly. I have 1,300 and 1,400. Now if you want that rare chair, I have 1,300 and 1,400. Any more? All in all, then, at 1,300 and 1,400. It's passed at 1,300. That had a reserve. Not many things do, but that one did. Next we have from Stephen Zare, Maine Contemporary Miniature Baskets. This guy makes the most incredible handmade baskets, and they cost a fortune, and you can see why, because they're all handmade in exquisite detail. What's your pleasure on those? 325 and now 350. I have 3 1/4, now 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 on the phone, 375. I have 350s on the phone and 375. I have 350s on the phone, 375 anymore. 375 online with live auctioneers, and now 400. 400 I have, and now 4 1/4. I have 400 on the phone, now 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4 anymore. At 400. 4 1/4 on live auctioneers, now 450. The exquisite little miniatures. And now 450, yes, and 475. I have 450s on the telephone, and now 475. I have 450 and 475. Quickly, we're going to sell them at 450 once, 450 twice, and for 475. Those rare miniatures. Any more? Okay, Darren, 450. Those are lovely little baskets. And we have 3 artisan crafted baskets. This is probably Maine. These are all Maine native baskets, and what's your pleasure on these little miniatures right there? 90 I have, and now 100. I have 90 now, 100, 90 now, 100. 100 I have now, 1/4. I have 100 now, 1/4, 100 1/4 for those rare baskets. Those are great early baskets. 100 1/4, thank you. 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. No money for these. At 1 1/2, that's $50 a piece. Can you imagine? I have 150s on the floor, and now 175. I have 150 now, 175. 175 and 200, sir. 200, of course, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4. No money for these. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Going to sell them. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 I have on the floor, and 275. I have 2 1/2, 275. Not even $100 a piece for these handmade 19th century baskets. I have 2 1/2. You have 2 1/4, Sylvia? Oh, I have it here. I have 250 here, 250, now 275 we're looking for. I have 250 with the gentleman, 275. Any more? All in, 250 once, twice, and nice buy. 250 to 57. 250 to 57. And some more little baskets. Look at this little miniature shaker basket. A little miniature shaker basket in beautiful condition. Another 19th century native Maine basket. Another 19th century Maine basket. And a little tiny Easter basket. What's your pleasure on those? 125 and now 150. I 1 1/4, now 1 1/2, and no money for these at all. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 125, now 150. This one here is worth several hundred by itself. I 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I 1 1/2, of course, and 175. They're just waking up to the value. 1 1/2, now 175. Should be everywhere. I 150, now 175. I 150 once, 150, 175, and 200. I 175, 200, of course, and 2 1/4. Look at this workings here. I 200, now 2 1/4. I have 200, now 2 1/4. There's just a big exhibit of native Maine baskets at the Farnsworth. I 200 and 2 1/4. We have 200 with you, Sylvia? 200 with Sylvia on live auctioneers and 2 1/4. Going to sell them. We got to move on. 200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Sold 200 then. And now we have a beautiful pictorial hooked rug right here. Two doves flanking a floral urn on a gray field. And on that right there is 31 by 46 inches. And what's your pleasure in that lovely folk art rug? 675. Oh, 375, and now 400. I have 375 and 400 I have on the floor and 4.25. I have 400 on the floor and 4.25 in that beautiful rug. I have 400 now, 4.25. At 400, 4.25, 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5 is on the floor and 475. I have 475 on Live Auctioneers, now 500. I have 475, that beautiful rug at 475 and 500. 500, Carol, now 550. I have 500 and 550, great folk art rug. 550 I have on Live Auctioneers and 600. I have 550 and 600. 600 I have at Carol, and now 650. I have 600, now 650 at 600 and 650. At 600, need 650 if you need more. 650 on Live Auctioneers and 700. And 700 now. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 if you like it. At 650 once, 650 twice, and for 700 in that beautiful rug. Any more? All in, all done. At 650? We are 650. Live Auctioneers buys the hooked rug. Next, we have a St. John's, Quebec, salt glazed stoneware jug. Wow. We haven't had a Quebec jug in years in here. And look at this one right here with a blue decoration. That's a rare one right here. And 200 I have and 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 and 2.25, 2.5 on the floor and 275. Yes, and 300. I have 275 with Jen and 300 and 3.25 and 3.5 and 75. And 400. No. I 375 with Jen. I 375 and now 400. I 375 with Jen and 4 anymore. Last call at 375 in this rare jug with Jen. Absolutely bid at 375 and 4. Any more? Jen 375. 24 buys. 375, 24. Then we have 3 19th century decorated jugs again. What's your pleasure in all these? 100 I have and 1.25. I have 100 now, 1.25. No money for these jugs at 100, 1.25. Where's all the folk art dealers today? At 100, 1.25, 1.25 and 1.5, 1.5 and 175, 150 now, 175, 175, 200 for these nice jugs. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done. It's 175 and 200. Right buying those. Any more than 175 and 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. These are 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25, 2.5. W. Freeman and Company, Wilkes Barre, Pennsylvania. On that one, I have 2.25 and 2.5. Going to sell them. We got to move on. 200, 2.25 once, twice, and for 250. You got them 2.25. Live Auctioneers. And on to 2089. Oh, here's a rare piece right here. Look at this. And on this rare weather vane right here, scarce vintage 19th century weather vane. And what's your pleasure in this? 2100 I have and now 22, 22 and now 23. I have 2200 now 23, 23, 24 I have and 25. I have 24 now 25. I have 2425, 2750s on the floor and 3000 and 3000, 20,000, 3250s on the floor now 3500, now 3500. They're rare. 3500, 3750s on the floor now 4000 on this rare vane. I should be bringing 10,000. 4,000 I have, and now 42 and a half. I have 4,000, now 42 and a half. It's off the floor with Carol now at 4,000 and 42 and a half. At 4,000 on that rare Weathervane is a zinc head, beautiful patina. I have only $4,000 and 42 and a half. Where are you going to get another one? I have 4,000, now 42 and a half. With Carol now at only $4,000. At 4,000 once, somebody's getting a heck of a buy. 4,000 twice, anyone for 42.50. Carol, 4,000. Great buy on that. Rare Weathervane. And here we go. Two early redware jugs, a redware pot and a little redware jug. What's your pleasure? Beautiful glaze on this one. What's your pleasure on those? 50, I have 60, 60, 70, all over the place. 80, 90. I have 90, now 100. 90, now 100. 100, Carol, now 1.25. I have 100, now 1.25. I have 100, 1.25. Nice little pieces, 1.25, 1.5. This is a nice piece of a Maine redware. 1.25, 1.5. 1.25, 1.5 anymore. Going to sell them at 1.25, 1.5. 1.5 at 175. At 150 now 175. At 150 175 anymore. 175 and 200 now. At 175 and 2. 175 and 2 under the money. 175 once, twice in for 200. 175, Carol. Next we have more Maine redware. 3 redware jugs, 3 little ovoid redware jugs. This particular one right here is the winner. This is the one with the spots on it. That's the money one. What's your pleasure on those? And we have what? A couple $100 to set them in. $200 to set them in. Those early redware jugs, Maine redware. Anyone for a couple $100 to set them in? No bid on those? 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100, 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half. I have 100 and a quarter, 100 and a half anymore? All 150, yes, and 175, yes, and 200. Is that a yes? Yes, and 200. I have 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter, 200 and 2 and a quarter. Boy, no money for these at all. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. What do I? Yours, 200. 2 and a quarter, just before I said sold, and 2 and a half, yes, and 275. I have 250s on the floor, quickly. Seated, sold, 250, number 48, 250, 48. Next, we have a rare set of five early painted birdcage Windsors right there. Set of 5 birdcage Windsors with bamboo turnings, beautiful plank seats on those. And Zeb's got one of them right here. Look at the quality of those. Those have been made around 1800 and still usable today. And what's your pleasure on those beautiful birdcage Windsors in old paint? 350 I have, and now 375. I have 350 and 375 and 400. 400 I have on the floor, and 4 and a quarter. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter all over the place, and 4 and a half on the floor. I have 450 and 475 and 500 and 500 and 550, 550, 600, 600, 650, 700, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 900, 950, 950, and 1,000, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,200. 1,213. We used to get that a piece. We used to get that a piece for those. I had 1,300 with Sylvia. I had 1,314, now 15. I have 1,415. You never find sets like this. 1,500, now 16, now 17. I have 1,600, 1,700. 1,700 and going with Sylvia all the way on Live Auctioneer. 18, now 19. I have 1,800, now 1,900. You never find sets like this. 1,900, now 2,000. 2,000 I have, and 2,100. 21 and 22, 2,122, 22 in all original paint, 22 and 23 and 24, 2,324 came in on free appraisal day, 2,400 now 25 and 2,750, 2,750 and 3,000, 2,750 and 3,000. A great set of chairs. I have 3,000 now 32 and a half. 2 players want those. I have 3,000 now 32 and a half. At 3,000 once, 3,000 twice, and for 3,250 with Sylvia all the way now on Live Auctioneers at 3,000, 3,250. The new player back in at 3,250 and 3,500 at 3,500 and 3,750 at 3,500 and 3,750. Go a long way to find a set of painted chairs like this today. At 3,500 and 3,750, 3,500 once, 3,500 twice, and for 3,750 with Sylvia all the way. Sylvia, 3,500 Live Auctioneers. Live Auctioneers. That is a nice set of chairs. And now we have a country Aeroback high chair. Look at this little Aeroback high chair. You notice it has the bamboo turnings on here. Nice plank seat, thumb back. So it's called a thumb back Aeroback Windsor. That's what that is, the little Windsor high chair. And what's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, an old, original, old, nice finish. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half. I have 1 and a quarters on the floor, 1 and a half, no money. At 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half anymore. All in all, then 1 and a quarter, 1 and a half on that nice chair. 1 and a half over here, and 175 here, and 200 there. Still no money. Can you imagine what you buy at Walmart for that? 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. That's a nice chair anymore. You got it, nice buy. 200 number. What's your number? Number 139, 200. 139, 200. Next we have 1847 Pennsylvania Jacquard coverlet, a summer-winter coverlet by Ettinger. It's signed and dated, and on that right there, what's your pleasure on that nice coverlet right there? 100 I have, and now 1 and a quarter on that very early coverlet. I only have $100, now 100 and a quarter. I have 100, 100 and a quarter, and a nice jacquard woven piece from 1834, 1 and a quarter, and 1 and a half, and 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175, at 150, 175. 175 and 200. 200, 2 and a quarter. I have only 200 and 2 and a quarter. That's a nice piece of fabric, 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. 2 and a half all the way with Carol now. 2 and a half and 275. At 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and 275. Way under the money. Gonna sell it. 250 once, twice, any more. Any more. 250 Carol. Next we have, where's this tiger maple piece? Is that handy? This is a fabulous piece of furniture right here from one of our great clients down in down the coast of Maine. And a Sheraton solid bird's eye maple and tiger maple washstand with sandwich glass knobs. And look at the shape cut out on the back of that. Absolutely handsome piece of furniture right there. And what's your pleasure on this? 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2. It's 4 1/4. No money for this at all. We paid for one draw. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 4 1/2 on the phone at $475. Look at this. Zeb, nobody could help you? No. 475 and 500. At 475 and 500. Look at the quality of this piece of furniture at 475 and now 500. All nicely dovetail. Solid bird's eye drawers. At 475 and now 500. At 475 and 5. I love the cutout in this. It's all rampant bird's eye maple. 500, of course, and 550 now. I 500 now, 550. That's a spectacular piece of furniture. I 500, 550. At 550, of course, and 600. Should be bringing 1,000. I 550 and 600. I'm going to sell it at 550 only and 600 if you like it. At 550 once, 550 twice, and 600. Way under the money for that beautiful piece of figured maple. Any more? 550, Carol. 550 online. That's a heck of a piece of furniture in bird's eye maple. And next we have a 1842 Pennsylvania jacquard coverlet by Durward. And this one's signed and dated John Durward in Heidelberg, Pennsylvania, 1842. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. I have 175 and 2. These are in lovely condition. At 175 and 200, 175 and 2. 200 I have in 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 in that nice coverlet. Summer winter coverlets they call them. I have 200 and 2 1/4. At 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4 in that nice coverlet. Any more? At only $200. Any more? 200 it is. On lot 2097, we're on to right now. 29.7 is a great. This is a lovely State of Maine chest, a grain-painted Sheridan State of Maine chest right there with oval brasses. What's your pleasure on that lovely piece right there? It's 32.5 inches high, 40 inches wide, and 18 inches deep on that nice period Maine Sheridan chest. What's your pleasure on the State of Maine chest with the original painted grain surface? What's your pleasure on that? May we have what? 500 wear instead of it $500 instead of it in. 500 wear. And it's at 500. That's a rare chest of drawers. No money. Nobody needs furniture anymore. 2 1/2 and 275. Like 250 and 275. 250 and 275. 275. Thank you. And 300. You can't buy used furniture for these prices. I have 275 and now 300. At 275. This is a nice State of Maine chest. This would have been made around 1800 to 1810. I have 2 1/2 and 2. How much, Carol? 300 I have. And now 3 1/4. Still for nothing. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2. We're going to sell it. I have 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice. It's on the floor at only $325. But a nice State of 3 1/2 and 375. 375 on the floor with the gentleman seated. And now 400. And now 400. It's a gift. I have 375 and now 400. At 400 and 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4s on the floor and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, and 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. At 4 1/4 once, twice, you went for 4 1/2. Selling once, twice, anymore. 4 1/4 on the floor with the gentleman seated. Yours, sir. 4 1/4 to 85. 425 to 85. Next we have Andrew Hoover, Hanover, Pennsylvania. Another nice, this is green, blue, red, and white. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 75 by 76 inches, nice quality condition. Which 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have $100, now 100 and a quarter, $100, 100 and a quarter. $100 once, 100 and a quarter. I have now 150. I have 100 and a quarter, now 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1/2 anymore. All in, boy, these are bringing way too low money. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 anymore. 1 1/4, 373 buys, 125. 373 buys. Next we have. Oh, look at these. Another thing you never see. A set of period shaker chairs. Incredible set of shaker chairs. And right there, these came in on free appraisal day again. And they call these tilters. You'll notice they cant towards the back. Because people would tilt on them. That's why. And they're all in good condition. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 900 I have. 1,000 I have, 1,100, 11 I have, and now 12. I left 12 and 13. I have 1,200 13s on the floor and 1,400. 14 now 15. I have 14 and 15. These rare shaker chairs. 1,500s on the floor and 1,600. 1,600, Jen, and 17 now. I have 16 and 17. Boy, if I want a great set of shaker chairs, this is it. I have 1,600, 1,700 here. Now 18, 18, and now 19. 19 now 2,000. 2,000, 2,100, and 22. I have 2,100s on the floor and 2,200. I have 2,100s on the floor in those rare chairs at 2,122. 2,100 once, 2,100 twice, and for 2,200, yours, 2,100, number 34. Nice buy on those. 2,100 to 34. 2,100 to 34. Next, we have a fabulous sampler. Look at this fabulous sampler right here. Crew Work Poetry and Spencer, an 18th century sampler, 1794. Can you imagine young girls in that period with this kind of talent instead of being on their phones? I mean, these are done by 10, 12, 13-year-old young girls, and the quality is just amazing. And what's your pleasure in this 18th century American sampler? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 in this 18th century sampler at 550, of course, and 600. I have 550 and 600. There's a great sampler. I have 550 and 600, and 600 and 650. I have 600, now 650. I have only $600 and 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. Fabulous sampler in great condition. I have 650 and 700. This is an 18th century sampler. I have 650, now 700. Way under the money at $650 and $700. At $650 and $700, all the workmanship in this piece at $650 and $700. Unbelievable work in good shape at $650 and $700. At $650 once, $650 twice. They're going to sell it at $650. Any more than $650. It says on the back, this was done by my great great aunt. And $650 and $700. Any more? $650 once, twice. Any more? Carol, $650. Next we have this rare tavern table right here in front of me on this early pine tavern table, 18th century, two-board breadboard ends with box stretchers. And on that right there, a nice 18th century piece. This would have been, they used these in the taverns in the old days. It has two wide boards, and they put this breadboard on the end of it to keep them from warping. That's what the purpose of that was. And it has nice ring and vase turn and a nice stretcher base on that in great shape. What's your pleasure on this one? Somebody wants 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4 in this. Great. 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4, of course, and 2 1/2 and 75, 75 and 300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375 and 400 and 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 475. Is that a yes? 475 and 500, 500 and 550. I have 550 and 600 and 600 and 650 and 700 and 700. Think when they made this, they're all handmade tools. I have 700 with a lady and 750. 700 once, twice, and for 750, you're out, right? 700, number 34. Thank you, ma'am. 734. That's a nice table. I forgot to mention it has a full drawer with clothespin knobs, which is what you want to see. Another good sampler right here. This is a needlepoint sampler right here by Ann Webb, 1845. And look at this one here in the original lemon gold frame. Beautiful condition. See what I'm talking about? Age 12 years old, made that. Do you know any 12-year-olds today that could make anywhere near that? Let's say how about just that? And what's your pleasure on this? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2 and 375 and 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 75, 500. I have 475 and 500, 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550. At 500 and 550, that beautiful period sampler at only 500 and 550. I have 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550, that beautiful period sampler. Any more? Once, twice, and it's 500 Carol. Next we have an 18th century red painted pine grandfather clock, circa 1790. And on that nice period grandfather clock in pine with it looks like it has a Masonic symbol on the top of it. What's your pleasure on that? Then we have what? $1,000 wear instead of in 500 wear in that nice period clock, period tall clock, wooden works tall clock in original paint with a fabulous painted dial. Has the original crest on top, and he went for 500. Interesting that clock. Interesting that beautiful tall clock. That country tall clock. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass away. You got a what? 250. Okay. So we open at 250 and now 275. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 300, 275 and 3. At 275 and 300, 275 and 3. Any more? All in, 275 and 300. A main tall clock at 275 and 300. Any more? Pass that away. 300. Keep still playing. 300 and 3 1/4. I 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. We're gaining. I 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? At 3 1/4 and selling. 3 1/4, 74. 3 1/4 is 74. Next we go to, another great sampler. This one's 1822 by Sarah M. Tyler, age 12. Again. And on that one right there, what's your pleasure in this? May you have $500 and set it in. 500, 400, 300. How much? 200 I have and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. No money for these handmade early samplers. At 200 now 2 1/4. At live auctioneers is 2 1/4 on the floor. Thank you. And 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. Way into the money. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/2 and 275. 275 on the floor and 300. At 275 on the floor and 300. Reasonable for this. At 275 on the floor and 300. At 300 I have and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. At 300 once, twice him 3 1/4 with Carol at only $300. That nice early sampler at 300 3 1/4. Carol 300 then. And 2105. 2105. What do we got next here? Oh, look at this. Boy, you want to see a rare piece of furniture. Look at this. This is a country Hepplewhite. Never seen one in 56 years. It's a country Hepplewhite demi-lune shaped table in original grain painting. Dovetail, little fine dovetail drawers. Has the original. Oh, this is fun. So see what this is? A mouse got in there and was trying to chew his way out. He got in and couldn't get out. Anyway, or he got out and couldn't get back in. Anyway, on this nice piece right here, with your pleasure. 275. Look at the great splashboard on that. 300 I have, 3 1/4. A rare form. How much? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and that rare piece of furniture. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and only 3 1/4 on that rare piece of American furniture. Country Hepplewhite around 1790. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and for 350. We good? 3 1/4 Carol. Next we have another good sampler. This one's by Caroline Pompey, 1819. Caroline Morley Pompey, dated 1819, in the original lemon gold frame. And what's your pleasure on those? The lemon gold frames alone are 200 or 300. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this sampler? Any interest in the sampler? 100 I have, and now quarter. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and no money for this at all. These lemon gold frames are so far 1 1/2 and 175 on the floor at 150 and 175. No money for these at 175 and 200. 200 on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Paid for the frame. The sample is free. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Those lemon gold frames are so hard to find. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/2 and 275. I have 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. Quickly, I have 250 once, twice, and for 275. It's on the floor at 250 and selling. Any more? 250, number 43. 250 to 43. Next we have American Folk Art, World War I era dancing figural toy. And what's your pleasure? Oh, look, that's funny right there. It says U-boat pretzel, Uncle Sam, and another fellow in the back here, all dancing at the same time. What's your pleasure in this? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. I have 100 quarter and 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. On the floor at 1 1/4, gentlemen, right. At 1 1/4 anymore? 150 and 175 and 200. I have 175 with the gentleman on the right, and now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 200 if you like it. Selling at 175, the gentleman on the right, 200 here and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. Any more? 200 once, twice, and 200 to you. Number one, what's your number there? 139. 200, 139. Next we have a rare country Hepplewhite stand right here. Look at this piece right here. A shape top country Hepplewhite stand, and it's an old red paint. Old red paint. Look at the setup right here, there. What makes this nice, it has that great shaped spider leg, beautiful turning in the center, and it has, the good ones always have this notching on the bottom, and these legs are dovetailed into that shaft. So they'll give it strength. What's your pleasure on that? 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 75, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200 on the floor, now 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, no money for that 18th century candle stand. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and selling. Beautiful original piece in old paint. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? It's 2 1/4 then. And now another sampler, a framed 1818 sampler from Newark, New Jersey. Newark, New Jersey. And look at this one. A lovely frame on it. And what's your pleasure on this one? It says Emmeline Jane Morrison sampler, Newark, March 18th, 1818. On that New Jersey sampler. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2 on that New Jersey sampler, 1 1/2 and 175, 175 and 200, at 175 and 200, at 175 and 200. You hardly ever find them where they identify where they're from. At 175 and 200, I have 175 once, twice, and for 200. 200 I have on the floor and 2 1/4. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2 on the floor and 275. No money for these samplers. 275 and 300. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 with Carol online at 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. We all in all down 300 and 3 1/4. Any more? Carol 300. Next we have this great paint decorated Hepplewhite chest. On this lovely Hepplewhite chest, you'll notice a beautiful shaped apron on that, oval brasses, decorated drawers, nice French foot on that. On the Hepplewhite chest that would have been made around 1790 to 1810. What's your pleasure on this? 250 have and 275 and 275 all over the place and 300 and 3 all over the place 3 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 down front, 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375, yes, and 400 and 375 and 400 with a gentleman seated front at 375 and 4 at 375 and 4. What a buy! At 375 and 400. Any more? All in all, then 375 and 400 and 4 1/4, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. It's down front now at 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I'm gonna go 4 1/4 once, twice. Any more? Yours 4 1/4, number 21. 4 1/4 to 21. Some lovely buys here today. Hey, look at this. A log cabin, folk art model of a log cabin, circa 1930. What's your pleasure in this? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 in the log cabin, 1 1/2 and 175. At 150, now 175. At 150, 175 anymore. 175 and 200. At 170, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 with Carol all the way and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 75. I have 250, now 275. At 250 and 275 anymore. At 250 once, twice, and for 275. The little log cabin is going away. At 250 anymore. Carol, 250. And this piece right here, wonderful early piece right here, the southern pine covered with pierced tin fronts. They call these pie safes down south. 71.5 inches high, 15 inches deep, and 42 inches wide. It looks like it's in the original old paint and nice condition. And on that pie safe right there, what's your pleasure from the southern pie safe with pierced tin panels? What's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have 500 set it in. 500 ways to set it with 500. That rare piece of southern furniture. Anyway, for 500. No southern buyers. 250 having 275. 250 and 275. Should be everywhere. There's no money for that. Like 250 now 275. At 250, 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 3. Should be everywhere on this. 275 and now 300. At 275 and 300 anymore. All in all, then at 275 and 300. I can't believe it. That should be bringing a lot more money. At 275 and 300. At 275 anymore. 275, 74. 275 to 74. And 2113, going through the country stuff, is a folk art toy, a vintage handcrafted auction with cart. And what's your pleasure on this? On the auction with a cart. On that nice piece right there. Probably a folk art piece from Canada, possibly. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $100 and set it in. $100. Any that piece at $100. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and get it out of here. Next item. Next, we have a 19th century red painted bucket bench. These are not hard to find. On the bucket bench right here. What's your pleasure in this? 300 I have. It's 52.5 inches high, 13 inches deep, 34 inches wide. I have 300 now, 3.25 on that early bucket bench, 3.25 and 3.5. I have 3.25 gentlemen seated, now 3.5. I have 3.25, 3.5, 3.25, 3.5. Great old surface on that, 3.25. Has boot jack ends, carving on the ends. I have 3.25, 3.5 anymore. 3.25 to 38. 3.25, 38. Next, we have a circa 1830 pine blanket chest in red and black sponge decoration with a nice cutout bracket base, single drawer. Look at the great decoration on that. What's your pleasure on this? This is from a house in Portland, Maine. What's your pleasure on this? May we have what? $300 and set it in. Starting things low. 300 wear, set at 300 to go. It's to $300 and a nice painted chest. Where's all the painted furniture, people? This stuff is for nothing. Anyone for $300. Nobody wants it? Once, twice, and passed away. Next object. Now we have a pair of Queen Anne Spanish foot chairs. These would have been made right around 1740, 1760 with rush seats. What's your pleasure on these? And we have what? $400 and set them in for the pair of early chairs. Look at the beautiful turnings on these. They have the sausage turnings on the front, bun feet. And we have what? $300 on a pair and set them at $300. Nobody needs to sit down. Pass those away. Next object. Next we have circa pine chest in green paint. A nice early storage chest, like a sea chest, and 6 blank chests in old green paint. What's your pleasure on that nice sea chest? From the house in Portland also. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wears, have it 200 and go on that early sea chest in green paint. Anyone for 200? Nobody wants that? Pass that away. Next we have, ooh, there we go. Where's that stand? Right there. Look at this one. Look at this stand right here. A Federal period figured wood stand right there, wood drawer. Lovely original piece right here, all in wavy birch. It's all in wavy birch right there with a hollow brass original period knob. And what's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200, 200, 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5 and 275. 2.5 and now 275. 250 and 275 and 300. 275 and 3 and 275 and 3. That's a good one. 275 and 300. At 275 and 300, early nails holding the drawer together. At 275 and 3. Any more? All in all, then 275. Yes, thank you. And 300. At 275 is on the floor and 300. Show them the top of that time. One time, Ben. Oh, I need 300. I have 300. I'm sorry. 300 now, 3.25. Look at that wavy birch on that. I have 300 now, 3.25. Any more? At 300, 3.25, all over the place. 3.25, 3.5, 375. I have 350 with a lady now. Saw her first. I have 350 and then 375 anymore. Last call, once, twice, and you got it. 350, 139. 350 to 139. Next we have, look at the paint decoration on this. Is all sponge decorated in blue. A nice early chest and all sponge decorated in blue. What's your pleasure on this? 3.25. Look at the great paint on this. At 3.25 and 3.5. At 3.25, 3.5, at 3.25, 3.5. Make a great wood box, 3.5. Yeah, thank you. At 375, at 350, now 375. It's on the floor at 350, 375. I can't see. 375, thank you. And 400, 400 here, and 4.25, and 4.25, and 4.5, and 475, and 500, and 550, and 600, and 650. I have 600 in the middle and 650. A great piece of sponge decorated furniture. I have 600 and 650 anymore. 600 to 34. 600 to 34. That's a nice piece of decorated furniture. And next we have another good stand right here. This is a solid cherry Sheridan stand, but look at the great detailing, carving on those legs, down at the bottom and on the legs right there. Nice carving right there in solid cherry. Nice dovetailing on the drawer. Never seen them with the carvings like that. What's your pleasure on this? 175 and 200. I have 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, half 75, 75, 300 and 3. I have 3.25 on the floor and 3.5, 3.5, 375, 400, 400, 400, 4.25. You're out. I have 400 now, 4.25 on the stand. I have 400 now, 4.25, 400, 4.25. At 400, 4.25. That nice Sheridan stand, solid cherry. Any more? So 400. Next, we have a cherry tilt-top trestle-based chair table. And on the chair table right here, Look at this beautiful chair table right here with an oval top, shoe feet, carved center. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have what? $300 to set it in. Starting things low. $300 where it's about $300 on the table. And it's a $300, $200 on that oval chair table. It's a cherry tilt top chair table. The top tips up 28 inches by 43 by 51 wide. Any inch in that. 300 wear, 200 wear. No inch in that table? Wow. Pass away. Next object. We have an empty case. If you don't like grandfather clocks with movements, this one's an empty case. As a paint decorated case, and on that right there, I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/2 and 275, 250, 275 and 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. No, I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 with Carol and 3 1/2 if you want it. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Carol, 3 1/4. We're on lot 2,122, approaching 2,123. Next, we have a rare Canadian, an early Canadian chair table from the Linda Bean estate in green paint. What's your pleasure on that? $375. This is an 18th century Quebec, Canada chair table. These are rare as anything. In Canada, would probably be in a shop maybe 3,000. It has a lift seat on it and old paint. What do we have? $375 and now $400. I have $375 and $400. This is a rare piece of Canadian furniture. I have $375 and now $400. Going to sell. $375 once, twice, and for $400 on that great early chair table. It's made in the 18th century with handmade tools. Any more? $375. Next time you see it, it'll be in Canada at $3,000. Here we go. On a 19th century Canadian solid cherry step-back cupboard. A step-back cupboard in solid cherry with 4 doors and 2 drawers. What's your pleasure on this one? This is from an estate in Farmington. And what's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 in that beautiful cupboard. I hope somebody looked at it. This is a lovely piece in solid cherry. And even for $1,000. No inch in that piece. Once, twice, and next item. Next, we have a set of assembled colonial armchairs and side chairs. We have an armchair and 4 side chairs with a ladder back and nice finials. 2 of them look like they're possibly shaker. And what's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now 1 1/4 for the nice set of chairs. I have 100 now, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at only $100 in that whole set of 5 period chairs with rush seats at $100, 100 1/4 if you like them. 100 it is. Live auctioneers. Next we go to, oh, look at this. 1830 Wyndham, Maine Fracture. Elder Graffin family. Look at that beautiful early piece in the original painted and carved frame. What's your pleasure on this? $250 I have, and $300 I have, and 3 1/4, and 3 1/2, and $375, and $400, and 4 1/4, and 4 1/2, and $475, and $500. $500. And I had $500. I need $550. I have $550, $600. I have $600, $650. I have $600 now, $650. That's $600 and $650 in that rare Fractor. I have $600 now, $650. Any more? I have $600 once, $600 twice, and for $650 on that lovely original Fractor. Any more? $600 Carol. Online. Next we have an 18th century chinoiserie decorated tabletop mirror. Well, sometimes they call these little dressing stand mirrors for drawers, nice little dovetail drawers. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, 1 1/4. I have 100 now, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4. At 100, 1 1/4, 100, 1 1/4 anymore. All in, all done at $100. Gonna go. $100 done. Live auctioneers. Next we have, a great group of silhouettes. These are fabulous silhouettes. They all came out of an estate in Portland, Maine that I did. There's some fabulous silhouettes right here. And what's your pleasure? I have 3,000 on the floor, and now 3,250, and 3,500, and 3,750, and 4,000, and 42. I have 4,000, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 45, 4750. 47 FCs all over the place, and 5,000, now 5,500 for the group. I have 5,000, now 5,500. That's one of the best group of silhouettes we've ever had. 12 of them. I only have $5,000 and 5,500 if you like it. I have 5,000 once, 5,000 twice. Anyone for 5,500. What a great group of silhouettes. Somebody's going to be very happy tonight. Any more than 5,000? Once, twice, and Carol, you got them. Online bidder, 5,000. The floor is out. It's going online. And from the same family, look at these. From the same family of these next group right here of miniature portraits. These are absolutely stunning. Most of these are on ivory or paper. Very early ones. What's your pleasure on those? May I have 1,000? I have, and now 1,100. 11 and 12. I have 1,100, now 1,200, 11 and 12. 12 I have, and 1,300. I have 1,200 and 1,300. I think they're much better than that. I have 1,200, now 1,300. This one's especially good. It says the guy's name on the back and everything about him. I have 1,200, now 1,300. I have 1,200, now 13 and 12 and 1,300. From the same house in Portland, Maine. I have 1,200 once, twice, and 1,300. Gone, 1,200. Now we have a very nice circa 1790 mahogany chest on chest right here. Has 4 drawers above and 2 drawers below with a beautiful high Chippendale bracket base. What's your pleasure on that lovely chest of drawers? What's your pleasure on that chest of drawers right there? May we have what? $500 starting very low. 500 of that nice period chest of drawers for around 1790. That would have been made. Anyone for 500? Nobody needs a nice chest of drawers? Anyone for $500 that chest of drawers? Nobody wants that? Pass away then. Next item. Next item is a large Chinese decorated rug. And on that right there, we have a 92.5 by 133.5 inches large Chinese rug with a beautiful gold background. And what's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have $1,000 open and 1,100 if you'd like it. 11 I have, and now 12. 12 I have, and now 13. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13 and 12 and 13. That great rug. 13 of course now 1,400. I have 1,300 on the phone with Sylvia and 1,400. And there's an important Chinese rug. I have 1,300 now 1,400. I have 1,300 now 14 anymore. At 1,300 now 14. I have 1,400 now 1,500. Need 14 now 15. I need 1,500. 1,500 and now 1,600. I have 1,500 with Sylvia, now 16. I have 1,500 now 16 and 15 16. This came out of a lovely house in Palm Beach at 1,500 1,600. I have 1,500 once, 1,500 twice, him for 1,600. Shh. Any more? Sylvia, 1,500. 434. Next we have a lovely Carabao rug, 4.5 by 72. It's signed and dated by the maker. It was made in 1918 from South Caucasia. And what's your pleasure on that rare rug right there? May we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 I have, and 650. I have 650 and 700. That rare Carabao rug. I have 650 and 700. 700. 750 I have, and now 800. I have 750 now 8. I have 750 now 8. No money for 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. Wood Jen at 800 8.5 and now 9. A signed and dated rug. You never 900. 950 on the floor and 1,000. I have 950, 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100. This incredible rug at only $1,000, 1,100 if you like it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and 1,100 if you like it. With Jen on the phone at $1,000, 1,100. Any more? Jen, 1,000. 4, 5, 6 buys, 1,000. That's a great rug. Next we have another great rug. This is a 7.4 by 10.6, 10.6 Harries. It's a beautiful Harries pattern rug right there. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? These are all from Hopswell, Maine, out of an estate in Hopswell. And may we have what? I have 500 now 600. I have 500 600 now 7. I have 600 now 7 in that big room size rug. I have 600 now 700 all over the place. 700 now 800. I have 700 now 8 at 7 now 8. I have 7 now 800 if you like it. I have 7 now 800 I have, and now 9. I have 8 too late. I have 8 now 9. I have 800 now 900. 900 I have with Jasmine. I have 900 with Jasmine, now 1,000. I have 900 now 1,000, that rare room size rug, no money. I have 900 now 1,000 if you want it. And 900 only, and now 1,000 if you like it. I have 900 once, 900 twice, and for $1,000. Any more? What a great buy in that rug. 1,000 I have. Thank you. And now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor. Now 1,100 if you want it. No money for that. I have 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100 if you want it. 1,100 I have and 12 now. Would you go 12? I have 1,100, 12. 1,200 of course and 1,300. And 1,300 in a rug store is 10,000. I have 1,200 now 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13. At 1,200 once, 13 here and 14 now. I have 13 now 14. Saving money if you need one. I have 1,300 now 1,400. I have 1,300 once, 1,300 twice and for 1,400. Are we all in all that? 1,300. Are you sure? 1,300. 441. 443. Oh, 443. Next we have another Caucasian Kila, 4.5 by 13.6. Another one right here. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $500 set it in. 500 I have and now 550. I have 500 now 550 and 500 and 550. At 500 now 550 and 550. Yes, and 600. 600 I have and 650 now. I have 600 on the floor and 650. At 600 now 650 is 650. Yes, and 700. These are nice period rugs, all from the house in Hopswell, Maine. I have 600 now 650. At 600 on the phone with Sylvia and 650 if you want it. I have 600 once, 600 twice. That nice rug. You have 600. Yep. You have 600, now 650. I'm looking for 650. It's 4.5 by 13.6. I have 650 and now 700 and now 700. I have 650 now 700 if you want it. I have 650 and 700 of course and 750. I have 700 now 750 and 700 once, twice and for 750 and that nice carpet. Any more? Once, twice and 700. The phone. 361 buys. Next, we have a American classical mahogany tall server. This came out of a house in Damascotta, Maine. A beautiful piece of furniture in great quality. It has the carved columns coming down the side and paw feet with original brasses and beautiful shape. What's your pleasure on that one? 500 I have. 500 and 550. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600. Beautiful condition. I have 550 and 600 to 550 and 600. 600 I have on the floor and 650. I have 6 on the floor and 650. 650, 700, 700. I have 7 on the floor and 750. I have 750, 800 on the floor and 850. I have 800 now 850. 850 I have a 900 on the floor and now 950 with Emily and now 1,000. I have need 1,000 now. I have 950 need 1,000. Beautiful piece of furniture. At 950 now 1,000 if you want it. At 950 now 1,000 if you want it. 950 and 1,000. And 950 now 1,000. A beautiful piece of furniture. 1,000 I have. And now 1,100. I have 1,100 now 12. 1,100 with Emily now 1,200. 11 and 12. 11 and 12. 1,100 1,200. 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. A beautiful piece of classical furniture at 1,100. Emily, 1,100 your way. These rare paintings came out of the house where the silhouettes and the miniatures of ivory. A rare pair of painting portraits by Joseph Whiting Stock. He worked in Massachusetts from 1815 to 1955. He only lived 40 years. And what's your pleasure on that lovely pair of paintings in lemon gold frames? What's your pleasure on those? May I have what? $5,000 kick it in where? 5,000 open those and 5,000 where instead of 5,000? Instead 5,000. Instead 5,000 on the pair of pictures? 5,000, of course, and 5,500. I have 5,000 on 5,500. These are 5,500 and 6,000. I have 5,500 on the floor and 6,000. At 5,500 and 6,000. They paid 25,000 for these 20 years ago. I have 6,000 now 6,500. 6,500 now 7,000. 7,000. Her mother paid 25,000 for these. I have 6,500 now 7,000. 7,000. 7,500. They're fabulous. Untouched. I have 7,000, now 7,500. I have 7,000 online, 7,500 in that audience. I don't blame you. And now 8,000. I have 7,500, now 8,000. 8,000 I have, and now 8,500. 8,500. Where are you going to find another pair that cheap? I have 8,000, 8,500, and now 9,000. I have 8,500, now 9,000 if you want them. 9,000 I have, and now 9,500. Yes, now 10,000, and now 10,000. Should have opened there at 9,500 and 10,000 on the floor and selling at 9,500 once, 9,500 twice. What a buy. Anyone for 10,000? Congratulations, you got them. 9,500 to 38. 9,500 to 38. And next we have more wonderful things all day long. A Simon Willard grandfather clock. A beautiful Simon Willard original grandfather clock with the original finials. Beautiful condition. What's your pleasure on the Simon Willard grandfather clock? May we have what? 5,000 set it in on the Simon Willard. 5,000 ways to set it in. Go in at 5,000. And instead the Simon Willard clock at 5,000. And you said 5,000. 4,000. 4,000. And you said 4,000. That's a rare, rare clock. Nobody wants it? Passed away then. Next object, we have another rare carpet. This is a Mahal carpet, 8.9 by 11.6. 8.9 by 11.6. And what's your pleasure on this one? I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000 immediately, 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100, the rare carpet. At 1,000, 1,100 anymore. All in, all done at $1,000, 1,100. The rare carpet, no money for that at all. I have 1,000, now 1,100 to you, Darren. 11 I have, and now 12. I have 11, need 12 now. I have 1,100, need 12, 11 and 12. 11 and 12. Again, from the house in Hopswell. Fabulous house on the ocean with great stuff. I have 1,100 Carol and 1,200. Going to sell it. 1,100 once, 1,100 twice, and 1,200. We all in all then. 1,100. We are 1,100. Online bidder. Carol got that one. Next we have, look at this one here. You want to see a beautiful rug? This is a Kazakh 5.9 by 9.2. 5.9 by 9.2. Again from the same, another house on the ocean. What's your pleasure on this one? 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900 now 950. And 900, 950, and 950 if you want it. I have 900 now 950 in that great rug at only $900 in that beautiful rug. 900 once, 900 twice, and with 950 anymore. It's 900 then. Next we have a runner, a corridor runner. It's 310 by 17 feet 10 inches. So if you have a long haul, this is a great rug for you. And a shop, this would in a rug shop, this would be around somewhere between 7,500, 8,000. Maybe we have $1,000 set it in. Where do we have 500 then set it in? 550. I like that better than 600. I have 550 and 600. That great handmade rug. At 550 and 600. At 550 and 600. 550 and 600. Any more than 550, all in, all done at only 550. That great rug. 600 and 650. I have 600 now 650. It's 310 by 17 feet 10 inches. I have 600 now 650. At 600 once, 600 twice, and 650 if you like it. I have 600 now 650. Callie. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600 650 anymore. Selling once, twice, and it's 600 to Carol. Online bidder. Next we have a Caucasian Vena rug. A Caucasian Vena rug. A Caucasian Vena rug. And right there, what's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $300 and set it in. 300 I have and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, all over the place. 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. She's out. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2 on the phone, 475 and 500 and 500. Quickly. I have 475 is on 500 and 550. 550 is on the floor and 600. I have 550 with the lady on the left. 600, 650. 650 is on the floor to the left and 700. I have 650 and 7. 650 once, twice, all in all at 700 and 750. 750, 800. I have 750s on the floor now 800. I have 750 now 8 at 750 now 8. At 750, 800 I have an 8 1/2. One more time. 8 1/2, thank you, and now 900. Sometimes that's all it takes. I have 850 now 9. I have 850 now 900 and selling. 900 I have, and now 9 1/2. I have 900 now 9 1/2 and 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000 if you want it. And 1,000 I have and 1,100. I have 1,000 now 11, 1,011. 1,100 on the floor and 1,200. She's back in. I have 1,100 now 12. 11 and 12, 11 and 12. 12 I have and 13 now. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 once, 1,200 twice, and for 1,300. 13 she's back in, and now 1,400. I have 1,300 now 1,400. I have 1,314 anymore. Last call. 14 in time and 15 now. I have 1,400 now 1,500. You gave it a great run, dear. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 15 and 14 and 15. 14 once, 14 twice. Anyone for 1,500? 1,400 phone. 361, 1,400. Next we have a cherry and tiger maple chest. Look at this beautiful one right here. A nice country Hepplewhite chest. This would have been made around 1790 to 1810 in solid figured cherry and beautiful oval brasses, lovely condition. And what's your pleasure on this one? 750 I have now 800. I have 750 now 800 to 750 now 800. 800 I have 8 1/2. I have 800, 8 1/2 and now 9 and now 9. 900, 950 I have. 950 here now 1,000, 1,000 now 1,100. At only $1,000 that fabulous chest of drawers. I've $1,000 now 1,100. And 1,000 in the center now 1,100. And 1,000 once, 1,000 twice. Boy, if you need a great chest of drawers, 1,100 with the gentleman behind you. And now 1,200. 1,200 with the lady in front of you. And now 1,300, sir. I have 1,200 with the lady in front of you. Now 13. At 12 and 13 and 12 and 13 anymore. At 1,200 once, twice, and for 1,300. All in all, then 1,200. Beautiful piece of furniture. You got it. 1,200, number 34. 1,200 to 34. Next, we have a life-size bronze finished bust of George Washington. And on the George Washington bust, what's your pleasure on that? And we have what? 500 ways to 500 to go. 500 on the George Washington bust. And it's at 500 on the good old George. And for 500, 300. And it's at 300. And it's at 300. This is a nice period bust with a bronze finish. I believe it's over plaster. At 300 wear. And once George, pass him away. George is out of here. Next, we have a nice painting right here. This is a very famous image. This is after this is a period painting after Gilbert Stuart, the Lansdowne Portrait. It's called of 1796. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that rare Washington painting right here in a very expensive frame? What's your pleasure in that? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where? 500 I have, and now 750 is better. I was 800 and 850. I've 800 and 850 at 800, 850. At 800, reasonable for that. At 800, 850 anymore. At 800 and selling, 800 once, 800 twice. Poor old George. I've 800, now 850. I've 800, now 850 anymore. 800 once, twice, and for 850. We all end on at $800. That seems reasonable for that. Anymore. It's $800 then. And here's a very famous image. Where's the other Gilbert Stuart? Thank you, buddy. All right, Connor's holding one of the most famous portraits of George Washington. A nice period piece right here in a very expensive gold medal leaf frame right here. And what's your pleasure on this one? Here we have $1,000 and set it in quickly. $1,000 where? What's it got information with it? Oh. We always like them when they have extra information. Oh, it shows one that sold years ago right here. Anyway, what's your pleasure on this? May I have $1,000 set it in. This is a very rare portrait of Washington with this horse. 500 wear. Viewing Boston from Dorchester Heights. It was 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550 I have, and 600. I have 550 and 600. 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600, now 650, and 600, 650. Should be hands everywhere. That's a very important portrait. I have 600, now 650. Any more? All in all, then, 600, 650. Any more? That one was passed as 600. Not many things had a reserve, but that one did. Next item, we have a pair of Chinese export Grazil porcelain vases. And on those right there, what's your pleasure on those export vases right there? Maybe 500 I have, and 550 I have, and 600. I have 550 and 600, 650, 700, 750, 750, 800, 800, 850, now 900, 950, now 1,000, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. These are rare, rare, rare. I have 1,000, now 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000, 1,100. The original price tag is on these when they bought them. It said, Complete Anglers. The images from the Complete Anglers by Isaac Newton. And the original price on this, way back along, was the original tags on it, $5,500. And I only have $1,000 so far. Original wooden stands. I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000 with Emily, and now 1,100. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, and for 1,100. There's a great buy on those. And even for $1,100. Any more? 1,000, Emily. Live auctioneers. Next we have the Gilbert Stuart portrait. Look at this. Fabulous Gilbert Stuart portrait on that. This came in from an estate in Western Maine. From Western Maine. Oops. How come that came after that? Those Chinese pieces should have came after this. All right. Here we go. On the Gilbert Stuart, a portrait of Hannah Rear Caldwell from Philadelphia, 1767 to 1825, oiled on cradle mahogany panel, circa 1807, housed in a very rare period Dutch ripple frame. The frame on this painting right here could go on a $5 or $10 million Rembrandt. This is a period French ripple front frame. Very, very rare frame. I was going to change the frame, but it came on it, and it has all this historical documentation about her and Gilbert Stuart on the back of the frame, so we left it. Anyway, on the Gilbert Stuart, what's your pleasure in this? I have 10. How much? 7,500 and now 8,000. I have 7,500 now 8,000. Of course, in 8,500. I have 8,500 and now 9,000. I have 8,500 9,000. All the documents are on the back of it. I have 8,500 now 9,000. I have 8,500 9,000 right here on the floor and now 9,500. A rare portrait. 9,500 and 10,000. I have 10,000 with the lady on the floor and 11,000 and now 12,000. I have 11,000 now 12,000. 12,000 of course and now 13,000. I have 12,000 and 13,000. This rare portrait on the floor at 12,000 and 13. 13's on the phone now and now 14,000. I have 13,000 now 14,000. A rare Gilbert Stuart portrait. I have only 13,000. 14. I have 14 ahead of you. 14,000 on the floor and now 15,000. I have 14,000. This important portrait. I have 14,000 now 15,000. I have 15,000 on the phone with Darren and now 16,000. I have 15,000 now 16,000. 16,000 with Carol online now and now 17,000 on the Stuart portrait. You can take the 17,000, now 18,000. Think about it. You can take the frame off and sell it for that much money. That's how rare that frame is. I have 17,000 with Darren, and now 18,000. I have 17,000, now 18,000. I have 17,000, now 18,000. I have 17,000, 18,000. I have 17,000 on the phone once. As 17 on the phone twice, 18 in time, 18,000 with Carol online, and now 19,000. And 19,000 should have started at 20. At 19,000, now 19,000. I've eaten 19,000 on the phone with Darren, and now 20,000. I've 19,000, now 20,000. I've $19,000 only on that rare Gilbert Stuart portrait, beautiful portrait, in that great, rare frame. I've 19,000, 20,000 on the floor, and now 21,000. She's back in. At 20,000, now 21,000. You won't find another one for that price. I have 20,000, now 21,000. It's on the floor with the lady seated left at 20,000 once, 20,000 twice. Anyone else for 21,000? That rare portrait. She's a good one. 21,000. And now 22,000. At 21,000 and 22,000. At 21,000 and 22. At 21,000, that rare portrait. At 21,000 and 22. You want to go one more time? I have 21,000 with Carol and 22,000. 21,000 once. 21,000 twice. Any more? Carol, you'll buy it. 21,000. Online bidder. 21,000. Rare portrait. Next we have a lovely American signed. You never find signed furniture very often. This is signed by Edmund Cross, 1804. Massachusetts furniture maker. Look at the figured mahogany in this piece. What's your pleasure in that nice Hepworth card table? On the Hepworth card table, may we have what? $500 where instead in that rare card table. And it's at $500, a nice signed piece of American furniture. Anyone for $500? Anyone for $500 on the table? And it's at $500. $500 I have, and $550 now. I have only $500 and $550 on the signed piece of American Hepworth furniture. I have $500 now, $550. At only $500, I'm going to sell it. $500 once, $550, thank you, and $600 there, and $650, and $700, and $750, and $800. Nice piece of furniture. I have $750 now, 8. I have $750 in the middle now, $800. Boy, that's a great piece of furniture. $750 once, twice, any more? You got it. $750. Nice buy. $34. $750 to $34. That's a great piece of furniture here today. Another carpet. Now you have to have a long hallway for this. It's 19 feet. 19 feet by 2 feet 7 wide. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? How much? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, or 3 1/2 and 370, 3 1/2 and 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/4. Yes, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 on the phone, 4 1/2 if you want it. 4 1/2 and 475, 475, 500. I have 475 and 500 now for that nice run at 500, 550, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 600, 650, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700 on the runner. I have 650 with Jen, 700 with Carol, and 750, 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800, 800, 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 800 now 8 1/2. At 850 and now 900. Of 850 now 9 on that nice runner. At 900 I have it now 950. I have 900 now 950 with Carol at 900 once, 900 twice, and for 950. Any more? Once, twice, and any more? 900, Carol. Next we have Indo-Persian runner. This is a rare one right here. This is from the house in Hopswell again. 2 feet 6 by 17.6. And on that right there, I have 500, now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 5 and 550. At 500 only, and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 6. Where's your other phone? I have 550 and 600. You had two phones on it. Oh, you did. I have 550 and 600. At only 550 and 600, I'm going to go. 550 once, twice, and 600 if you want it. Any more? With Carol at 550. Sold Carol, 550. Next, we have another tall clock, an 18th century American Chippendale tall clock with a beautiful broken arch top, carved columns on either side, brass finials with the eagle finial on the top. Is 7 feet 8 inches high. And what's your pleasure in that beautiful grandfather clock? May we have what? How much? 250. Somebody wants to get the eagle finial. The rest of the clock has to be paid for. I have 250 and 275. At 275 and 300. At 275. This is a nice period clock. At 250, 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. Ridiculous. 300. I have 300 on the floor and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter for an American tall clock. 3 and a quarter. 3 and a half. It's a gift. You couldn't buy the pendulum for that. 350 and 375. At 350 and 375. On the floor at 375. 400, sir. Still for nothing. 400 now 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now 4 and a quarter. We're going to 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. We paid for the finials. The clock is free. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, and that nice American tall clock. At 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. You sure? Well, if you want a tall clock, that's no money. I have 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. At 4 and a quarter once, twice, and for 450. What a buy. 4 and a quarter, Carol. Next, we have a rare Chinese export, Famille Rose, 100 butterflies pattern platter on that right there. And it is almost 13 inches wide and 10 inches wide, 14 inches, 13 inches long. What's your pleasure in that? 200 I have. This is from the house in Palm Beach. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter. 1,000 butterflies. I have only 200, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. This is the early stuff. It has all the dimpling in the back, which is the early stuff. 2 and a half and 275. I 250 and 275. Quickly, I 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275. We all in all done at 250 and 275 if you want it. It's 250 then. Live auctioneers buys. 2153. 2153 is another great painting right here by a famous artist. This is by George Dury. George Dury was in Connecticut, 1820 to 63, daughter of Connecticut Governor English. This is the daughter of Governor English. And what's your pleasure in this rare piece right here? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. We have to go right by hundreds. 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000, has all the information on the back, all these handwritten notes on the back. I have 2,000, now 2,100, that rare portrait. At 2,000, now 2,100, and 2,021. At only $2,000. Wow. At 2,000 once, 2,000 twice. Going to sell it. Any more? All in, all done at 2,000. It's gone, 2,000. That's a nice buy on that. Next we have another runner. This one's 3.5 by 15.10 by 15.10, and on this right here, nice rug right there. What's your pleasure? I have 500 now, 550, 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600. At 550, 600 with Jen and 650. I have 600 now, 650 on the runner. I have 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650. At 600 now, 650. At 600, 650 more. At 600 once, 600 twice. At 650 with Darren on the phone. 700 with Jen, and now 750. I have 700, 750. These cost a fortune to buy. 750, 800. 800 I have, now 850. I have 800 with Jen and Epstein, now 850. 850 with Darren on the phone. 900 with Jen on the other phone, and now 950, and now 950. Of 900, now 950, 950, and now 1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100, that great runner. At 1,000, 1,100 with Darren, and 1,200 now. 1,200 I have, and 1,300. I have 1,200 now, 13. At 1,200 now, 13, and 12 and 13. 13 with Darren on the phone, now 1,400. I have 13 and now 14. 14 with Jen's phone, now 1,500. I have 14 and now 15. At 14 and 15, 15 I have with Darren's phone, and now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 16. 1,600 with Jen's phone, and now 1,700. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600 and 1,700. At 1,600 and 1,700. At 1,600 and 1,700. It's only $100 a foot. I have 1,600 once, twice, and 1,700. Sold 1,600. 456. 1,600. Oh, look at this lovely painting right here by a famous American still life painter, Paul Lacroix. He worked in New York, New Jersey, and France, 1827 to 1869, in an original, beautifully carved match corner frame. This is from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe we have a couple $1,000 to set it in. 2,000 where it should have been 1,500 then. At 1,500 where? This guy's huge money in the galleries. Huge money. 1,500 where? It's at 1,500. Pass it away. We'll sell it another day. Next we have another great rug right here. Persian rug, 8 feet by 5'5". 8 feet by 5'5". Look at the great dark colors on that rug right there. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? I 300, now 3 1/4. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375. 375 and 400. I 375 is on the floor on 400. I 375 and 4 and 375 and 4. It's on you at 375 and $400. At 375 only and 400. Then nice Persian rug. 400 I have and 4 1/4. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Reasonable. 8 feet by 5'5". I only have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. All handmade in wool. I 4 1/2 and 475. 475 is on the floor on the left and 500. I have 475 now 500. I have 475. I'm going to sell it at 475 once. A nice room size rug at 475 anymore. All in all, then 475 once, twice, and it's yours. 475 to 139. 475, 139. Next we have a nice period desk right here, circa 18. It's actually a Hepplewhite, so it says 1830. It should say 1800 on that two-part secretary bookcase. It has a reticulated broken arch top, beautiful panel glass doors, which comes off. So the top comes off to move it, and then you have the lower case with the 4 drawers. Has a nice shaped apron and Hepplewhite French feet. And what's your pleasure on that? May I have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where it said it in $1,000. $750, $500. 500 I have and 550 in that great piece of furniture. At 500 now 550. At only $500 and 550 if you'd like it. At 500 and 550 in that nice piece of period American furniture. At only $500 and 550 if you'd like it. At 500 once, 550, 600 should be everywhere. I 550 and 600. Boy, if you want a nice piece of furniture, this is it. It's a desk and secretary bookcase. I 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore. 550 once, twice, in for 600. All in all at 550 and going. And gone. 550. Online bidder. Nice buy on that. Next we have a circa 1810 portrait of a young man, Boston School. Boston School, and may have what, a couple thousand. I have 1,000 immediately, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 12 and 13. I have 13 and 14. 14 now 15. I have 15 now 16. Beautifully done. I have 15 and 16 and 15 and 16. And this is the style of frame that should have been on the Gilbert Stuart. And that other frame should be on a rare. Who's that one? Oh, it's here we go. We know who it is. Oric Bates from Harvard. He was an archaeologist. And I have what? We have 1,500, Carol? 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 1,600. 1,500 once, twice, in for 1,600 anymore. 1,500 it is. And here we go, a rare miniature portrait, The Wife of Samuel F.B. Morse by Piquet. It was done in Rome. And on that right there, which a pleasure in this rare portrait. 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 and 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, the rare portrait. I have 650 and 700. The Wife of Samuel F.B. Morse, 700, of course, and 750, 800. 800. Samuel Morse was the inventor of the telegraph and the Morse code. What do we have? 750 and 800. I have 750, 800, and 850, 850, 900. This was a commissioned portrait, I'm sure. I have 850, now 900, in this rare miniature in a period frame. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, 900, a one-of-a-kind thing, one-of-a-kind piece. I have 850 only and 900. I have only 850, now 900. All original frame and backing. 900, now 950. Should be bringing a couple thousand. I have 900, now 950. 900 once, 950 and 1,000. 950 and 1,000. Think about how rare that thing is and beautifully executed. I have 950, now 1,000. Worthy of any American museum. I have 950, now 1,000. Any more? 950 once, twice. Last call at 950, 1,000 if you want it. It's 950 then. Live auctioneers, grab that one. Next, we have another good rug. This is a Harries 1411 by 11.4. If you want a nice rug right there, that Harries is spectacular. And on that right there, may I have what? I have 1,000, 1,100. 1,500, that's even better. I have 1,500 open, 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16 on a $10,000 Harries rug. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 16 if you want it. I have 1,500, 16 in or out. I have 1,500, 1,600, that rare Harries rug and no money at only $1,500. These are $10,000 in the store. I have 1,500, 1,600. Any more? All in, all in. At 1,500, I'm going to sell it one bid. Any more? It's sold for 1,500. And next we have another tall clock. This is a rare one by tall clock by Samuel Renlet of Monmouth, Maine. Inside the door of that fabulous figured wood clock is a portrait of the general himself, Samuel Renlet. And what's your pleasure on this right here? Then we have $5,000 to open and set it into 5,000 wear. 5,000 on this rare clock. Samuel Renlet from Monmouth, Maine. Beautiful condition, all running. Original finials, fretwork, moon phase dial. Has all the weights and pendulums and 5,000 wear. And it's at 5,000, that rare clock. And he's at 5,000. I can open at 3,000, but it does have a reserve. The reserve is... You got 5,000. I thought so. I have 5,000 up 5,500. I have 5,000 up 5,500. I have only $5,000 in this fabulous clock. At $5,000 and set it in at 5,500. With Carol at 5,000, I'm going to sell it at 5,000 once, 5,000 twice, and 5,500. No money for this clock. This sold for $25,000 18 or 19 years ago. I have only $5,000 at 5,500. 5,000 once, twice. Fabulous clock. Any more? Carol, 5,000. Online bidder. That's a great clock. And next we have another great Harries rug right here. 12.4 by 9.10. 12.4 by 9.10 on the Harries right there. And I have 1,000 and 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. And 1,100 now 12. 1,100 now 12, 11 and 12. 1,100, 12. These are no money for these Harries rugs. I have 1,100, 1,200. I have and now 13. I have 1,200 now 1,300, 12 and 13 on that room-sized rug. 12.4 by 9.10. I have only $1,200 in that beautiful Harries carpet. I have 1,200 now 13. At 12 once, 12 twice, and for 1,300. Any more? What a buy. Your buy, Darren. 1,200. 1,200. 1,200, 341 buys. Next we have a palatial Persian rug, 21 feet 9 by 11.10 by 11.10. And what's your pleasure on this one? Another beautiful rug right there from a place in Rockland, Maine. It's 21.9 by 11.10 on that beautiful palace-sized carpet. And may we have, what, $1,000 wear and set it in. $1,000 wear. This is the tenant carpet. Years ago, we were getting $30,000, $40,000 for. And he went for $1,000. Nobody has a palace anymore, evidently. And he went for $1,000. That fabulous big carpet. No one for $1,000. Passed away then. Next we have... here's a beautiful portrait right here. Look at this one. Yep, thank you. A circa 1820 portrait of a New England gentleman. Look how the quality of that painting right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? May we have, what, $1,000 wear and set it in. 1,000 wear, set it in $1,000 and go. Just, it needs a light cleaning, but when you hold it up like this, it needs a light. This is a period frame, by the way. It just needs a light cleaning. He's got his watch chain with a fob on here, a little pearl button holding down his cravat. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? Maybe we have $500 then instead, and that's a really nice 400 I have, and now 4.25. I have 400 now 4.25. I have 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25, 4.5. 75 I have, and now 500. 500 and I have 550 now and 600. 600 I have 600 and 650 on the floor and 700. 700 I have and 750. I have 700 now 750 and now I have 800. I have 750 now 800. That's a fabulous portrait. I have 750 now 800. At 750 now 800 I have now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. When that's clean, it's going to be a stunner. Just needs a light cleaning. I have 800 now 8.5. At 800 once, 800 twice, and 850 if you like it. That handsome gentleman at only $800. Any more? In a period frame. Any more? It's $800 then. Next we have 4 Chinese blue and white export porcelain pieces. And what's your pleasure on all the Chinese export? All the Chinese export. What's your pleasure on this? 1.25, 1.5, 1.25, 1.5. We paid for the cover. What about the rest of it? 1.25, now 1.5. This has got the early Chinese marks on it. At 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, I have 175. I 150, now 175. I 150, now 175. And that's lovely early porcelain at only 150, 175 anymore. All in, all done at 150, 175. No money for this at all. And 150, 175 anymore. Once, twice, and it's 150, number 6. 150, number 6. Next, we have a Chippendale figured mahogany slant lid desk, and that little desk is 40 inches high by 36 inches wide and 21 inches deep. On that nice Chippendale desk that would have been made right around 1770 to 1780, which a pleasure on that little English desk right there. Then we have $500 set in that nice piece of furniture. 500 wear in that nice little country, little formal desk in mahogany. 500 wear, 500 I have. And 550 now. I have 500 now, 550, starting things low. At 500 now, 550. It's from a really nice estate. Has original Chippendale brasses on it. I have 500 now, 550 at only $500. One bid of that 550 and 600. That beautiful little desk. I have 550 and 600. 600 and 650. I have 600 now, 650 and 600 and 650. I have 600, 650 anymore. At 600 once, twice, and 650 if you like it. On that nice little plant lid desk. At 600 now, 650. 600 once, twice, and for 650, it's 600 then, Carol. Online bidder. Next we have another carpet, another great carpet right here. This is a Kashan, a beautiful Kashan. Look at the sheen on that rug. 10 feet by 14.3, and may have a couple of $1,000 and set it in. 2,000 with 1,500. I have it now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 16. I have now 17. I have 16, 17 on the floor now 18. 18 now 19. 19 on the floor now 2,000. And now 2,000, 2,000, and 2,100. I have 2,000. The floor is out. And 2,000 with Carol and 2,100. I have 2,000 with Carol and 2,100 if you'd like it. That beautiful rug. 10 feet by 14.3. I have only $2,000. I can't imagine what it cost in the store. I have 2,000 once, 2,000 twice, and with 2,100. 2,000. Online bidder. Next, we have another lovely portrait by Edwin D. White. Portrait of a woman seated in a draped window. He worked in New York and Mississippi, 1817 to 1877. What's your pleasure on this one? In a beautiful gold leaf frame. What's your pleasure on that picture? Here we have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where and set it in. That gold leaf frame cost that. Here we have $500 and set it in. 500 where and set it in. It's beautifully clean and restored. Doesn't need anything. She's ready to roll. And 500 where. And it's at $500 on that lovely portrait. Know what's in the portrait? And she will go. And he said 500. Passed away. Next we have another American tall clock, a New England grandfather clock, circa 1780 in cherry. And on that grandfather clock right there, which a pleasure on this one. Then we have $500 and set it in, starting it low. 500 wear. It looks like it has a ship on the dial. 500 wear on that little clock, on that grandfather clock. It's 83 3/4 inches tall, a nice small one. And it went for 500. Nobody wants that one? And ain't no tall clock buyers here. Passed away. Next we have an American Sheridan mirror with a glossome panel. And look at that one, a nice big one. A nice big one in mahogany with a nice reverse painting on the back. And what's your pleasure on this one? 150 I have, and 175 and 200, 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4, 200, 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2 and 75, 250 and 275. Is your phone out, Darren? No, I have two. What do we have? 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4. That's a nice one. A 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 and 3 1/4 anymore. 300 with 3 1/4 in the back. Thank you. 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. A 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Nice mirror. No money. A 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Once, twice, anymore. Going to the floor at 3 1/4. To the floor. 3 1/4. 85 is the buyer. 325 to 85. Chinese export. A Chinese export lacquered tea caddy with twin pewter compartments. Look at this one. It has 2 figures painted on the top. And when you open it, it has the original lead or pewter interiors. And what's your pleasure on this? Couple $100 wear. 200 wear, $200 and go. On that nice early tea caddies, probably around 1790 to 1800 that would have been made. $100 wear. And instead of $100, that rare tea caddy, instead of 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Reasonable, and no money for that. I have 100 now 1 1/4, and that's nice early piece of lacquered case with pewter interior. I have 100 once, twice. Any other bid? $100 sold. They want it sold. Here's a neat piece right here. It's an 1818 wallet belonging to Thomas Thomaston of Boston, a New York City ship owner. He lived from 1793 to 1864. Had quite a long life on this man. And what's your pleasure with all the documents that go with it? What's your pleasure on this? $350 I have, and $375. All these documents were found in his wallet. I $350, now $375. I $350 once, twice, and for $375 on an early wallet. I $350 once, twice, and $375. Any more? $350 it is. We sold a wallet like that last year for $10,000. Had the guy's name on it, and it had original tobacco currency in it. And next we have another great rug. Look at this one. Ooh. This is a Kazakh 4-panel rug, 15.7 by 12 feet on that lovely Kazakh right there. What's your pleasure on this? $800 I have, and now $850 I have, and $950, $950, $950, $1,000, $1,100. I have $1,000 now, $1,100. Is that 12? And now $1,300. I have $1,213 on that beautiful carpet. At 13 now 14. I have $1,300 now $1,400. I have $1,300 now 14 and 13 and 14. That fabulous carpet. I have 14 now 15. I have $1,400 now $1,500. I have $1,400 15 now 16. I have $1,500 $1,600. What a gorgeous rug that is. 16 now 17. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 1,600 now 17 now 18. All the way with Carol now. At 1,700 now 1,800. I have 1,700 now 1,800. 1,800 and Carol now 1,900. I have 1,800 now 19. I have 1,800 now 1,900. 18 now 19. Any more? All the 19 now 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. 1,900 2,000. And 2,000 I haven't done 21. I have 2,000 now 21. At only $2,000 on that fabulous rug. At 2,000 on 21. I have 2,100 now 22. At 2,100 now 22 and 21 and 22 and 23. At 2,200 now 23. At 2,200 once, 2,200 twice, and for 2,300. All in all, that 23 with Carol still going. With Carol all the way at 23 and 24. At 2,300 now 24. At 23 and 24 and 25. At 2,400 now 2,500. At 2,400 once, twice, and for 2,500. At selling once, twice at 2,400, 25 with Carol, and 2,750 now. At 2,500, that fabulous rug. At 2,500, 2,750. At 2,500 once, 2,750 and 3,000 now. At 2,750 and 3,000, a great rug. At 2,750 and 3,000, I can't imagine what it would cost in a rug shop. At 2,750 and 3,000, last call. 2,750 once, twice, and 3,000. Anyone? Sold. 2,750 Carol. Next we have, here's a really cool candle stand. This is a very important, this is probably Newport or Massachusetts. This is a very significant candle stand. It's in the old finish with a great Queen Anne base, a nice shaped foot, tilt top, but what's more fun, it has an original checkerboard or chessboard on the top. On this tilt top candle stand, an original surface. What's your pleasure on this? I have 1,000, now 1,100. I have 11, 12 and 13 on the floor, and 14 on this, 15 on the floor, 16. I have 15 now, 16 and 17, 18 on the floor, and now 19, and 2,000, and 2,100. I have 2,000 now, 2,100. This is a great stand. I have 2,000 now, 2,100. I have only $2,000 and 2,100 if you like it, and 2,000 and 2,100. Your person out. I have 2,000 with Carol online and 2,100. This great candle stand, a very fine candle stand at only 2,000 and 2,100. Beautiful shaped feet, little pad feet on it. At 2,000 once, twice, and for 2,100. Carol 2,000. Here we go, another good carpet. This is a red Saruk right here, 14.2 by 10 feet. 14.2 by 10 feet. And may I have $1,000 to set it in. I have, what is that? 750 I have, and now 800. I have 750 and now 800. I have 800 I have, and now 8.5. At 8.5 and now 9. I have 8.5 and now 900. 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900, 950. Is the other phone out? I have 900 with Jen, now 950. And 900 now 950 in that beautiful room-size rug. And 900 now 950. And 900 once, twice, and for 950 with Jen all the way now. And 900 once, twice, Jen 900. 443 buys, 900. Next, we have a Queen Anne tilt-top tea table, 18th century round cherry tilt-top tea table, 27 inches high by 32.5 inches diameter. What's your pleasure? That lovely Queen Anne, made around 1740, 1760, the Queen Anne period American furniture. And what's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have 300 set it in, 300, 200, no money for this. 100 I have now, 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, 175, 200, no money at all. 175, 200, of course, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. Great piece of American furniture. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, and 275, 275, 300, 300 now, no money. 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. It's unreserved. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. I'm going to sell it. I 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and 3 1/2 if you want it. 3 1/2, 75. I 375 on live auctioneers, now 400. I 375 and now 4. Bargain time. I 375 and now 4. I 375 and now 400. 400, Carol? 4 1/4 with Emily on live auctioneers and 4 1/2. I 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice, and for 4 1/2. All in, all done at 4 1/4 with Emily on live auctioneers. Once, twice, and Emily 4 1/4. And we're heading to 2177 right now. And there's a great carpet right there. This is a Serape, a 6-foot by 9-foot Serape. And what's your pleasure on this one? That's a great carpet right there. Maybe we have, what, $1,000 where and set it in. $1,000 where in that rare Serape carpet right there. That's one of the better patterns in the rug world. And 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500, now 550, and 500 and 550 on this rare rug. I have 500 and 550, I have 600. I have 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650, now 7. 650 and 7. 7, now 750. I have 700, now 750. At 700 and 750 anymore. All in, all done, 700, 750. The rug guy should be all over this. At 700, now 750 anymore. All in, all done, at 700, 750. Pass. That one had a reserve. Not much, but it did have a reserve. Next, we have another great Chippendale desk, a Chippendale hardwood desk right there. It is 39.5 inches high by 19 inches deep, 37 inches wide on that nice Chippendale bracket-footed chest right there. What's your pleasure? 250 have and 275, 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. This came out of the cottage on Sprucehead Island, at the tip of Sprucehead Island. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275 on that nice slant lid desk. 275 and 300. 275 and 300. At 275, this is a period desk from the 18th century. At 275 and now 300. At 275 once, twice, and 300 if you like it. Any more? Got to be sold. 300 I have and 3 1/4. It's unreserved. I have 300, 3 1/4. Nice period desk with an OG bracket base. I have 3 1/4. At 300 now 3 1/4. Gonna move it. 300 once, twice, and 3 1/4. 300. Our auctioneers buys. A nice pillar and scroll, an Eli and Samuel Terry pillar and scroll shelf clock in beautiful condition. We have all the brass finials and ready to go. What makes this one a rare one is you can see the escapement when it's moving. They usually don't have that. And what's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300, 300 and 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at 4 1/4, 4 1/2, under the money. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. That's a rare one. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2, at 4 1/4 once, 4 1/4 twice. I'm going to sell it at 4 1/4 anymore. That's a nice Terry clock. Selling once, twice, and it's $425 it is. Online bidder. Next we have, this is a really exciting Chippendale mirror. You know why? Because they always have the fretwork, but this one has eagle fretwork. Never seen one in 56 years of doing this business. Has carvings, eagle fretwork on either side of that great crest, all original, and on that rare clock, rare mirror right there, with hidden profiles of eagles in the upper corners, retaining the original silvered glass and backboards. They're always fooled with. This one's never been touched. 38.5 inches high, 21 inches wide. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. This is a rare, rare mirror. I have 300, 3 1/4, and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2, of course, and 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. This is a rare, rare Chippendale mirror. I have 375 and now 400. I have 375 and 4. It should be everywhere. I have 375 and 400, that rare mirror. I have 375 and 4. It wouldn't work so hard if it wasn't so rare. It's from the house on the end of Sprucehead Island. I have 375 and 400. Of course, I heard Emily first. 400, now 4 1/4. I have 400, now 4 1/4. at 400. This is a rare Chippendale mirror, 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. You won't find another one like this. At 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 once, 4.25 twice, and for $450 on that rare Chippendale mirror with eagle cutouts, $450 and $475. I $450 and $475. Should have started at $1,000. I $450 and $475. You'll never find another one like this. I $450 now $475. Once, twice, even for $475. Gonna sell it. They want all their stuff sold. Sold $450. A rare buy for cheap money. And here we go on the next item. Another great mirror right here. A Federal Period gilt mirror with a cloisonne theorem, a still life theorem with the original. You can see all the original wavy glass on the top. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and 1.25, and 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5, and 175. 150 now 175, and 150 now 175, 150, 175. You couldn't buy the glass for that. 175 and now 200, and 175 and now 2. And that period mirror has a fabulous original painting on the top. And 175 now 2. Need 200. Aim 200 I have with Carol and 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25, 200, 2.25. At 200 2.25 is on the phone at 2.5. Way under the money. At 2.25 and 2.5. At 2.25 once, twice, in for 250. We all end on then 2.25, 2.5. It's 2.25 then. 407 buys 2.25. Next we have this is a nice piece of Southern furniture from Virginia. Virginia Chippendale walnut secretary desk. This is from the Doris Buffett estate, from her estate in Virginia. This is Warren's sister. And on this right here, maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. How much? 1,600 and 1,700 now. I've 1,600 now 17. I've 1,600 now 17 on that great 18th century Virginia piece of furniture. I've 1,600 now 17 from the Doris Buffett estate. I've 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and for 1,700 any more. Once, twice, and 1,600. And now we have another great rug. This is a Tabriz, 14.7 by 9.11. And on the Tabriz right here, this is like, this rug was in a multi-million-dollar house in Portland that was all restored. The lady had it 20 years, and according to the family, she stayed there one night. And it's all the things in the house were brand spanking new condition. This rug is like it was just made. And on it right there, she probably paid, I don't know, $10,000, $20,000 for this rug. Anyway, it's here to be sold. What's your pleasure on this great rug? Maybe $1,000 and set it in. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have $1,000 and 1,100. These rugs she has are spectacular. I have 1,000 now 1,100 on that great rug. At 1,000 now 1,100. At $1,000 only. 14.7 by 9.11. At 1,000 and selling. Any more? 1,000 once, twice, any more? 1,000 to 373. 1,373 buys. Next we have another nice little Sheridan drop leaf stand with a looks like it has an opalescent sandwich glass knob. Where's that little stand? Is that handy? Careful with that painting. Watch that painting. And on this little stand right here, we have a nice Sheridan cherry drop leaf stand. This would have been made around 1820, 1830. Nice little drop leaf stand with a single drawer with a, looks like a milk glass or sandwich glass knob. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 they have, and 1.25, 1.25, 1.5, and 1.5, and 175, and 175, 200, and 2.25, 2.25, and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 anymore. At 2.25, 2.5, and that nice little stand at 2.25, 2.5. Jen, 2.25. 2185 is another contemporary Therese rug from the Osher estate in Portland, Maine. And on that right there, may I have a couple $1,000 and set it in. 2,000 where I have 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. 11 and 12. 12 is on the floor and 13 now. 13 and 14. 14 and 15. 15 and 16. 16 and 17. And now 18. And now 19. And now 2,000. I have 1,900 now 2,000. I have fabulous rug. I have 1,900 and 2,000. Probably paid $20,000 for this rug. It's 9.9 by 13. I have only $1,900 in selling. 1,900 once, twice, and for 2,000. Anyway, 2,000 here, and now 2,122. At 2,122, 22 is a fabulous rug, and 23 like brand spanking new. I have 2,200 down front, and 2,300 if you want it. That fabulous rug. 2,200 once, twice, any more? It's yours, dear. Is it 23 your number? 23. 2,200 to 23. Why is it going down? Okay. There we go. And now we have an assembled set of 9 Chippendale chairs. Nice Chippendale chairs. What's your pleasure on these? These are from the Doris Buffett estate again. $750 and now $800. I have $750 and $800 and 9 Chippendale chairs. Beautiful Philadelphia Chippendale chairs. I have $750 now $800. I have $750 with the Carol now $800 on the lot at only $750 and $800. At $750 and $800, no money. There's not even $100 a chair. Can you imagine? The old chair maker spinning in his grave. Can't blame him. I have $750 now $800. I have $750 now $800. Any more? Once, twice, and it's $750 then. Online bidder. Nice buy on those. Next we have, here's a rare carpet. We have an antique Kazakh 4.8 by 7.2. It's a double medallion Kazakh. Nice period rug right there. And what's your pleasure on this one? $800 I have, and now 9. I have $800 now $850. $850, $900, $950. I have $900 now $950. And $900 with Jen and now $950. And $900 now $950, $1,000. I have $950 now $1,000. I have $950 now $1,000. That rare Kazakh rug. $1,000 I have, and now $1,100. I have $1,000 now $1,100. This is a period rug. $1,100 now $12. I have $1,100 now $12, $11, $12, and now $13 on that great Kazakh rug. I have $1,200 now $1,300, $1,300 now $1,400. I have $1,300 to $1,400. This is for serious rug buyers. I have $1,300 now $1,400. That's a great Kazakh. $1,400 now $1,500. I have $1,400 now $15 if you want it. $1,516 now. I have $1,500 now $1,600. I have $1,500 now $1,600. I have $1,516 if you like it. At $1,500 once, twice, and for $1,600. All in all then at $1,500. Any more? Sold $1,500. Carol. Next we have, a nice little Sheridan dressing table. Look at this. Beautiful little Sheridan dressing table right here. Look at those delicate little feet. Little tiny feet on that come down. All dovetailed. Beautiful condition. Mushroom knobs. What's your pleasure on this one? $275 and $300. $275 and $300. Can you hold that up, guys? I want them to see the feet. Look at how delicate these feet are turned down like a cone shape. $275 and $300. At $275 and $3. At $275 and $3. $275 and $3. Any more? All in all done at $275. That nice piece of furniture from $300. I have $3 1/4. $3 1/4 and $3.50. I $3 1/4 and $3.50. At $3 1/4, $3.50. At $3 1/4. Nice little piece of furniture for $3 1/4 and $3.50 and $75. $75 and $400. I $375 and now $4. At $375 and $4 anymore. At $375 and $400. Lovely little piece of furniture. $400 and $4 1/4. No money. I have $400 now $4 1/4. At $400 once, $400 twice, went for $4 1/4. We all in all done at $400. Anymore. Anymore. $400. Carol. Next we have another good carpet. This is a Karastan 8.8 by 10.6. A Levar Kerman Persian design. On that Karastan carpet. What's there? $500 I have and $550. $600, even better. I have $650 and $700. $700, $750, $800. Your rug buyer, $850, $900. $900. Your rug buyer's out. Your rug buyer's out. I have $900 with Carol, now $950. I have $900 now $950 and $950 anymore. And $900 once, twice, and for $950 on the rug. $900 it is. Oh, look at this. We're talking about something rare right here. Look at this. This is a rare painting by Robert S. Duncanson, Twilight, circa 1849, oil on canvas. A beautiful piece. We had this frame, this special frame made in 22 karat gold with a tag on it, and they're one of the earliest pieces. This is in the catalog raisonné of his work, and on that right there, what's your pleasure? 15,000 I have, and now 16,000, and 17,000, and 18,000. And now 19,000, and now 20,000, and 21,000, and 22. This rare painting. The last one we sold it here is brought 135,000, and 22,000, and now 23, and 24, and 25. I have 24,000, now 25,000. The last one brought 25,000, of course, and 27.5. I have 25,000. There's nothing but money to be made on this picture. It's one of his earliest pictures. It's in the catalog raisonné. I have only $25,000 and 27.5. The last one brought 135,000. It was a little tiny bit bigger than this. It went to the Boston Athenaeum Museum. I have 25,000 once, 25,000 twice. I'm going to sell it. Unbelievably low, but we're going to sell it. Any more? What a buy. Your buy. Nice buy, number 38, 25,000. That's a great picture. 38 is the buyer, 25,000. Next, we have this lovely piece right here, an important piece by Granville Perkins. He worked in New York and Maryland, 1830 to 1895. It's the Quichacacha, the last remaining Inca rope bridge, and the Apurimac River. And what's your pleasure in this one here, and that rare painting right there, beautiful condition. And what's your pleasure on this? Maybe a couple $1,000 and set it in. 2,000 where? Set it at 2,000. 2,000 where? But 2,000 and go. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100 on that spectacular painting. At only $1,000, now 1,100 if you like it. At $1,000, only 1,100. That's a spectacular painting by him. One of the best ones I've seen. Look at the guy going across here in a donkey on a rope bridge. Can you imagine how shaky that is? More people over, another donkey here, another one here. At only $1,000, 1,100. 1,000 once, twice him for 1,100 on that beautiful painting. Any more? It's $1,000 then. The box is. Next we have Gilbert Gall, another painting by Gilbert Gall, a lovely painting by Gilbert Gall right here. And on the Gilbert Gall, the soldier's wife waiting for their husbands at the barracks door in Mexico. On that rare Gilbert Gall, what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on the Gilbert Gall? Maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. Lovely original painting by him in a great frame. $1,000 where? Interested at $1,000. Thank you, folks. Thank you. $1,000 where? Interested at $1,000. That lovely painting by Gilbert Gall, a famous painter. And he interested at $1,000. Nobody wants Gilbert Gall? Pass away. Next we have this fabulous painting right here. My favorite painting in the sale, personally. This is by Henry Cheever Pratt. Indians bathing in a scene in New England. He worked in Massachusetts, California, and New Hampshire, 1803 to 1880. Fabulous condition, beautiful period frame, and one of the finest paintings like this we've seen in years. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? They have 20,000 open and wear. 20,000 on the Henry Cheever Pratt instead of 20,000 go. And instead 20,000 to open that lovely picture. And instead 20,000, that fabulous painting. It sold at Christie's in 1995 for $42,550 and $20,000 where. And he said $20,000 to open that lovely painting. Fabulous piece. Passed away. Next item. Put it back on the wall so it's safe, okay? Yeah. Next we have Marcus Waterman. Marcus Waterman. This is a fun picture right here. This is a Midsummer Night's Dream. We got this out of an estate in Portland, Maine. And on that right there, monogram lower right, it's after the William Shakespeare first play. And the character is Nick Bottom. And on that right there, maybe we have $1,000 and set it in. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100 and 1,200, 1,200 and 1,300. I have 1,200 now 13. I have 1,200 now 1,300, 12 and 13. I have 1,200 now 1,300, 12 and 13. Any more? All in all then at 1,200 and 1,300 if you like it. All in all then 1,200. Fun picture. Any more? It's 1,200 then. Next we have a fabulous painting by Everett Shin. It said, the title is, It Still Remains Whimsically Individual and Village-like. They're talking about Greenwich Village. And on that lovely piece right there by Everett Shin. And what do we have? 25,000 where? It said it had been 25,000 go. And instead 25,000, that original Everett Shin. And 25,000 anywhere. And instead 25,000 to open. Pass away. Next item. Oh, this is a lovely painting right here. This is Howard Logan Hildebrandt. This came out of a home in Waldoboro, Maine, circa 1905. A lovely woman in an outdoor floral background with white hat and costume. And on that right there, we have a couple thousand setting in. 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000 and 2,100 and 2,122. At 2,122, 22 and 23. At 22 and 23. At 23 and 24. At 23 and 24, Darren. At 2,324. At 24. At 24. And now 25. And now 25. At 2,400 with Darren, now 2,500. At 2,400, now 2,500. At 2,425. At 25 on the floor, and 2,750, Darren. $2,750 now. At $2,500, $2,750. A fabulous $2,750, and now $3,000. Fabulous painting by this artist. At $2,750 with Darren on the phone, and now $2,750. The floor is out. Jen's person's out at $2,750. Once, twice, and it was for $3,000. Beautiful painting. Any more? Darren, your guy got it. $2,750. Next, we have the Thomas Eakins, a beautiful little painting. Came out of a collection over here in Rockland. And on the Thomas Eakins right here, what's your pleasure on that? $9,500 and now $10,000. I have 95, 10,000. I have 10,000 now 11,000 now 12,000. I have 11,000 now 12. 11,000 12,000 on the phone now 13,000. I have 12,000 on the phone with Kayla now 13,000. I have 12,000 and 13 and 12 and 13. At 12,000 once, twice, and for 13,000. Any more? Kayla, you got it. 12,000. 324 buys 12,000 on the Eakins. Next we have Henry Ward Ranger, a lovely Henry Ward Ranger called Filtering Light, monumental American Impressionist landscape with a wooded valley glade. And on that right there, came in on free appraisal day, has the old labels from William Macbeth exhibitions and labels, has all kinds of stuff on the back. It was in the Rhode Island School of Design Fall Exhibition. And the frame is from the Carrie Rowing Workshop. What's your pleasure on that lovely Henry Ward Ranger? 2,100 I have, and now 22 in the original Kerry Rowing frame at 2,122. At 2,100, 2,200 if you like it. At only 2,100, that great painting by this famous artist. At 2,100 and 2,200 if you want it. At 2,122, just needs a light cleaning. At 2,122, at 2,100 selling. At 2,100 once, 2,100 twice. It's here to be sold. I'm going to sell it. Anyone for 2,200? That lovely painting. Anyone for 2,100? Any more? It's sold for $2,100 then. Online bidder. Next we have another painting by May Austin Klaus. Sunset, Providence, Massachusetts. Another lovely period piece dated 1924. And look at the color on that painting right there in a 22 karat arts and crafts gold frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and 550 I have, and 600. I have 600, 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 and 700. That's 650 and 700, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. That's a nice picture for no money. It's all signed on the back, and it has a provenance on the back. I have 650 and 700. That's 650 and 700. Any more? 700 and 750. I have 700 now. 750 should be everywhere. I have only $700 and 750 if you'd like it. By Mary Austin Klaus, Massachusetts artist. I have 700 and 750. Any more? Its title is Sunset, Provincetown, Massachusetts in 1924. I have 700 and 750. Any more? 750, thank you. And 800. I have 750 on the floor. Lovely painting for no money. I have 750, now 800. I have 750 once, twice, and for $800. You got it. 750, number 31. 750 to 31. Next we have circa 1920, American still life with elephant in a Newcomb Macklin frame right there. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. This is a period Newcomb Macklin frame. I have 600, 650 I have, now 7. I have 650 now, 700. I have 650 and 700 if you like it. Any more? All in, 650 and 700. 750 I have, and now 800. I have 750 ahead of you, now 800. I have 800 now 8.5. I have 800 now 8.5 at 800, 8.5. At 800 once, twice, and for 850. The frame's worth that alone if you don't like the painting. I have 800 now 850. Any more? All in, at 800 with Carol. Any more? Carol 800 then. Next we have another lovely painting by Jonas LaValle, Massachusetts, 1858 to 1930. Small Main Harbor in Summer by this artist. What's your pleasure in this lovely painting by Jonas LaValle? What's your pleasure in this main scene right here? May we have what? $500 set it in. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550. It's in a period arts and crafts silver leaf frame. Beautifully executed. Look at the light on that. I have only 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550 and 550 if you'd like it. At only 500 and 550. At 500 selling. At 500 once, twice, and for 550. A beautiful piece. 550 and 600. I have only 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. Any more? All in, 550, 600. We good at 550. Reasonable for that beautiful painting. Any more? $5.50. Hey, Jen. Coke. Thanks. Next we have a lovely painting by Samuel Lancaster Gary of a White Mountains painting. Famous painter of White Mountain scenes. White Mountains, roaring stream and autumn. And on that right there, which a pleasure. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. The White Mountain paintings usually go nuts. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Have only 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Have 4 1/4, 4 1/2 anymore. And only 4 1/4, 4 1/2 if you'd like it. At 4 1/4 once, thank you. 4 1/4 twice, and for $4.50, an original White Mountains painting by Samuel Lancaster Gary. Any more? It's 4 1/4 then. Online bidder. They're getting some great buys today. Next we have Frank Loven in New Jersey, Bathing Houses on the Lake. Signed lower left, a beautiful picture right there, and again a period frame. Nicely done, nice condition. What's your pleasure on this one? How much? 200 I have, and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 75. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. No money for this guy. At 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275. Look at the quality of that painting and that frame. I have 250 and 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 now 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At only 300 now 3 1/4. And selling 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 1/4 anymore. Beautiful image. $300. Online bidder. Next we have attributed to Samuel Johnson, Massachusetts and Maine, interior of a blacksmith shop. Interior of a blacksmith shop. And what's your pleasure on this one here? Nice original period painting. This needs a light cleaning. What's your pleasure on this one? Then we have, $300 and set it in. 300 where, set it 300 and go. And it was $300 on a nice interior of a blacksmith shop, a period painting. Any interest in that at all? 250 I have on the floor, and 275. I have 250 and 275. I have 250 as a gentleman. I saw him first at 250 and 275. At 250 and 75. No money for this painting. 275, 300, sir. 300 I have on the floor, the gentleman's center, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. Worth it. I have 300 now 3 1/4. At 300 once, twice, and went for 3 1/4. Came in on appraisal day, I believe, and he went for 3 1/4. Beautiful painting. No money. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 on the floor, and now 375. I have 350 and 375. Quickly, I'm going to sell it. I have 350s on the floor with the gentleman seated, and 375 if you want it. Once, twice, and yours. 350, number 57. 350 to 57. 19th century New England forest scene right here. Hunter and a dog passing under an ancient pond side a tree. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? Let me see this one. Oh, yes. That lovely painting of the man with his little dog coming away from the stream in a period frame. What's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200. And 175 and 2. That's a lovely paint. 200 and 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. I have only $200 and 2 1/4. The nice period painting at 200 and 2 1/4. At 200, 2 1/4 anymore. At only $200. That's 2 1/4. Thank you. And 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 on the floor and 2 1/2. Well, if you want nice paintings, this is a place to buy them today. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 anymore. 2 1/4 once, twice, 2 1/2, 75 now, 275 and 300, still way under the money. I 275 and 3. It's on the floor at 300 and 3 1/4. I 3 1/4 on the floor and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. Beautiful painting. I 3 1/2 and 375. 75 and 400 on the floor at 375 and 4. At 375 and 4 anymore. Selling once, twice, anymore. Yours 375 to 57. 375 to 57. Can build a great art collection here today. Here we go. Lee Lufkin Okala. Zinnias in a copper pot right there. And what's your pleasure on that? Maybe we have $500 and set it in. 550 I like, and 600 now. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600. 650. I have 600, 650. 650 and 700. 650 and 7 in an arts and crafts frame again. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 7 and 650 and 70 more. 650 once, twice, and for 700. Any more? Carol 650. Next we have Edward Burrell Jr., the Old Mill, oil on canvas. Oil on canvas. Another nice picture. Look at the detail in that. In the original period oak frame, dark fumed oak frame. What's your pleasure on this one? We have what? $300 and set it in. $300 and set it in. A nice picture right there of the Old Mill. 300 where? And it's 300. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass it away. Next object. Next we have a 19th century still life painting A beautiful fruit still life with melons and peaches and grapes. And what's your pleasure on that one? 100. It's a lemon gold frame, 1.5 and 175. Nice early piece, probably around 1870, 1880. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2 in that lovely still life. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 anymore, 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 and 2 and a quarter. It's interesting. It's on a marble table and it's on a clear crystal compote with a Greek key pattern. I have 200 with Carol, now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, now 2 and a quarter. 200 once, twice, and for 2 and a quarter with Carol at 200. Any more? Any more? Carol, 200. Next we have an American domestic scene, circa 1880. A beautiful picture right there. And what's your pleasure on this one of the two children? A couple $1,000 wear, 2,000 wear, 1,000 wear. Instead of $1,000 in that beautiful picture in a 22 karat custom frame. That's a lovely painting. Should be a lot of people bidding on this. That's a very expensive 22 karat gold custom frame. Hold it like that, Rob. It's got a reflection. No, just like that. Leave it there. Just tip it. Yeah. So this little girl here is fixing that piece on her shoulder. Lovely original painting. And then we have $1,000 wear. And instead of $1,000 in selling, notice that piece? Put it away. Next item. Next item we have E. Lansier Harris on the E. Lansier Harris painting. Another lovely painting right here. Toneless autumn sunset. And again in a period frame. And what's your pleasure on this? Lovely painting right here. May we have what? 900 I have, and now 1,000. I have 900, now 1,000, and 900, now 1,000. All original. 900 and 1,000 if you want it. I have 900 Carol, one bid of 900, now 1,000 if you want it. And 900 once, 900 twice, and for $1,000. Any more? Carol, 900. Online bidder. Next we have Orrin Augustine White. Orrin Augustine White, a Mexican village scene in the original frame. What's your pleasure on this guy? We have $500 and set it in. A famous painter again. 500 wear instead of a 500 and go. Instead 500. Notice that painting? Once, twice, and pass that away. Next item. Next we have Conrad Kiesel. Conrad Kiesel, New York and Germany. Young woman with abundant fruits. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, and a nice painting at 250 and 275, 275 and 300. At 275 and 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter on with Darren and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? At 3 and a quarter once, twice. Any more? 3 and a quarter to 33. 325 to 33. Next we have a miniature chest. Look at this. Lovely little miniature chest right here, all French polish, little fine dovetailing, little hand-turned knobs on this. This would have been made around 1790 to 1810, and it has a great inlay in the bottom right here of a conch shell. What's your pleasure on that? May I have what? $400 and set it in. 400 where? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half, and 275. 300, 300, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375, and 400. At 375 and now 4. 400 I have, and 4 and a quarter, and 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475. At 475, that's a great little chest. At 4 and a half, now 475. At 450 once, 450 twice, and went for 475. We're all in, all done at 450. Any more? That's a nice little miniature. Any more? With you? It's with Emily at 450. And he went for 475 and 500 now. 500 and 550. I have 500 and 550. That's stunning little chest. At 500 and 550. Great thing for jewelry. I have 500 now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550. Sold 500. Live auctioneers. Next we have a rare George V period sterling silver salver. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this piece right here? 450 I have, and 475 and 500. I have 500, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 in that rare salver. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. At only 550 and 600, that's a nice piece of silver. At 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650 on that nice silver. It's almost 17 ounces of silver. I have 600, now 650. I have 600 once, 600 twice, and 650 if you like it. A nice Chippendale footed silver. Any more than 600. Once, twice, and Carol, 600. And now we have a rare mahogany double bow front tea caddy with mixing bowls. But you know what's great about this one? Look at the figured wood on the side of this. Figured wood on the side, double columns, brass feet. Look at the interior of this thing. It's unbelievable. Has a cut glass mixing bowl where they would mix the two kinds of tea. And what's your pleasure on this rare piece right here? 500 I have, and 550 I have, and 600, 650, 700, 750. I have 7 on the floor, I need 750. I have 7 on the floor, I need 750, 750 and 800. I have 750, now 800. This rare tea caddy. I have 750, now 800. Rare and beautiful condition. I have 750, now 800. Of course, an 8.5. At 800, now 850. At 800, now 850. Look at the satin wood on the side. I have 800, now 850. At only $800, that beautiful tea caddy with a double lids of 800, now 850. 800 once, twice, and for 850. With Carol at 800, is correct? 800 Carol. Next we have a lovely English inlaid satinwood Pembroke table. Look at this little table right here. Beautiful little table right here. This is from the house in Palm Beach. Bow front end, all in satinwood. Oh, look what it has inside, Zeb. It has little embroidered monkey coasters. What else is in there? Picture hangers. Any more? There's $1,000 in cash. We'll take that up. Hold that right up one time. Anyway, if you buy it, you get the little monkey coasters that were in it. And what's your pleasure on that lovely little table right there? May we have what? 500 ware? 400, 300 ware. This is a period Hepplewhite table in satinwood. 300 ware. It's at 300. Nobody wants that? I can't believe it. That's a great little table. Pass it away then. Next object. We want to put out stuff they want to buy. Next we have, this is a lovely painting right here. Look at the quality of this painting right here. Charles Silliam Litterdale, Royal British Academy, United Kingdom, 1831 to 1895. The title is called Happy, and it sure looks it. And on that right there, there's a lot of interest in this painting right here. And maybe we have what? $3,000 instead of 3,000. 3,000, we had 3,000. I had 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I had 2,000 and 2,100. I had 2,000, 21 and 22. I had 22 and 23. 23 and 4 on the floor and 25 and 750 on the floor and 3,000 and 32 and a half. 32 and a half is on the floor and 3,500 and 3750. The floor is out. It's with Carol now at 3,500, now 3750. That fabulous 3750 and now 4,000 at 3750 with Darren on the phone. This fabulous painting at 3750 and 4,000 in a very expensive gold leaf frame. I had 3750 and $4,000 that beautiful image. I had 3750 once, 3750 twice, aiming for 4,000 with Darren on the phone. Everyone else is out. The phone's out, the internet's out, and the floor is out. The phone's in. 3750. Darren, your player. Beautiful painting. 3750. 441 the buyer. That's a lovely picture. And here we go. A near pair of English braceback, bowback, Windsor armchairs. And on those right there, boy, these are very nice and sturdy. They're all made out of yew wood. And on those right there, what's your pleasure? 500 I have, and now 550, 550, 600. I 550 and 600. I 550 and 600, 550 and 600. I 550 and 600 and 600 on the floor. 650 now, 650 and 700. The floor is out. It's with Jen at 650 and 700 on that great pair of English Windsor armchairs. I've only 650 and 700. I'm going to sell them at 650 once, 650 twice, and 700. Jen, your player, 650. They're going to be happy. 650. 395 is the buyer for 650. Oh, look at this. A beautiful tortoiseshell tea caddy, double lidded with ivory and bone trim, ivory knobs, beautiful condition, little brass top, silver inlaid on the front. And what's your pleasure on this one? 2,300 I have, and now 2,400. At 2,300, now 24. At 2,300, this rare tea caddy, and 2,400. At 2,300, once, twice, and with 2,400. At 2,300, any more? Once, twice, and Emily, 2,300. Those always do well. They're so hard to find. And now we have an English Chippendale two-piece secretary desk right here. It's 90 inches tall, 22 and a half inches deep, and 41 inches wide. And on that right there, that nice two-part English Chippendale secretary. What's your pleasure on that? Beautiful broken arch top, shaped glass doors on the front, on the top, OG feet on the base. And where's your pleasure on that? May we have, what, $1,000 to set it in? Starting the furniture for no money. $1,000 where? $750, $500 on that beautiful secretary desk. Anyone for $500? Anyone for $500? Beautiful piece. No internet? Hate to do it. Pass away. Oh, look at this picture. Where's that one? I love this one. This one is so sweet. You got the little dog there. He's getting either scolded or getting a treat. The detail in this is incredible. The detail in this painting is absolutely incredible. It's by William Edward Milner, United Kingdom. And on that, called The End of the Day. What's your pleasure on this one? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. I have 2,000, now 2,100, 2,000, 2,100. At 2,021 I have, and now 22. At 2,100, now 2,200. At 2,100 and 2,200. At 2,100 only, and 2,200, that rare painting. At 21 and 22 and 23 on the floor, and now 24. At 2,324. Should be everywhere. That's a spectacular picture. At 2,324, of course, now 2,500 and 2,750. At 2,500, 2,750. At only 2,500, 2,750. 2,750 and 3,000 now. I 3,000 now 32 and a half. I 3,000 to 32 and a half and 35. I 32 and a half and now 3,500. I love this picture. I 32 and a half and now 3,500. I 32 and a half and 35 with Carol at 32.50 only and 3,500 at 32.50 and selling at 30. Oh, trying to get him on the phone. I 32.50 and 3,500 at 32.50 and 3,500. You get him? I have 32.50 with Carol and 3,500 if you want this fabulous picture. End of the Day by William Edward Milner at 32.50 online and 3,500 if you want this fabulous painting at 32.50 now 3,500. Need 3,500 quickly at 32.50 and 3,500 with Carol at 32.50. Need 3,500 if you want to get in quickly. They need to bid 3,500. I'm going to sell it. Too late. 3,500, Carol. Now I need 3,750. Now it's 3,750. This is a spectacular painting. 3,750, and now 4,000, and now 4,000. I love this picture. The little dogs are adorable. I had 3,750, now 4,000. I had 3,750 with Carol. Now 4,000 if you want it. At 3,750 once. 3,750 twice. I'm going to sell it at only 4,000 on time with Jasmine on the phone at 4,000, and now 42 and a half. I have 4,000 on the phone with Jasmine, the 42 and a half, and now 4,500. It's online at 42.50, now 4,500. That fabulous painting at 42.50 and 4,500. Any more? 42.50 once, 42.50 twice. 4,500 and 47.50 now. I have 4,500 on the phone with Jasmine. That spectacular painting. At 4,500 now 47.50. Love that picture. At 4,500 and 47.50. We all good? 4,500 once on the phone. 4,500 twice on the phone. Anyone else? Jasmine, 4,500. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's a fabulous painting. 459 the buyer. 4,500. Great painting. Next we have 5 pieces of English sterling silver. Some of them are by Hester Bateman, 1788, and so on and so forth. Peter and Ann Bateman, 1794. What's your pleasure on all that beautiful English silver with bright cut design? Maybe we have what? $500 where? 200 I have, and 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half, and 275, and 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300, all of it. At 275 and 3, and the beautiful English silver. 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter, 300, 3 and a quarter. I have only $300, 3 and a quarter. Look at the quality of these spoons by the Batemans. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I know, you have 300, Carol? Looking for 3 and a quarter now and 3 and a half. I 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and that beautiful early silver. I 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. I'm going to sell it. 3 and a half and 75. I 350 and 75. The bright cutting on these is fabulous. I 3.5 and now 375. I 3.5 and a berry spoon right here, of course. Another berry spoon here. I have 3.5 now 375 at 350 once, twice, 375. A nice pair of tongs, 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. I'm gonna go 375 once, twice, and 400. I have in 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 400, 4.25. I have only 400 and 4.25 if you'd like it. 400 once, twice, and for 4.25. All in, all done at 400. Carol, 400. Online better. Next we go to, oh, look at this tea caddy right here. Whoa. Zeb is coming up with a spectacular tea caddy. Inlay satinwood, triple compartment tea caddy. This has got it all. It has the Patera inlays on the corners, oval in the center. Triple compartments. Look at the inlay on these lids. Unbelievable. Unbelievable workmanship on these. And on what's your pleasure on this one? 600 I have, and 650 I have, and 700. I have 650 and 7, and 750 and now 8. I have 750 now 8. I have 750 now 800. 800, 800, 850, 850. I have 800 with Jen now, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. At $1,000 only, 1,100. That spectacular tea caddy. At only $1,000, 1,100. At $1,000, 1,100 anymore. Beautiful, original tea caddy. At $1,000, 1,100. Has a grosgrain silk inside here. At only $1,000, 1,100. Let's give it a spin around, Zeb. Wait, this way. Look at the quality of this. It has a star inlay in the center, inlaid columns on the front. I mean, it's got it all. At only $1,100, and that craftsmanship is amazing. I have $1,000 once, $1,000 twice, and for $1,100 with Carol at 11. Is that $1,000 with Carol? Anyone for 1,100? So Carol, 1,000. Next we have an 18th century English stick-back Windsor chair, a nice 18th century chair right there. What's your pleasure in yew wood? What's your pleasure in that nice chair from the house in at the tip of Sprucehead Island? What's your pleasure on this chair? 1 1/4, 1/2. Watch for bids, okay? I have 1 1/4, 1/2. I want to try it. Oh yeah, it's comfortable as anything. I'm gonna sell the rest of the sale right here. I have 1 1/2 and 175. I 150 now 175 and now 200. I 175 and 200. I 175 and 2 and 175 and 200 anymore. And 175 and 2. This nice period 18th century yew wood chair anymore. At 175 once, 175 twice, 200 with Carol and 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I like that better. I have 200 now 2 1/4 and a beautiful period chair. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 2 1/4 and gonna 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250 now 275. I have 250 and 275 anymore. 275 and 300 now. I have 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. It's with Carol 300 3 1/4 and 3 1/4 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 with Emily and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 3 1/2 anymore. All in all done 3 1/4. Emily, 3 1/4. Live Auctioneers grabs that one. We are now on 2225. 2225. And we have a pair of English Civil War battle scenes. Look at these. Civil War battle scenes. Let me look at this. They've never even been cleaned, but when they're cleaned, they are going to be incredible. The detail on these is exquisite, and the paint is fabulous. What's your pleasure on these? Maybe we have, 750 and set them in at 750 and go. And it's just 750 and that great pair of English battle scenes. They're very early ones. It's this pair of 1640s battles between the Cavaliers and the Roundheads, Royalists under Charles I versus the Parliamentarians under Cromwell. Well, there. Now you know the history. Now 1,000. Anyone for 1,000? A nice pair of pictures. Those are clean up beautifully. Anyone for 1,000? Nobody wants those? Gone. Next item. Next item is a George III Chinese Chippendale tall clock by John Watson. Beautiful clock right there. Chippendale bracket base in figured mahogany. Has a moon phase. 8-day time strike. Has it all. With the original brass finials. What's your pleasure on this one? 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. At $1,000 only 1,100. He worked from 1770 to 1795. It's only 7 feet 8 inches tall, which is nice size. From John Watson, Kirby Moorside. I have $1,000, now 1,100. At $1,000 only 1,100. Any more than $1,000 for that beautiful tall clock. Once, twice, and it's got to go. That's $1,000. Online bidder. With Jasmine. Look at this tea caddy. Ooh, another one. The English Patera inlaid satinwood tea caddy. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have now. Look at the interior. Oh, with the key at 3.5 and 375. I 350 and 375. I 350 and 375 at 375 and 400. I 375 and 4. Look at the 400. Look at the inlay of the musical instruments on the top. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 400, 4.25. Has a bumblebee in the center, 4.25 and 4.5. I like it with that bumblebee, 4.5 and 475. And it has a bone inlay on the escutcheon with the key. At 4.5, now 475. At 450 and 475 anymore. At 450 once, twice, and for 475 and 500. Should have started there. I forced 500, of course, now 550. I 500, 550, 600. I 550 and 600 if you want it. 600 and 650 now. I have 600 now, 650. I have only 600 now, 650. I have 600 once, twice, and for 650 in that beautiful tea caddy at 600 and selling. 600 once, 600 twice. I like the bumblebee in the center of that. And 650 anyone. It's 600 then. Next we have this rare English, George II English ball and clawfoot Chippendale wing chair. Absolutely stunning chair. And on that, right, I have 1,000 immediately, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100, and 1,000 and 1,100 immediately. 1,100 on the phone with Darren, now 12. I have 12 on the floor and 13 now. I have 1,200 now, 13, that rare chair. At 1,200 now, 13 on the phone. It cost him 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14. I have 1,300 on the phone with Darren. The floor is out. It's with Darren on the phone at 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,314 anymore. At $1,300 only, and 14 if you like it. 13 once, 13 twice. He went for 1,400. That fabulous ball and clawfoot Chippendale chair. Great fabric on this. And he went for 1,400. 1,300, Darren. Next we have this artist's work, Pieter de Moulin. He's got Moulin, rather, is United Kingdom and Netherlands, 1565 to 1669. Dutch landscape with Cowherd and Stream Ford, and on that right there in a period frame. What's your pleasure in this old master painting? We have a couple $1,000 and set it in. 2,000 wear, 1,500 wear, 1,500 wear in that rare early painting by an old master. $1,500 wear is 1,500. Any instant 1,500? Pass it away. Next item. Another good tea caddy. A 19th century English Turnbridge ware tea caddy. Turnbridge ware, and this one has all that beautiful marquetry inlay in there with a silver in the center, silver there. Nice two lids. What's your pleasure on this one? 250, having 275. At 250 and 275. At 250 and 275, and that nice tea caddy at only 250 and 275. Hold that, tip it down a little bit. At 250 and 275, and beautiful inlay on that. At only 250 and 275, 275 and 300 and 300. That beautiful tea caddy at 275 and 300 I have now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25, 300 3.25. At only 300 and 3.25 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3.25. We all in, all done. 300? I guess we are. 300, Carol. Next we have, Chris has got no heavy lifting. Chris has got this early English yew-wood wheelback. They call this a wheelback chair because of that. And it's in yew-wood. You see that nice figuring on the seat? That nice, thick one piece of wood. That seat's one piece of wood, all mortise and tended through. Nice 18th century Windsor chair. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have now 1.25, 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5, and 175. I 150 now 175. This 175 on the phone at 200. I 175 and 2. I 175 and 2. That's a nice 18th century English armchair. Right there, at only 175 and now 200 I have with Carol, and 2.25. I have 200, 2.25, great condition. I have 200, 2.25. 2.25 is on the phone, 2.5. 2.25 on the phone, 2.5. Just think of all the people that sat in that chair. I have 2.25 and 2.5. 2.5 I have in 275. It's on live auctioneers at 250 and 275. 275 and now 300. And 275 and now 3. And that beautiful English chair, 18th century chair, 275 now 300. At 275 and now 3 anymore. It's on the phone at 275 and 3 if you'd like it. 275 once, twice, and for 300. Any more? You got it. 275. Phone. 34. 275 to 34. Next, we have another nice picture, an English rural view with thatched cottage. This is from the house in Hopswell, Maine. Beautiful condition, original frame, just needs a light cleaning. It's signed by the artist right here in the corner. Did we know that? Did we know that? No, we did not. And it's signed in the corner by the artist. Let me see if I can read it. It's signed right here. If you get this, make sure you take a look at the signature. It's one of the major painters in England or Scotland. And on that right there, with your pleasure, you have $300 and set it in. $300 in that nice painting, the original frame from a house in Harpswell. And he went for $300. And he went for $300. They'll clean up beautifully. And he went for $300. Nobody wants that? Once, twice, and pass away. Next object. We'll figure out the signature on that. That's worth a lot more than that. Next we go to William and Mary. This is a 17th century Elmwood double swing leg, gate leg table. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? On this rare table right here. This is from a house in Camden. This is a house in Camden. And what's your pleasure in this? And the 17th century drop leaf table right here. Any interest in this piece right here? May we have what? $1,000 where I set it in. $750, $500, $500. There's 8 on the 17th century drop leaf William and Mary table. And it's at $500. That's the way. Next object. Next we have a pair of dated 1824 Scottish immigrant schoolgirl samplers. What's your pleasure on these two schoolgirl samplers? I mean, 300 I have, and 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 400, 4 1/4. Your people out? I have 400 now, 4 1/4. That's 2 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. There's a lovely. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Remember, these are all young girls learning to do this in the early days of teaching. I have 4 1/4, 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, beautifully framed. They're museum framed. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. At 4 1/4, 4 1/2. Any more? Who has the 4 1/4? Carol has 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. Any more? 4 1/4, Carol. Those are nice. Next we have another. It says early 19th century. It should say early 18th century. It's probably 17th century actually on that English gate leg table. And on that one right there is 25.5 inches by 13.5 by 34. Nice small size. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, and 200 I have, and 250, and 275, and 300. I have 275 and now 300 I have, and now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. It is not 19th century. It's 17th or 18th century. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 3 1/4. This came out of the house on Sprucehead Island. At 300 3 1/4 anymore? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. This is a 17th or 18th century little table. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. With Jasmine at 3 1/4 anymore? Once, twice, and sold 3 1/2 in time, and 375. On 375. I have 3 1/2 now 375 in that nice tiny little gate leg table. I have 3 1/2 once, twice, and for 375. 350 it is. We gotta move on. Online bidder. Here we go. Next we have a Regency small silkwork frame picture, basket of flowers, silk on silk. And what's your pleasure on this 18th century piece right here? 100 I have, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175, and 200. It's in the original Hogarth frame. That's the original period Hogarth frame. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 and 2, under the money. At 175 and 2, and that beautiful silk on silk work. At only 175 and 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2 1/4. All in, 200. We are 200. Jasmine? Live auctioneers. Next we have a 17th century or a 17th or 18th century English oak joint stool. Look at this one right here. There's right here that Zeb has. Boy, you never find these in this condition. You can tell of the period because all the turnings are completely different. They're all hand turned on a foot treadle lathe. And the other thing to look for when you're looking at this furniture, when they have square pegs like this, then they're of the period because they had to whittle each one of these individually. When you see round pegs that are perfect, you know that is not 17th or 18th century. And it has a nice molded original top and beautiful old patina. What's your pleasure on this guy? 175 and 200 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. two and a half, and 275. I have 250 and 275 in the 17th century, 275 and 300. I have 275 in the 17th century, 300 and 3 1/4. Original oak joint stool in the old surface. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 400. You never find them in this condition. 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. I have 400 and 4 1/4 in the 17th century side table. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 once, twice, into 4 1/2 and 75 and 475. I have 450 and 475. A lovely piece of furniture. 475 and 500. 475 in original untouched condition. 500. Just think of all the beers that get set on that. 500 now, 550. I have 500 now, 550. With Carol at 500, 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. At 550, 600, I have them 650. I have 600 now, 650, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. You go a long ways to find another one in this condition. I have 650 and 700 and 750. I have 700 now, 750 and 700, 750. 700 once, 750, and still going with Carol, and 800 now. I have 750 and 800, 800, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2. 800, 8 1/2. A great original patina on this from the 17th century. 8 1/2 and now 900. I have 8 1/2 and now 900. If you like original stuff, this is it. 900, I have it now 950. I have 900 now 950 if you want it. 900 once, 900 twice. This came off the house on the tip of Spruce Island. I have 900 once, 900, 950 with Carol, now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. 1,000 I have now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100. This one was a fabulous collector that lived in that cottage. 1,000 now 1,100. 1,000 once, twice, aimed for 1,100. Any more? Sold $1,000. And deservedly so. Great piece of furniture. Next we have, another sampler, an 1830 British sampler. This was done by Mary Boyd, October 1830. Which impress you on this? A couple $100 square. $200, that nice British sampler, framed, a little schoolhouse on the bottom of it. $100 square. We don't care where it starts, only where it ends up. Anyone for 100 on that nice little sampler. Anyone can do that. Anyone for $100? 100 I have, now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. No money on that anymore. Sold $100, number 6. $100, number 6. Next we go, another tea caddy. This is a mahogany sarcophagus form tea caddy in beautiful condition with bun feet. Has rose. It's a mahogany with ebony trim, double handle, lion head handles on it. What's your pleasure on this one? 250, I have in 275. I have 250 and 275 and 250 and 75 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. Beautiful condition. At 275 and now 300. At 275, little bun feet on it. At 275 and 300. At only 275 and 3, has a mixing bowl on it. I have 275 and 300 anymore. 275 once, twice, in for 300. What's that in there? Oh, look at this. It has a little tea scoop to scoop the tea out of the bowl. 300 I have and 3 1/4. I have 300, 3 1/4. Good thing I found that. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4. And that nice period tea caddy in beautiful condition. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4, 3 1/2, and 3 1/4 and a half now. At 3 1/4, we have to move on. At 3 1/4 once, 3 1/4 twice, and for 3 1/2. And that nice sarcophagus-shaped tea double tea caddy is sold once, 3 1/4. Live auctioneers, boys. And now we have Catherine of Aragon, Tudor portrait. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 of Catherine of Aragon. Catherine of Aragon. I think she's one of my wife's relatives. Seriously. I have 250 now, 275. Are we sure this is a replica? A 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. That's got some age to it. I have 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 once, twice, and for 275. Sold 250. Catherine of Aragon is gone. Next we have circa 1830. This came in on free appraisal day. You don't find these in great condition all the time. This is a period English bidet, but look at the porcelain interior. That's still perfect. Still perfect. It even has the drain cork on it. And it has, did you see that label? Hold on a second. Hold on. Bidet given to Enamine that if you get this, is a handwritten period label inside when it was gifted to this person. And what's your pleasure in that period mahogany English bidet? 100 I have, and 1 1/4, and 1 1/2, and 175, and 150, now 175. That's a fabulous 175. That you never find it with that original porcelain insert. 175 and 200. At 175 and 200 came in on appraisal day with the original lid. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, this would have been made right around 1830. At 175 and 2. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. 200 I have, and 2 1/4 on the floor at 200, now 2 1/4, 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I 2 1/4, 2 1/2. This is a rare item to be in this condition. 2 1/2 and 275. I 250 and 275. At only 250 and 275 and 300. At 275 and 3. At 275 and beautiful condition. 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. 300 3 1/4. At 300 once, 300 twice, and 3 1/4 if you like it. Any more? And 3 1/4. Straighten up, Bob. I 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I 3 1/4, 3 1/2 and 375. I 350 now 375. I 350 now 375 with Carol at 350 and 375. A rare piece in this condition. It's unbelievable. I 350 and 375. Any more? Sold 350. And look at this little painting right here. Thank you. Oh, that's better. Yeah. An English a domestic scene, a genre scene. Let me just see the back of that, Connor. This is beautifully executed, and it looks like it's already been cleaned, so you don't have to have it cleaned or anything. That tag out of the way. All the original on the back. You can see the period stretchers and nice early linen canvas. What's your pleasure on this one? 100. I have 200 already, and 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 75, half, 75, and 300. At 275, 300 I have with Carol, and 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. Lovely little piece. A sweet scene of grandmother teaching a girl how to darn. It says darn clothing. And on that I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have only 300, 3 1/4 anymore. At 300 once, twice, and for 3 1/4 with Carol at 300 and selling. Any more? 300. Next, oh, look at this tea caddy. Ooh, this is a complex tea caddy right here. Thank you, Rob. Look at this right here. This is all inlaid. We have the key. This is all tiny, tiny bits of wood inlaid in here in rosewood with ball feet. Has a mother of pearl escutcheon. But look at the top of this. It's all inlaid with that scene of the castle on the top. That's all little tiny, tiny fragments of wood. Who would have the patience to do this? It's beyond me. Anyway, on this rare Turnbridge tea caddy, what's your pleasure in this one? May I have $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 square, set it $1,000 and go. 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 now, 550, and 500, 550, and the rare one. I have 500 now, 550, and only 500 and 550. This one should have bring the most of all of them today. I have only 500 now, 550, at 500, 550, and that rare tea caddy at 500 once, twice, even for 550. Any more? 574. That's one of the rarest ones today. Next we have an 18th or 17th century gate leg table in walnut. This one is 27 3/4 inches high by 21 3/4 with the leaves down and 60 inches long. What's your pleasure on this one? What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $500 and set it in. These are 17th century handmade drop leaf table. Maybe have 500, 400, 400, 300, 300. They want it sold. Anyway, for 300, that period table. And even for 300, that nice drop leaf table. And for 300, and even for 300, 200, and for 200. Nobody wants that? Can't believe it. You couldn't buy the wood 200? I have 200 now, 2 1/4. It's unreserved. At 200 now, 2 1/4 in that early table. At $200 once, twice, and for 2 1/4. Any more? Sold, $200. Look at this great mirror. A large Chippendale mirror, 54 inches high by 28 inches wide at the widest point. And on this beautiful piece right here in mahogany with carved draped carvings on the sides and a great phoenix bird on the top with applied leaf decoration. They don't come much better than that. What's your pleasure in this one? What's your pleasure in that great mirror? May we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 ways said $400 set it in that beautiful mirror. And he said $400 in that large Chippendale mirror. And it was for 400. And it was for 400, 300, 250 I have in 275. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3. Couldn't buy the glass for that. I have 275 and now 300. Seriously. I have 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice, and went for $300. Any more than 275? Any more than 300 I have in 3 1/4. I have 300 and 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4, 300 3 1/4. That's a great merit for no money. I have 300 now 3 1/4. Any more? Once, twice, and Carol 300. Some great deals out here. Next we have Frederick Holding, United Kingdom, 1817 to 1874. Edwin Booth as Lago in Othello in 1864. What's your pleasure on this? 550, having 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 600, that important historical portrait. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 once, twice, him for 600. All in all, then 600, I have 650, 700. I have 650 and 700. It's an important picture. I have 650 and 700, 700 and 750. I have 700 and 750. I have 700 and 750 and 750 if you want it. 700 once, 700 twice, 750 and 800. You won't find another one. I'm 750 and 800. I'm 750 now 8. 750 once, 750 twice, and 800 if you like it. All in, all done. 800 in time, and now 8.5. With Carol at 800, now 8.5. 8.5 and now 9. 8.5 and now 9. 8.5 now 9. 8.5 now 9. 9 now 950. I have 900 now 950, and 900 now 950 anymore. 950, 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000. I have 950 now 1,000, and 950 and 1,000. And now 1,000 I have 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 anymore. 1,100 with Carol, now 12. 11 with Carol, now 12 if you want it. 11 once, twice, and he went for 1,200. All in, all that. 1,100 with Carol, 1,100 and gone. 1,100. Oh, look at this one here. This is a French Bulwark serpentine front tea caddy. This is an all inlaid red tortoise shell in brass inlay. Look at this. Look at the workmanship. Can you imagine somebody have to cut all this brass by hand, cut into the here, lay all this tortoise shell around it? You got to have the patience of a saint to do this. And what's your pleasure on that? 750 and now 800. I have 750 now 800. That rare tea caddy at 750 now 800 and 750 now 800. The exquisite workmanship. 800 I have and now 8.5. At 800 and 8.5. Look at the exquisite workmanship. I have 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5. 800 8.5 anymore. All in, all done at 800. I'm gonna go once, twice, and it's 800. Next, we have another tall clock, an 18th century English tall clock by Thomas Brown of Manchester, England. What's your pleasure on this one? It's only 7 feet 11 tall. Fit anywhere. What's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $1,000 and set it in. 750, 500, 500 in that nice period clock. And used to have 500. They used to bring 10,000, and he went for 500. Somebody wants that nice little clock? Pass away then. You got 500? Yep, 500 it is, and 550 now. With Carol at 500, now 550. It's here to be sold. At 500 once, twice, in for 550. Carol, 500. Online bidder. Next we have another English stick-back Windsor, an 18th century armchair. What's your pleasure on this one? 100 I have, now 1 1/4. This is also from the house on the end of Sprucehead Island. 100, now 1 1/4. Nice 18th century yew wood chair. Matches the other one. Should have sold them as a pair. I 100, now 1 1/4. I 100, 1 1/4. Should be all over the place. I 100, now 1 1/4. Any more? At 100, 1 1/4 if you like it. 100, 1 1/4, and 1 1/2. And 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 175, and 200, and 175, and 2, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. I have only 200 now, 2 1/4. Matches the other one. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, 200 twice, in for 2 1/4, and then a nice armchair from the 18th century in yew wood. Any more? It's 200 then. Next we have a lovely painting right here by William Crosby, United Kingdom, 1830-1910. It's titled Bo Peep. And on that right there, a couple $1,000 where? 2,000 where I have 1,000, 1,120. You have 2,000. I like it better. I have 2,000 now, 2,100. I have 2,000 now, 2,100, and 2,000 and 2,100 if you like it. At 2,000, that lovely painting right there at 2,021. Carol has online at 2,000 in a very expensive French Impressionist frame. I have only 2,000 now, 2,100. At 2,000 once, twice, and for 2,100. We all in, all done. It has all the labels on the back. Has all the labels in the back where from the canvas panel and everything else. I have only 2,000 and 2,100. 2,001's twice and 2,100 anymore. It's 2,000. Nice buy on that. Next we have another rosewood and satinwood inlaid tea caddy. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. Beautiful inlay in bird's eye maple here with a mother of pearl in the center. Bird's eye maple inside. Again, bird's eye maple in the front. All inlaid with little ball feet. What's your pleasure on this one? 275 and 300. I have 275 and 275 and 300. I have 270 with the key again. 300. I have them 3 1/4. I have 300 now. 3 1/4. 300. 3 1/4. A great little tea caddy at 300, 3 1/4. All in, 300, 3 1/4. Look at the workmanship in this. This all has to be hand cut and inlaid into that other mahogany panels. I have 300 now. 3 1/4. What do we have, Carol? 300. Looking for 3 1/4. I have 300 now. 3 1/4. That beautiful tea caddy at 300 only and 3 1/4 if you want it. Once, twice, any more? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, way under the money for that. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 once, twice, and 3 1/2. All in, all that 3 1/2 and 375. At 3 1/2 now 375. I 3 1/2 once, 3 1/2 twice, and for 375. All in, all done at 3 1/2 and 375. Any more? It's going to be 350 then. Next we have an English mahogany Pembroke table, an 18th century tapered leg table, 27.5 by 20 by 35. What's your pleasure in this nice little table? The English mahogany Pembroke table with a bow front drawer and D-shaped leaves. Maybe we have a couple $100 to set it in. 200 where? 200 where? What do you have? 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Nice little table. No money for these pieces of furniture. I have $100 and 100 quarter. They want it sold. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. And that nice little table. Nice little table. 27 inches high, 20 inches wide, 35 inches long, at only $100. Any more? It's $100 then. Next we have another great tea caddy. Look at this one. English Georgian era inlaid satinwood tea caddy. Satinwood tea caddy with a conch shell inlay and urns of flowers on the corner and a nice oval inlay on the top. What's your pleasure on this one? 300 I have, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. A nice one, 3 1/2 is over here. At 3 1/2 on the left and the 375. It's on the floor at 350 and 375. At 350 and 375, 375 and 400. 400 on the floor and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. I have 450 now, 475, 475, 500 if you like it. 500 I have it now, 550. Sweet little one. I have 500 now, 550. 550 is 600. 600 on the floor and 650 now. I have 600 now, 650. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. 650 with Carol and 700 if you want it. 700 on the floor with the lady on the left. And now 750. I have 750, 800. I have 750 now, 8. And 750 now, 800. All in, all that 750 and 800. Is that 8? Yes, 800. She's on the floor and says yes. 800 now, 8 1/2. At 800, 8 1/2 and now 9. Of 8 1/2 and now 900. At 8 1/2 and now 9. 8 1/2 and now 9 if you want it. Any more? 8 1/2 once, twice, and for 900. You're good? 850, thank you. 850, Carol. Next we have a lovely early 18th century English Chippendale period mahogany armchair. Look at that beautiful armchair right there with a slip seat. It has beautifully scroll carved arms, Chippendale relief carving here, carving on the back. Just a splendid chair. And a Chinese Chippendale inlay carving on the legs, carved apron and the seat pops out so you can change the upholstery if you want, like they always do. And what's your pleasure on that beautiful early chair? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100, 100 quarter, and 100 1/2. This is a spectacular chair. 175, 200, and 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 275, 300, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 375, 400, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, still way under the money. 4 1/4, 4 1/2 from the house in Palm Beach. 4 1/2 and 475 and 500 and 500. That's an exquisite 500 Chinese 550. Original Chinese Chippendale chair. 600, 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700 and 750, 750, 800. Rare chair. I have 750 now, 800. I have 750 now, 800, 750 now, 8. I have 750 only and 800 if you like it. on that rare Chinese Chippendale mahogany chair. Beautiful quality. 800 I have, now 8.5. I have 800 with Emily on live auctioneers, now 8.5. 850. Won't find another one like this. Not for that money. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, now 900. I have 850 once, 850 twice, and 900 if you like it. Look at the side brackets are even carved. I have 850, now 900. 850 once, twice, in for 900. We all got it 850? It's sold 850 then. Another tea caddy. This is a rosewood and satinwood dome top tea caddy on that little guy right there. What's your pleasure? May I have 300? I have 300, now 3.25. I have 300, now 3.25 and 3.5. 3.25 and 3.5, and now 375 and 400. 400 and 4.25, 4.5, 75, 500. 500, 550, no. I have 550 and 550 now. I have 500 now, 550. 550, 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 6. That sweet little one. 600 and 650. I have 600 and 650, a little tiny one. I have 600 and 650 anymore. 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 and 70 more. I have 650 once, 650 twice, and went for 700. All in, all done. 650. We good? 650 it is. Next, we have a tiny British little slant front desk, little tiny thing. It's 38 inches tall, 16 inches deep, but it's only 2 feet wide. Very unusual, with nice brasses, high Chippendale foot, oval inlay in the door, on the lid rather. What's your pleasure on that? 100 here, 1.25, 1.5, 175, 200, 2.25. I have 200 and 2.25. A nice little tiny desk right there. 2.5 right there on the floor and 275. I have 250s on the floor and 275. At 250 and 75. At 250 and 75 anymore. No money for that. 275. 300 would you go? 300. Is it a yes? 300 I have, and now 3.25. I have 300 now 3.25. Couldn't buy the wood for that. I have 300 now 3.25. 3.25. 3.5. 3.5 on the floor and 375. I have 350 now 375. I have 350 once, twice. 375. 400 would you go, sir? Yes, 400 I have, and 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25. Still couldn't buy the wood for that. 4.25 and 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25, 4.5. At 4.25 with Carol, and 4.5 if you'd like it. Would you go 4.5? Is that a yes? 4.5, and now 475. I have 450s on the floor and 475. Once 475 and now 500. I have 475 and 500. Thank you for your help. I have 475 now 500. All in, all done at 475 and 500. That's a nice buy. 475, Carol. Off we go to something else wonderful. Here we go. Annis Lee H. Bean, United Kingdom, 1850 1890. This is a view of the Punta della Dagona, 17th century Venice customs house by Baroni. And what's your pleasure on this one? May we have what? $300, set it in. 300, wait a second, 300 and go. It's the $300. It's the 300 in that nice original painting right there. Notice that painting? Once, twice, and pass away then. Oh, here's something rare right here. A Paul Kirkland Mays design on an early trunk, on a 17th century trunk. And what's your pleasure on this piece right here? On that beautifully designed and painted trunk. Maybe 900 I have, and now 950. I have 900, now 950. Look at the quality of that. I have 900 with Emily, now 950. At only $900 and 950. It's a 17th century style lift top with original paintings by Paul Kirkland Mays, a California designer and artist. I have 900 once, 900 twice. Aim for 950. One bid. Gonna go. Emily, 900. Next, we have a 19th century portrait of a working British farm, Chapeltown, the residence of Mr. George Lovering in 1862. Extremely well detailed in a period frame watercolor. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have $300, set it in. 300 wear, 200 wear, 200 wear, and that no money for this at all. This is extremely well done. Extremely well done. Beautifully detailed, and it says exactly where it is and who owned it and everything else. A couple $100 then. 200 wear, and it's to 200. It's to 200. Nobody wants that? 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100, one a quarter, 1.5. 1 a quarter, 1.5, 1 a quarter, 1.5. 1 a quarter, 1.5 anymore. and 1 1/4, 1 1/2, any 1 1/2, and 175. There's no money for this lovely original watercolor. Exquisite detail on this. 150 now, 175. 150 now, 175. I'm going to sell it. 150 once, twice, and for 175. Sold 150. And here we go. Another good tea caddy. An inlaid mahogany tea caddy with mixing bowl. This one has oval patera inlay, beautiful quality. Has a little bone finial on the handle, on the lid. What's your pleasure on this one? 200 I have, and 2 1/4. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200, 2 1/4. I want to turn it around. Put that in there. Put it in there. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Set that in there too. Thank you. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. 2 1/2. Look at the quality of that. 2 1/2 and 275. Look at this round inlay. 300 and 3 1/4. It's inlaid all the way around with patera inlay. 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. The original brass handle. 3 1/2 on the floor and 375. And 375. It's on the floor at 350 and 375. At 350 and 375 and 400 on the floor and 4 1/4 now. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. That beautiful box on the floor at 400 selling. 4 1/4, 4 1/2 on the floor and 475. At 450 and 475. Quickly, I have 450s on the floor once, 475, 500 on the floor, and now 550. I have 500 on the floor, now 550 if you want it. At 500, 550, 600, 600 on the floor, and 650 now. I have 600 on the floor with the lady on the left. At 600, 650 and 700 now. At 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 700 on the floor, and now 750. I have 700 now, 750. At 700 once, twice, and for 750. We're all in, all done. $700 once, twice, and we are $700, number 46. 746. Next we have miniature portrait of a woman, the French, circa 1780. And on that right there, which are pleasant, that beautiful miniature in a gold frame. In a gold frame. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 175. She's in a at least 10 karat gold frame on the back. A lot of gold there. At 175 and now 200. At 175 and now 2. 175 and 2. At 175 and 2. 200 I have and now 2 1/4. I have 200 and 2 1/4. That early portrait. Circa 1780. Set in a 10 karat gold frame. Heavy gold frame. I have 200 now 2 1/4. At 200 2 1/4 anymore. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. I have 2 1/4 and 2 1/2 at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 and 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. There's more than that just in gold. I have 2 1/4, 2 1/2 on that 18th century portrait. I have 2 1/4 once, twice, and for 2 1/2. Carol, 2 1/4. Nice buy on that. And now, oh look at this. This came in a free appraisal day. A heavy French mannerism walnut carved panel with crown, 17th century architectural crown. And may I have $1,000 set it in? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 550, 600. I have 550 and 600, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, 1,000, 11. No, I have 1,000 with Carol now. 1,100. That's a rare piece. Came in 1,100 with Carol now, and 1,200. I have 1,100 now. 12 came in on appraisal day. I have 1,100 now. 12, 11, and 12. 1,100 once. 12. I have in 13 now. I have 1,200 now. 1,300. I have 1,200 now. 13 and 12 and 1,300. I have 1,200 now. 13, 12 and 13. Show on the back of that, Ben. I have 1,213. Look at this plank of wood. At 1,200, 1,300. Still has one of the early nails in it. At 1,200 now, 1,300. At 1,200 once, twice, and for 1,300. With Carol at 1,200 all the way now. Any more? Carol at 1,200. Came in on appraisal day. This came in with it. Same thing, same people. A French Gothic carved oak church panel of an aristocrat, 15th century, we believe, and so does everybody else that's looked at it. And maybe we have $1,000 in that one and set it in. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 now, 1,100, 1,000, 1,100. I have 1,000 open, 1,100 now, 12. 1,100 now, 12 in that rare piece right there. 1,100 now, 12 in that early carving. Came in with that other piece from the same family. I have 1,100, 1,200. At 1,100 once, twice, in for 1,200. A 15th century Gothic carved panel. I have only $1,100 and 12 if you want it. Any more? Carol, 1,100 on that one. Next we have a 17th century walnut writing table. A 17th century walnut table. A fabulous piece right here. Came out of a house over in western Maine with a drawer. Look at the great bold turnings on that table right there. It is 27 inches high by 25 wide and 38 inches long. And on that lovely piece of furniture right now from the 17th century, what's your pleasure on that? 600 I have, and 650, 700, 700, 750. I've only 700 now, 750. I have 700 and 750 in that fabulous table. I've only 700 and 750. Should be everywhere. I have 700 and 750 in that great early table. At $700 only, and 750 if you'd like it. I have 700 once, twice, in for 750. 750 in time, 800 and 850. I have 800 and 850. This is a serious table. 850, 900, and 950. I have 900 now, 950, 950, 1,000, 1,100. And now 12, 12 and now 13. I have 12 and 13. You don't have to think about that one. That's a rare table. 13 now, 14. I have 1,300 back to Emily now. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. Don't lose it. That's a rare early table. Look at the turnings on that. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. At 13 once, 13 twice, 14 now, 15. I have 1,400, 1,500. That's a great table. 15 I have, and 16 now. 16 and now 17. Here's an important 17, an important piece of furniture. 17 now, 1,800. And now 19. And now 19. I have 1,800. I'm going to sell it. 19 now, 2,000. And now 2,000. Back to live auctioneers. I have $1,900 only in that fabulous table. 1,900 once, 1,900 twice. Going to sell it. You don't find another one for that kind of money anymore. Carol, you got it at 1,900. And next we have, we're leaving England. Now we're going to France. And on this right here, we have a lovely French post-impressionist beach scene. And what's your pleasure on this? On the French beach scene, may we have what? $500 and set it in. 500, wait, set it at 500 and go. And it's at 500. No, it's at 500, 400, 400, 300. Bathing party, how much? 300 they have, now 3.25. It's a bathing party preparing for a day's outing at the Mediterranean coast, circa 1900. I've only had $300 and set it in. I had 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3.25. Nice little painting, reasonable money. 3.25 and 3.5. It's unreserved. 3.5, 375. I had 350, now 375. At 350 and 375, that's a fun picture. 375 and 400. At 375 now 4. At 375 once, twice, we went for 400 now. Any more? 400 I have, and 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25. I have $400 only, and 4.25 if you want it. Going to sell it. 400 once, 400 twice. And for 4.25, we all in all that at 400. Looks like we are, Carol, 400. Next we have, look at this. We have a fabulous early 18th century French two-drawer walnut commode with the original hardware, the original carved pierced apron. It has cloven hoofed feet. You couldn't get a better one in the original surface if you tried. This piece once adorned the embassy in the United States in Paris, having brought back to the country by the furnishers of the embassy. It was carried back to America in 1930s. And what's your pleasure on that rare, rare piece right there? 1,500 I have, and now 16. I have 1,500, 1,600, and now 1,700. Should be being thousands. That's a especially rare piece. Has a shaped raised panel ends. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1,600, now 1,700. Any more? 1,600 once, twice, in for 1,700. Passed at 1,600. That had a reserve. Next we have Maurice Velledon Utrio, France, 1883 to 1955. And what's your pleasure on the Utrio? May we have what? 20,000. Set it in at 20,000. Go. And he is at 20,000 on the Utrio. And it's at 20,000. It's privately owned, somebody local. And he went for 20,000. Nobody wants the Utrio? Then we'll put it back on the wall. Next we have a large 18th century Aubusson tapestry, aristocratic couple seated in the garden. And on that right there is 74 by 108 inches. And what's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550 from the house in Palm Beach. 550 and 600. This is a nice early piece. 550 and 600. I have only 550 and 600. That 18th century Aubusson tapestry. I have 550 and 600. I have only 550 and 600 anymore. A lovely early figural tapestry at 550 and 600. Once, twice, and any more. Looks like it's 550 then. Next we this is a great piece right here. Look at this. Augustus Joseph Pfeiffer, France, 1832 to 1986, a Caucasian warrior. Beautiful original patina, and has a figured marble base on it. Beautiful patina. This came in from a private family, and on that right there, which a pleasure. 2100 and now 2200 at 21 and 22 at 22 of course and 23 at 2223 in that rare bronze at 2223 and 24 at 23 I need 24 now 24 and now 25 at 24 and 25 and now 2750 and 3000 and 3000 at 2750 online now I had 3000 with Kayla. I saw her first. 3000 on the phone, now 32 and a half. I had 3000, now 32 and a half. 32 and a half and now 3500, please. At 3250, now 3500 and now 3750. Back to you. 3750 and 4000, Kayla. And 4000. This is a rare bronze. At 3750 and 4000 with Carol at 3750 and 4000 if you like it. At 3750, 4000 I have and now 4250. She got multiple players. 42 and a half and 45 at 42 and a half and 45. Look at the quality of that bronze at 4250 and 45. At 4250 once, 4250 twice, and 4500 if you like it. Exquisite bronze, just need to be dusted off, just the way it came in. I have 4250, Carol, and looking for 45. If you want it, it's 4500. Any more? It's sold 4250. 4250. Online bidder. And look at this nice piece right here. Jean Peltier, France, 1907-1984, Le Seine. And on that right there, which a pleasure on that lovely piece right there. 500 I have and 550. I have 550 and 600. I have 600, 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700, 650, 700 and 750. 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800 if you'd like it. I have 750 now 8. At 750 now 800 any more? At 750 now 800. That lovely piece at only 750 and 800. Way under the money for this artist. 800 I have and I have 800 now 850. I have 800 now 850. 800 850 any more? With Emily all the way now at 800, 850 anymore. All in, 800 once, twice, anyone for 850. That lovely painting. 800, Emily. Nice picture. Now we have a pair of early 20th century French Empire style black and gold brackets. And on the brackets, which a pleasure knows. From the house in Palm Beach. How much? 150 I have now 175. 175 and 200. And 175 and now 2. And a nice pair of brackets in gold leaf. And 175 and now 2. Carved in wood and gilded wall brackets at 175 and now 200. At 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. It's 175 then. Carol gets those. And next we have, these are nice, a pair of French green marble and ormolu mounted urns wired as lamps. And what's your pleasure in those? They're 28 inches high overall. The urns are 17 inches high without the fixture. What's your pleasure in those? 250 I have and 275. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 300. Look at these. These are spectacular. They're all gilded bronze with goat heads on the handles and dark, very green marble. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and now 3. At 275 and 3 anymore. At 275 and 300. At 275 anymore. 300 I have and now 3 and a quarter. At 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 shouldn't even have to think about these. At 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Look at the quality of those things. At 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half anymore. At 3 and a quarter once, 3 and a half and 75, and 3 and a half and 375, and now 400. Quickly, we're going to sell them a matched pair of these. At 375, now 400. 375 and now 400. 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice, and 4 and a quarter for the matched pair of these. Any more than 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half wouldn't work so hard if they weren't worth so much more. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half now. I have 4 and a quarter with Emily and 4 and a half if you want them. And now 475. I have 450 now 475. I have 450 now 475. Any more? At 450 once, twice, and for 475 and 500. And 500 now. I have 475 once, 475 twice. That 500 I have with Carol, and now 550. At 500 once, 500 twice, and 550 if you want them. They're going to go. Beautiful green marble and gilded bronze French urns. Any more? Sold 500. 2273. 2273 is a rare 18th century French Aubusson Palace carpet. It's 15.3 by 14.8. And what's your pleasure in this? 2,000 I have, and now 2,100. 2,000 and 2,100. 2,000 and 2,100. They paid 47,000 30 years ago in Paris for this rug. I have 2,000, now 2,100. I have 2,000 and 2,100 anymore. It's unreserved. Or 2,000 and 2,100. That fabulous 18th century French Aubusson carpet at $2,000 only. 2,100 anyone. Want to buy? It's 2,000 then. Next we have a wonderful Louis XVI bureau plat or bureau desk. It's vintage gilt bronze mounted kingwood. And what's your pleasure in this lovely piece right here? $950 now $1,000. $950 and $1,000, beautiful condition. And $950 now $1,000. It's all marquetry inlaid on the top. I'm $950 now $1,000. And $950 with Emily now $1,000 if you want it. And $950 now $1,000. And $950 once, twice, aiming for $1,000. Emily $950 then. Next we have, look at these nice sconces. A pair of 20th century French style sconces. And what's your pleasure on these? $275 and $300. I have $300 and three and a quarter. $3 and a quarter and $3.50. At $3 and a quarter and $3.50. At $3 and a quarter with Carol and $3.50. At $3 and a quarter, $3.50 anymore. All in all done at $3 and a quarter, $3.50. $350 with Darren and $375. $375 back online with Carol and now $400. At $375, $400 I have $4 and a quarter. I have $400 now $4 and a quarter. I have $400, $4 and a quarter anymore. At $400, $4 and a quarter anymore. Sold $400. 440 buys. Next we have a period pastel portrait of an unidentified general officer in Napoleonic War, 29th foot under Wellington. Plus we have his original sword, circa 1815. And what's your pleasure in this? 1,500 I have now 1,600 now 1,700. I was only 1,600 and 1,700. Beautiful condition, original frame with his sword in the scabbard. I have $1,600 only and $1,700 if you like it. I have 1,617 at 1,600 once, 1,600 twice. A gorgeous portrait in pastel to 17 now 1,800. I have 1,700. Think about it. I have 1,700 now 1,800. I have 1,700 now 1,800. This wonderful portrait with his original sword. I have 1,800 now 1,900. I have 1,800 now 19. I have 1,800 now 1,900 that Ben's holding. I have 1,800 now 19. 1,800 once. 1,800 twice. Don't lose it for a $100 bill. I have 1,800 now 19 anyone. 1,800 once, 1,800 twice, and 1,900 if you want it. Gone 1,800. Next we have a Louis XVI sofa, a period Louis XVI sofa in celery green fabric. It is 76 inches long by 30 inches deep. And what's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 in that beautiful French sofa with a green fabric. I have 250 and 275. I have only 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? At 250 and 275 in that fabulous sofa. At only 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, and 275 if you want it. It's 250. Next we have, look at this great pair of urns right here. French gilded bronze ewers. A pair of them with stone bases. What's your pleasure on these? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 at 250 and 75. On a pair of these at 250 and 275. Look at these gilded bronze. They have children playing here, a cherub up here, a bird here. 300 I have now 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3.5. 3 and a quarter and 3.5 and 375. 375, sorry, 400, 4 and a quarter. I heard Carol first, 4 and a quarter and 4.5. 175 and 500, 500, 550. I have 500 and 550, 600. 600, 650 for the pair. I have 600, now 650. 650, I have in 700. 7 I have in 750. I have 700, now 750, 800. I have 750 once, twice, and for 800, I have 8.5. At 800, now 8.5. 8.5, and now 9. I have 850, now 9. 900 with Carol, now 950. I have 900 once, 950, now 1,000. 950, now 1,000. Any more? 950 once, twice, 1,000. I have now 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 11 and 12 with a pair. 11, 12, and now 13. At 1,213, at 12, 13, now 14. At 13, now 1,400. At 13, now 14. Any more? 1,300 once, twice, and for 1,400. Any more? 1,300 it is. Live auctioneers wins those. Next we have Leon Danachet, a 19th century French, siblings in black and red tartans, beautifully painted in a goldy frame. What's your pleasure in this one? 100 I have. This is from the Lang Estate in Rockport, Maine. Beautiful seaside home in Rockport, right on the ocean. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Original painting at $100, 100 a quarter. Any more? Selling at only $100. You can buy the frame for that. Any more? $100. Here we go, a lovely piece right here. This is from the Osher Estate in Portland, Maine. It's a Louis XV. It says Louis XV style. It is definitely Louis XV period. And on that right there, in figured walnut and elm, a beautiful original armoire right there. French provincial armoire. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 550. 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 800, 850. I have $800 only on that beautiful armoire. At 800 now 850. I have 800. You see a picture of it. It's right where it was in the master bedroom. I have 800 now 850 on that beautiful piece of furniture. At 800 once, 800 twice, and for 850. Any more? Comes all apart to move. Anyone for 850? Sold 800. Very shortly, John. Here we go. Now we have a French gilded bronze Figaro mantel clock. And what's your pleasure in this beautiful piece right here with great variegated marble, little woman with the birds. What's your pleasure on this one right here? Maybe we have what? $200. Set it in. $200 where instead that nice, beautiful French marble and mantel clock. And it's $100 on. Wow. Next 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, and for 100 a quarter. Any more? All in, $100 on that beautiful clock. That nice early French clock. At $100 once, twice, and for 1 and a quarter. Sleeping on this one, sold $100. Next we have, here's a great one right here. Mathurin Moreau, Diana Huntress. This is a period piece right here by this artist. This isn't one of those old copies. This is the real deal. Signed right here. Beautiful condition. Diana the Huntress. Great patina. What's your pleasure on this one? 400 I have. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. 4 and a half. 475. I have 500. 500. 550. 600. 600. 650. 650. 700. 700. 750. I have 700 now, 750, 800, 800, 850. I have it all over the place. 850, one of you. Is that a yes? 850, 900, 900 over here, 950. 950, is that a yes? 950, 1,000. I have 950 now, 1,000 on the floor, and now 1,100. I have 1,000 on the floor, 1,100. I have 1,100 with Darren, and now 1,200. 1,100 now 12. 11 and 1,200 on the floor, and 1,300. It's a fabulous bronze by him. 1,300 I have, and 14 now. I have 1,300 now, 1,400. I have 1,300 now, 14. I have 14 on the floor, and now it's going to cost you 15. I have 14 on the floor, now 1,500. I have 1,500 with Sylvia this time, and now 1,600. I have Sylvia at 1,500 and 1,600. I have 1,500 with Sylvia and 16 now. I have 16 with Darren, and now 1,700. I have 16 now, 1,700. I have 1,600 now, 17. I have 1,600 now, 17. 17 with Sylvia, and now 1,800. A beautiful bronze, original condition. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. I have 1,700, need 18, Darren. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. I have 1,700 now, 1,800. I have 1,700 once, 1,700 twice, and for 1,800, yours, Sylvia, 1,700. 414, 1,700. Beautiful bronze. Next we have this rare French Morbier long case clock. And on that beautiful clock right there from Western Maine in walnut, what's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this? Retains the original iron weights and all the Bristol parts to go with it. Maybe we have $1,000 to set it in. $1,000 wearing that rare French clock. $500 then. $500 on the clock. And it's 500. Instead 500. Instead 500. Nobody wants that clock? Pass away then. Next object. We have attributed to Louis Vatot, French, 1869 to 1952. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? Instead the $1,000 wear. $1,000 wear on that piece right there. $1,000 anyone. And it was $1,000. $750. Pass it away. Next object. Next we have Henry Bacon, Nile near Asun, Egypt, just after sunrise. And on that original painting by Henry Bacon, what's your pleasure on this one? 450 I have in 475. I have 475 here in 500. I have 475 is on the floor in 500. I have 475 on the floor in 500 if you like it. I have 475 once, twice, and for 500. All in at 475. Yours, 475 to 70. 475 to 70. 70 is the buyer. Yep. Next, we have a beautiful French marble top entry hall table from the Osher Estate in Portland. This is 37 1/4 inches high, 24 inches deep, and has a fabulous marble top and 84 inches long. What's your pleasure in that great entrance table, the entrance hall table? May we have what? 250 I have in 275 and 300 and 3 1/4. You couldn't buy the marble for 3 times that. I have 300 now, 3 1/4. I have 300 now, 3 1/4, 300, 3 1/4. That's a fabulous piece of furniture. French marble, 3 1/4 and 3 1/2, 3 1/2 and 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 and 75, should be bringing thousands. 375 and 400, 400 and 4 1/4. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. What a wonderful piece of furniture. I have 400 now, 4 1/4. At only $400, 4 1/4 and 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475 now. I have 450 and 475 and 500, 500. Should have started at 1,000. I have 500 now, 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600, 650, 700, 700, 750. I have 700 now, 750. I have 700 now, 750, 700, 750, 800. I have 750 now, 8, and that fabulous piece of furniture. I have 750 and 800. I can't imagine what it cost in the design store. I have 750 now, 800. 750 once, twice, and for 800 with Carol. 800 in time on Live Auctioneers, now 850. I have 800 now, 850. 850 now, 900. I have 850 now, 9. Quickly, 900 I have now 950. I have 900 now 9 1/2. I have 900 with M 9 1/2 now 1,000. 9 1/2 now 1,000. Should have started at 2, but we're going to sell it. I have 950 now 1,000. 950 once, 950 twice, and for 1,000. Don't lose it. All in, all done at 950 with Carol. Anyone for 1,000? Any more? So Carol 950 then. Oh, look at these beautiful pair of gilded. Let me see this. I want to see the back of it. Boy, these are nice early gilded bronze French sconces, a pair of them. What's your pleasure on these? These are from the house in Palm Beach. What's your pleasure on those nice gilded bronze, solid bronze sconces? What's your pleasure? How much? 100 now, 1/4. I have 100 now, 1/4, 100 now, 1/4. God, these would be thousands in the store. 175 and now 200 for the pair. 200 of course and 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4. All I need is a wax candle sleeves. You're ready to go. I have 200 now, 2 1/4. 200 once, 200, 2 1/4. Anyone from the house in Palm Beach at 200 and 2 1/4? Anyone who has the 200? Me. Okay, me. Online with Carol. Next we have a 20th century French needlepoint tapestry. This is 29 by 57. What's your pleasure on this? From the house in Western Maine. It has all the great French furniture. Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear. 100 wear. 100 I have and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4. 100 now 1/4. At 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1 1/4. Any more? Only $100 in that nice tapestry. Any more? 1 1/4. I heard Emily. Now 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4. 1 1/2. 1 1/2 with Carol. 175. 150. 175. It's much better than that. I have 150 now, 175 on that large tapestry, 29 by 57. Any more? Who has the what? You have what? 150 now, 175. Any more? 150 once, twice, and for 175. Sold 150. Oh, look at this piece here. Look at this piece here. It's bronze mounted and black stone with silver plating in the middle. Fabulous, fabulous urn right there. What's your pleasure in this? By Fernand Barbidian, France, 1810 and 1892. What's your pleasure in that great urn right there? 175 and 200. 200 I have and 2 and a quarter. I have two and a quarter, 2.5, 2.5 and 275. At 250 and 275, that's all carved stone. 275 and 300. At 275 and 3 should be everywhere. At 275 and 3, look at the quality of that. There's even a head on the sides here. At 275 and now 300. At 275 and 3, and that beautiful piece of stonework. At 275 and 300. At 275 once, twice, and 300. And that beautiful Barbinian piece right here. Any more? 275 then. We have a 19th century French provincial walnut work table right here with a drawer. And what's your pleasure in this one? 475 and now 500. I have 475 and now 5. I have 475 to 500 and 550. I have 500 and I have 550. I have 500 online, need 550, Darren. I need 550. I have 500 now 550 if you want it. I have 500 once, 500 twice, went for 550. Any more? Emily, 500. You have 6. We have to take it. I have 6, now 650. I have 600, now 650. With Emily and 600, now 650. With Emily at 600 and selling. 600 once, twice, in for 650. Any more? At 600, now 650. With Emily online at 600, 650. 650. Carol got new player and now 700. I have 650, now 700. Lovely piece of furniture. I have 650, now 700. 650 once, 650 twice, went for 700. Carol, 650. You got it in the last minute and got it. Here's a great pair of sconces right here. Pay attention to these. These are of the period. These are gilded, carved, and original gilded period French sconces. Look at the quality of the antiqueness of the wood on the back. And what's your pleasure in those? Should bring at least, oh God, that should bring at least 1,000, but they're from the house in Palm Beach. What's your pleasure in those? 250 having 275, 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3. These are the real deal. These are period bronzes, period sconces with eagle tops. 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. A 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half, a 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. A 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. No money for these at all. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. Any more? At 3 and a half and 375. Should be up 375 and 400. These are period pieces right here. At 375 and now 400. At 375 and 400. These were 400 and now 4 and a quarter. At 400 now 4 and a quarter. These were probably made around 1860 or earlier. I have 4 and a quarter. Who has the 4 and a quarter? 400. Looking for 4 and a quarter. I have 400, 4 and a quarter. Any more? All in, 400, 4 and a quarter. We good? 4 and a quarter in time and 4 and a half. They're well worth it. Believe me, these are period ones. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half, and 475. When work so hard, they're worth a lot more than that. I have 4 and a half now, 475. At 450 and 75. Any more? Last call. 450 once, 450 twice, and 475 and 500 now. Should be everywhere. 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550. Show them the back of these, Chris. These are amazingly very, very old. Very, very old. I have 500 now, 550. 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550 with you, Carol, at 500. Any more? 550 and 600. 550 and 600. They're well worth it. I have 550 and 600. Quickly. 550 once, twice, and for 600. So 600. I almost sold them. I have 600, now 650. I have 600, now 650. Quickly. I have 600 once, 600 twice. I'm going to sell. Any more? 600, Carol. Those are fabulous sconces with the eagle tops. Now we have a French Aubusson-style rustic romantic scene. This one is 21.5 by 60.5 inches. What's your pleasure on this one? Maybe a couple $100 wear and set in that nice embroidered piece right there, this tapestry. 200 wear, and it's to 200. And it's in all, oh, look at that one. All nicely framed, under glass even. Can you imagine what it costs to frame that? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 wear, set it 200. And it's to 200. And it's it all. Passed away. Nobody wants that. Next we have a 1920s French gilt brass Boyolite desk lamp. Look at this one here with a painted shade. This is all gilded bronze with dolphins coming off the arms, paw, feet. And it can't get any better than that. What's your pleasure in this? What's your pleasure in this lovely lamp from Palm Beach? May we have what? $300 where and set it in. 100. Somebody wants to get one of the light bulbs? I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. Any more? 100 a quarter. 1 1/2. 1 1/4. 1 1/2. And 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Any more? 1 1/2 and 175. This is a nice original lamp. At 1 1/2 now 175. 150 now 175. All in gilded bronze with a metal painted shade. 1 1/2 now 175. 175 and 200. At 175 and 2. At 175 and 2 it's adjustable. You know, the shade's adjustable. At 175 and now 200. All you need is some wax candle sleeves on here. 200 I have them 2 1/4. Way into the money. 200 now 2 1/4. At 200 and 2 1/4. Any more? 200 once, twice, him for 2 1/4. No money. 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. Any more? All in, all done. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. Any more than 2 1/4 and 2 1/2? We all in, all done at 2 1/4, 2 1/2? I guess we are. It's 2 1/4. Online bidder. And let's see what's next. Next we have this lovely little 19th century French ebonized 3-drawer stand with porcelain plaques, little painted porcelain plaques, little tiny thing, 32 inches high, 23 inches wide, 17 inches deep. What's your pleasure on this one? 500 I have, and now 5 1/2. I have 500 and 5 1/2, that lovely little piece of furniture with a serpentine front. Serpentine front. I have 500 now 550. At 500 now 550 and 5 and 550. At 5 and 550 any more? All in all then at 500 and 550 if you like it. Any more than 500? Boy, that's a lot bigger and a lot more work than the little tea caddy. I only have $500 anymore. It's $500 then. Next we have this 18th century miniature bust of Christ underneath a glass dome, and on this rare piece right here. What is your pleasure? This is all carved and painted, and this is gilded brass. The crown is gilded brass. What's your pleasure in that? May we have what? $1,000 where? How much? 175 and 200. I have 200 now 2 1/4. I have 200 now 2 1/4. 2 1/2 and 275. I have 250, 275. 300 I have 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 3 1/2 and 375. 375. 400 I have now 4 1/4. I have 4 1/4 and 4 1/2 and 475 and 475 and 500. I have 475 and now 5 at only 475. This is a fabulous thing. At 475 and now 500 if you want it. Beautiful original piece right there. Early 500 I have with Carol, now 550. Look at the detail. It has glass, inset glass eyes. Inset glass eyes. Only some of the great Italian sculptors can do that. I have 500, now 550. I have 500 once, twice, and went for 550. All in all then, $500 on that fabulous thing. Any more? It's 500 then. That's a rare thing. Next we have this rare box. Around carved circa 1810 or earlier, carved horn snuff box, the wedding of Italian prince and princess. What's your pleasure in this? What do we have? $1,000 where? $1,000 where instead of $1,000 go. $750 in that rare snuff box. Interested in that? Notice that piece? Pass away. Next object. John, you want to give it a run? No, I'll just sell a couple of things that can come up. Next we have Thomas de Solavi, worked in United Kingdom, Italy, 1839 to 1953. And on that right there, which is a pleasure, that beautiful painting right there. And we have what? $3,000. Open it up in that lovely painting, the original period frame. $3,000. We have to $3,000 to go. And he's did $3,000. And he's did $3,000 on that piece. Notice that piece? A fabulous picture by him. And for $3,000, passed away. Next object. We have a bronze statue after Giovanni di Bologna. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that? $275. Look at this one here. $300 and 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. This is a great one. Look at the size of that with a stone base. Nice condition. Where are we? You're 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4. I have 300 now 3 1/4 anymore. All in all, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Yes, 375, 400, 4 1/4. I have 400 with Jen now 4 1/4. It's a fabulous big sculpture for no money. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. At 400 and 4 and a quarter, 400, 4 and a quarter. Any more than $400? That lovely sculpture. 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half, 4 and a half. Now 475 and 475. At 4 and a half now, 475. At 450 once, twice, and in for 475. All in all, 475, 500, Jen, 500 with Jen's on FC bidder, and now 550. I have 500, 550. It's a fabulous sculpture. I have 500 now, 550. Look at the size of it. I have 500 and 550. It's 35 inches high. I have only $500. It's beautiful bronze from the Grand Tour era. 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600. At 550 and 600, 550 and 600. At 550 and 600 anymore. Last call. 550 once, twice, in for 600. It's down at 550. Online. You want to take over, John? Mr. Botero is going to...
There we go. All right, great. Good afternoon, everybody. Here we go. We are on lot number, let's see, 2290. Oh, nope. Next. There we go. All right, on the 19th century green marble display pedestal right there, finely carved Italian on this one right here. And who'll start that off where? May I have what? Opens at 250, make it 275. 275, make it 3. 300 bid 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter bid 3 and a half, 375. 375, make it 4. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. Took it on Emily. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. We go 4 and a quarter. I have 400 on Emily now. 4 and a quarter. I have 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter on the floor. 4 and a quarter. 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter bid. We go 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter bid. We go 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter on the gentleman. Make no mistake. 4 and a quarter once. 4 and a half, 475, back to you, sir. 475, would you go 475, would you go 475, 475, 10, and now 500, 475 bid, would you go 500, 475 bid, 500 bid, 550, 500 bid, would you go 550, would you go 550, would you go 550, would you go 550 bid 6, 550 bid on the floor, would you go 600 now, would you go 600, 550 bid, would you go 6, 550 bid, would you go 6, 600 bid, 650, back to you, sir. 600, 650, 700, 650 bid, would you go 7, 650 bid, would you go 7, 650 bid 750, 7 bid, would you go 750 now, 750 bid 8, 750 is bid, would you go 800, would you go 800 now, 750 bid, would you go 800, all in, all done, 800 bid 850, 800 bid, would you go 850, 800 bid, would you go 850, 800 bid 850, he's in, 850, make it 9, 850 bid, would you go then 9, would you go 950, 9, would you go 950, sir, would you go 950, would you go 950, 950, make it $1,000 bid now, would you go $1,000, 950's on the floor, make no mistake, 950 bid, would you go 1,000, 950 bid, would you go 1,000, I have 950 once to the gentleman, 950 twice, 1,000 is bid, 1,000 bid, make it 11, sir, would you go 1,100, 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100, 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100, only hurts for a little while, 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100, 1,100, you've been with me all along, 11 he's in, would you go 12, 1,100 bid, would you go 12, 1,100 bid, would you go 12, I have 1,100 on the floor, 1,200 once, 1,200 twice. Here it goes at 1,100. Yes, sir. $1,100 your way. Paddle number 80. Paddle number 80. Thank you very much for your bid, sir. Now we're on 2,300. 2,300 is an early 19th century Italian landscape with ruins, unsigned, gilt frame, and on this one right here. And on this one right here, what's your pleasure on that one? Start right off where? Opens at 1,500, make it 16. 1,500 bid, would you go 16? 16's on the phone, make it 17. 1,700 bid, would you go 18? 1,700 bid, would you go 1,800 bid, would you go 19? 1,900 bid, would you go 2,000? Make it 2,000. I have 2,000 over here, I need 21. 21, I have now 22. 2,100 bid, would you go 2,200 bid, would you go 23? 2,200 bid, would you go 23? Would you go 23? 23 is over there now. 24's bid, go 25. 25 bid, 27.5. 25 bid, 27.5, and now 3,000. 2750 bid, would you go 3,000? Would you go 3,000? 2750 bid, would you go 3,000? 3,000 is bid, go 32.5. 32.5, would you go 32.5? 32.5's on the phone this time. 32.5 and 35. 32.5 bid, would you go 35? 35 and 37.50. 35 bid would go 37.50. 3,500 is the bid. Go 37.50 if you like. 37.50 they're in, and now 4,000. And now 4,000 if you like. 37.50 bid. 4,000 bid. Go 42 and a half. 4,000 bid would go 42 and a half. Now would go 42. 42 and a half. And now 4,500. 42 and a half bid would go 45. 4,500. 4,500. 7.5. Back to you at 47.5, and now $5,000. And now 5,000 would go 5,000. And now 5,000 would go 5,000. 5,000 bid go 5,500. 5,000 bid would go 55. Would go 55. Would go 55. 55 is bid. And now $6,000. 5,500 bid would go 6,000 bid would go 6,500. 6 is bid. I need 65. 6,000 is bid would go 65. Would go 65. 65. And now 7,000. 6,500 bid would go 7,000. To the phone bidder. 7,000 now 7,250. 7,000 bid would go 7,000 bid go 75. 7,000 bid go 75. 7,000 bid go 75. I have a $7,000 bid online right now. Make no mistake. Phone is out. 7,000 once. 7,000 twice. Are we all in? You got it. $7,000 your way. Online bidder. Thank you very much for your bids. And now we move on to 2301. 2301 is a marble bust of Octavian. And on this one right here, Emperor Augustus, Carrera marble on polished black slate plinth. And on this one right here, beautiful piece. And may I have what? Opens at 300 only. Make it 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid would get 3 1/2. 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. I have a 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. No money for this one. 350 bid 375. 375. 350 bid 375. 375. Make it a $400 bid now. 375 bid would get 400. 400 bid 4 1/4. 400 bid would get 4 1/4. 400 4 1/4. 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid would get 4 1/2. 4 1/4. 4 1/2. 4 1/2, 475, 450 bid 475, 475 and 500 now, and $500 bid would go. 500 bid 500 bid 550, 500 bid would go 550, 500 bid would go 550. I have a $500 bid would go 550, would go 550, would go 550, 550, 600, 550 bid would go 6, 600 bid would go 650, 600 bid would go 650, would go 650, would go 650, 650 is bid 700, 650 bid would go 7, 7 bid 750, 7 bid would go 750. 700 bid would go 750, 750, 800, 750 bid would go 800 now, 800 bid 850, 800 bid would go 850, 800 bid 850, 850, 900, 850 bid go 9. 850 bid would go 9, 850 bid would go 9. I have 900, 950, 900 bid would go 950, 900 bid once, 900 bid twice. Are we all done at $900? Make no mistake, here it goes. Your bidder, 900. Live Auctioneers takes that one. And now 2302. And now 2302 is another beautiful 19th century white marble display pedestal right here. And on this one right here, may I have, let's see, opens at 500. Thank you very much. Make it 550. 500 bid would get 550. 550, 600. 550 bid would get 600. 600 bid 650. 600 bid 650. 650, 700. 650 bid would get 7. 650 bid 700. 750. 700 bid would get 750. 800. 750 bid would go 800 now. 800 bid at 850. 800 bid would go 850. 800 bid 850. I have 800 look for 850. Would go 850. Would go 850. Anywhere else? 800 is the bid. Once, twice, and selling at $800. Make no mistake. 850 in the nick of time. Make it 9. 850 bid would go 9 now. 850 bid would go 9. 850 bid would go 9. 850 once. 850 twice. Are they done? Sold 850 your way. Is that online bidder? All right, thank you very much. Sorry. Blame it on the new guy. All right, now 2303 is another old master painting of ancient Rome. Here. And on this one right here in a beautiful period frame. And where would you like to start that one off? Opens at 1,000, make it 1,100. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? I have a $1,000 bid to open it up, and now 1,100 where? A $1,000 bid looking for $11,000 bid, would you go 11? All in, all done. It's one bid only. 1,000 has it. Any advance over $1,000 once, twice, here it goes. You own it, $1,000. Online bidder, thank you very much. Now comes 2304. 2304 is a neoclassical marble bust of a classical female right here. Carved white marble, head of a woman with upswept hair. And on that one right there, set on a beautiful block. And may I have what to start that off? Opens 150, make it 175. 150 bid, would go 175, make it 2. 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, would go 2 1/4, would go 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would go 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would go 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would go 2 1/2. Are we done at 2 1/4 only? 2 1/4 once, last chance. 2 1/4 twice, 250 if you're going to have it. Here it goes. Your bidder, 2 1/4. Online bidder takes that one. Thank you very much. Next comes 2305. 2305 is an 18th century Italian Rococo marble top console table. And on that one right there with a variegated marble top, all hand carved and gilded. And what's your pleasure on this one? Somebody start that off where? Somebody start that off at a $2,000 bid. Where? Gonna get 2,000. 2,000 where? Said it ain't gonna get 2. Gonna get 2,000. 2,000. 1,500. 1,500 where? Gonna get 15. Gonna get 15. Gonna get 15. How about a $1,000 bid? Quickly. How about a $1,000 bid? Any interest at all at 1,000? Pass that away. Pass that one away. Next comes 2306. 2306 is a portrait of Camillo Benso, Count Cavour. And on that one right there, 1810 to 1861, bust portrait of the Count. And here we go right there in a frame with a nice linen liner on that one. And may I have what to set that one in? Set that one off where? Gonna get what? How about $1,000? Quickly set it right in. How about $1,000? Quickly set it right in. Gonna get 1,000 on that one. Go 750. Go 750. Go 750. 750. Any interest at all at that one? Go 500. One chance. $500 where? Gonna get 5. And $500 where? Gonna get 5 on that beautiful period portrait. 500 no less. Let's pass that one away as well. Pass that one away. All right, and now we've got this 17th century, a 17th century Italian walnut cassone. And on this one right here, beautifully carved lift top storage trunk here with molded edge, hand carved, looks like burl front, bun feet, everything you want in this period piece. And may I have what on that one? Start that one off where? How about $1,000 on that one? Quickly, $1,000 where? 500. I'll take your bid. 500 bid, 550. 500 bid, we go 550. 500 bid, we go 550. 17th century period furniture here. 500 bid, 550. 500 bid, we go 550. 500 bid, we go 550. Are we done with one bidder only at $500 only? Can't believe it. Here it goes. 500 once, twice, last chance. Sold $500. Live Auctioneers takes that one. All right, and now what do we have here? Cecil Van Hain. Cecil Van Hain here, Italian and Austrian, 1844 to 1914. Watering the Garden, Sicilian. Okay, oil on canvas, unsigned. And may I have what on this one? Start this off where? Opens at 1,000, make it 1,100. Charming picture, look at that right there at the well. 1,000 opens the bid. Would you go 1,100 now? Would you go $1,100? Where are you going to get 1,100? $1,100, where are you going to get 11? $1,100, where are you going to get 11? Of a $1,000 bid and selling. One bid only, 1,000 once, 1,000 twice, 1,100 last chance. Sold $1,000 only. Live Auctioneers takes that with one bid. Thank you very much. And now comes 2309. 2309 is an 18th century neoclassical reverse glass painted mirror with the perforated arch top. Wonderful over the Tremo style painting. And may I have what on that one? Opens at 500 as well. 500 is bid. Would you go 550? 500 bid. Would you go 550? 500 bid. Would you go 550? And would you go 550? I have 500 bid 550. 500 bid 550. Charming, charming mirror. 500 bid. Would you go 550? I have 500 once. 500 twice. Last chance. 500 only. 550 if you want. Sold at 500. 500 it is. Online bidder takes that one. And now we go on to 2310. 2310 is Bernardo Topi. Bernardo Topi, French and Italian, 1933. Palace de Village here in pasta oil on hardboard, signed lower right. And on that one right there, may I have what? Set that right in. Set that right in. We're going to get what? How about a $3,000 bid? And said ain't going to get $3,000 on that painting. What a wonderful painting right there at $3,000 only. Would you get 3? Would you get 2,000? Would you get 2,000? Would you get 2,000? Where? Going to get 2,000? Make it a $1,500 opening bid and let's go. Let's go. 1,500 where? Let's go. 1,500. Any interest? Let's pass that one away. Pass that one away. Let's go on with number 2311. Number 2311. This is Ugo Fortavani. Okay, and on that one right there, Italian, 19th, 20th century, two views of Roman streets. And on this one here in the original frames. And may I have what on that? Start those off where? Start those off where? May I have $1,000 and send it in? How about $1,000 on the pair? $1,000. Send it in, get a $1,000. Make it a $1,000 bid. What do you get? 1,000. 750. 750. One time. 500 only. Any interest at all at 500? 250. 250 and go. 250, make it 275. 275, make it 3. 275 bid, what do you get? 300. 275 bid, what do you get? 3. 275 once, 275 twice. 275 is the bid, 300 anywhere. Was that a bid? 300, I have 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. I've got a $300, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. Are we done? 3 1/4 for the both paintings, not just one. Okay, both paintings, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4, number 89. 3 1/4, number 89. All right, and now we have 2311. 2311 is Enrico Fossati. And on that one right there, 19th century Italian, View of Venice, oil on canvas, signed lower left. And on that one right there, old tag on gilt mitered frame liner. And on that one there, may I have what from the Osier Trust? And somebody start that off as well. Somebody start that off where? How about a $500 bid and set it in? May I have 500 on that wonderful Venetian scene. $500 where? Gonna get $500 where? Gonna get $400 where? Where do you want to start it? $400. $400 where? Instead of getting a $400. $300 where? Any interest? $250, no less. Pass it away. Pass that one away. All right, and next comes Henry Verserat, French, and he is 1880 to 1966. The Old Mill, oil on linen, signed lower right, matched corner, gold frame with linen liner. And on that one, may I have what? Set it right in. Listed artist, how about a $500 bid and set it in? How about a $500 bid? We're going to get 500. We're going to get $500 where? 500, 400. Would you go? Would you go 400? Any bids out there at all? 400, 300 where? Would you go 300? Would you go 300? 250, 250, no less. Any interest at all at 250? Let's pass that one away as well. Thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to 18th century Italian ecclesiastical painting right here. Christ breaking bread with husband and wife. Okay, oil on canvas, unsigned, in vintage gold cove frame. And on that one right there, this is, how about a $500 bid and set it right in, get 500 on that one. 100, I'll take your bid. Let's get it going. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2, 175. 150 bid, 175, make it 2. 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2, 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2, would you go 2 1/2, I have 2 1/2 heady. I need 275 and now 3. And now 300. 275 bid, would you go 3? 275 is on Carol, make it 3. 275 bid, would you go 3? 275 bid, would you go 3? Are we done? 300 now. I need 3 1/4. I have now 3 1/4, 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 bid, 3 1/4, 300 bid, 3 1/4. Are we done? 300 once, 300 twice, and selling. 300 is the bid. Sold 300. Live auctioneers, okay. And now we come up to 2315, 2315. And on this Italian scene right here, a landscape with pond, oil on canvas board, unsigned on face, inscribed verso with the artist's name. And may I have what to set this one in? Start it off where? May I have what? How about a $300 bid and set it in? How about 300? Would you go 300? 100, I'll take your bid. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? Would you go 1 1/2? Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. Are we done? No money for this painting. 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and selling at 1 1/4. 1 1/2. Thank you very much. In the nick of time. Now 175. 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. 150 bid 175. All in and all done. 150 is the bid. Make no mistake. Sold 150. Online bidder. Okay. And here we go with another one. This is Martino Fallon. Martin O. Fallon. There we go, right there. Basilica St. Mark, Venice. Oil on canvas, signed lower left. Also signed and titled verso, August 2008. 2008. And on that one, may I have what? Opens $100, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? $100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? Couldn't get it framed for that. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? I have 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and selling at 1 1/4. Make no mistake. Sold 125. Online bidder takes that one. 2317 comes next. Look at this one right here. Johann Friedrich Voigt, Germany, 1792 to 1873. Woodland scene with pond and distant village. Oil on panel. And may I have what on this one? Opens at 100 only. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175. 150 bid, 175. Charming painting for no money right here. 150 now, 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. I have a $150 bid and 175. 150, 175. All in. All done. 150 is the bid. Make no mistake. Any advance? 175 in the nick of time. Make it 2. 175 bid. Would you get 2? 175 bid. Would you get 2? 175 once. 175 twice. Here it goes, and it is sold for 175. Live Auctioneers takes that one. 2318. 2318 is an 18th century Italian religious framed textile. St. Francis of Rome helping something canonized 1608 by Pope Paul V. And on that one right there, 18th century, all in a period frame. May I have what? And set that right in. Opens at 150, make it 175. 150 is bid, go 175. Would it go 175? Early piece. 150 bid, 175. Think of all the handwork there, all the needlework, all the stitch work. It's all in painted on the facial features and so forth. 150 bid, 175. No money for this. 175 go 2. 175 bid, would you get 200? 175 bid, would you get 2? 175 bid, would you get 2? Still no money for this. 175 bid 2. 175 bid 2. All in. Sold 175. Online bidder takes that one. Next comes 2319. This is a Paris street scene, modern signed T.B. Pennick. T.B. Pennick, busy avenue with garden on left. Oil on canvas, sign lower right. And on that one right there, would you start that one off where? Open that right up. How about a $300 bid? Instead of ain't going to get 300 on that one. Going to get 3, going to get 2, going to get $100 where? $100. Set it in. Look at all that painting right there for $100 only. And a beautiful, beautiful deep cove molded frame with carved edge. On that one right there. $100 I have in 175. 100 now, 125. 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 is a bid. Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid. Would you go 1 1/4? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid. Would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4, 1 1/2. No money. And here it goes. 1 1/4 once. 1 1/2, 175 now. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. 175 go 2. 175 would you get 200. 175 would you go 2. I have 175 and selling. 175 once. 175 twice. 200 last chance. Sold it 175. Online bidder takes that one. All right, and now we have a Neapolitan painting of Mount Vesuvius. Mount Vesuvius, 4 fishermen on shore with the alarm by the eruptions of the historically volatile mountain. December 1861, gouache on paper, unsigned and framed. And on that historical painting right there, may I have what? Opens 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375. 375 go 4. 375 would go 4. 400 bid, 4 1/4. 400 bid, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid, 4 1/2. Look at the detail in that. 4 1/2, 475, make it 5. I took it on Carol. 470, 500, 550. 500 bid, would you get 550? 500 bid, 550, 600. 550 bid, would you get 600? Would you get 600? 600 bid, 650. 600 bid, would you get 650? 650, 700. 650 bid, would you get 700 bid, 750. 700 bid, would you get 750? 750, 800. 750 bid, would you get 800 now? 800 is bid, make it 9 or 850, excuse me. 8, thank you very much. 850 now 9. 850 bid, 9 bid, 950. 900 bid, would you get 950? 900 bid, would you get 950? 950, make it 1,000. 950 bid, would you get 1,000 now? 950 bid, would you get 1,000? 950 bid, would you get 1,000? 1,000 is bid, make it 1,100 now. 1,000 bid, would you go 11? 11 bid, would you get 12? 1,100 bid, would you get 12? 1,200 bid, would you get 13? 1,200 bid, would you get 13? 1,200 bid, would you get 13 now? 1,300 bid, 14. 1,300 bid, would you get 14? 1,400 bid, would you get 15? 1,400 bid, would you get 15? Would you get 15? Would you get 15? Would you get 15? 1,400 and selling once. 15 in the nick of time. 15, make it 16. 16, make it 17. 1,600 bid, would you get 17? 1,600 bid, would you get 17? Would you get 17? Would you get 17? I have 1,600 once and selling. 1,600 twice. Here it goes. Make no mistake. 1,700 last chance. Sold 1,600. Live Auctioneers. Okay. Thank you all for your bids. Okay, 2321 is an extremely rare cobweb gossamer painting of the 16th century Austrian royalty. Oval bust portrait of Philippine Welsler, wife of Archduke Ferdinand. Can't even get it out here. Ferdinand, thank you very much. The second. And on that one right there, 1521 to 1595. Gouache on ultra thin canvas made of cobwebs, no less. A rare cobweb painting, and to think that it survived all these years. Anyhow, on this piece right here, started off where? Opens at 600 only. 650, make it 7. 7 bid 750, 750 make it 8, 8 bid 850, 850 bid 9, 900 bid 950, 950 make it 1,000, 1,000 bid 1,100, 11 bid would you get 12, 12 would you get 1,300, 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, 1,500, 16, 1,600, 1,700, 1,700, 1,800, 1,800, 19 would you get 2,000, 2,000 bid go 21, 2,000 bid would you get 21, 2,000 bid would you get 21. I have a $2,000 bid online now, 21, 2,000 bid would you get 21, 2,000 once. 2,000 twice, all in. 2,000 your way. Online bidder. Now I can say I've sold a cobweb painting. Never could have said that before this day. Rare as hen's teeth. Wonderful things. Okay, 2322. Here we go right here with an early Tyrolean wood and ivory carved figure right here. Finely carved 18th century sculpture. And on this one, where would you like to start this off? Opens 250, make it 275. 250 bid 275, 250 bid 275. Look at the detail in this piece here. Holding the infant in his arms, ivory hands, ivory faces. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275, 250 bid 275. That's no money for all this work here. No money at all. 250 bid 275, 250 bid 275. Can't believe it. 250 once and selling. 250 twice. 275 last chance. Sold 250. Online bidder. 2323. Andreas Schulfout. I think I'm missing a syllable there. Netherlands, 1789 to 1870. Skating in the canal. And on that one, a beautiful winter scene right here from the Netherlands. And may I have what on that one? Open it right up, please. How about a $2,000 bid and set it in? 2,000 would you get $2,000 where? 2,000 would you get 2,000? Go 1,500. Go 1,500. $1,500 where? How about a $1,000 bid? Make it $1,000 and set it in. Would you get $1,000? $1,000. 750, no less. 750, no less. Any interest at all at 750? Let's pass that one away. Pass that one away for another sale. 2324 is, look at this 18th century German pewter mounted faience tankard right here, tin glazed, all in good shape right there, pewter base, pewter lid, engraved on the top with a nice ball knop on it right there. May I have what on that one? Start that one off where? How about a $500 bid and let's go. How about 5? Would you get $500 on that one? Would you get 5? Would you get 4? Would you get 300? Make it 300. Would you get 300? Any interest at all at 300? 250, no less. Early piece, 250. Any interest? Pass that one away. Pass that one away as well. Okay, next comes 19th century miniature European ivory figure of a woman. And on that one right there, carved woman right there, full three-dimensional on that, doll done in ivory. And may I have what? And get that started. Opens 3 1/4, make it 3 1/2, 3 1/2, 375, 350 bid 375, 350 bid 375, 350's bid, would you go 375, 350 bid 375. All in and all done. 350 is the bid, make no mistake. Sold 350. Live auctioneers. 2326 is next. And here we have a pastoral scene with livestock, Italianate river ruins, watercolor on gouache, laid on paper, unsigned. And may I have what on this one? Start it right off where? How about a $1,000 bid? How about a $1,000 bid and set everything to get 1,000? Look how detailed that is. What tight detail on that one. $1,000 where? Get it 1,000. When you get 1,000, make it what? 1,000, make it 750. Go 750 where? Would you get 750? 500. Would you go? 500. Would you go $500 where? Would you go 500? No money for this painting. Look at the detail in that one. 500. Go 250. Last chance. 250. And no less. Any interest at all at 250? Pass it away then. Let's pass it away. Okay, 2327. Here we go here with a 17th century Dutch early Delftware basin. Look at the depth of that basin there. What a beautiful piece. Survived since the 17th century. Elongated octagonal wash basin. Thick blue metallica with a beautiful deep blue marking on it. May I have one on that one? Opens 100 only. I'm ashamed to say that. 100 I have now, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4, 100 bid, 1 1/4. I'm sure that probably cost somebody anywhere from 500 to 1,500 in the day. May I have 100 looking for 1 1/4, under the money by far. 100 by 1 1/4, 100 looking for 1 1/4. 1 1/4 I took there. Would you go 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175, 175 on the floor, go 2. 175 bid, would you get 200? 175's on the floor, would you get 2? 175 bid, would you get 2? I have 175 once. Any advance? 175, I'm sorry, 2? 200, 2 1/4. Would you go 2 1/4, ma'am? I have 200 against you. Would you go 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4, 200 bid 2 1/4. I have 200 once, 200 twice. Still way under the money at $200 only and selling. Your 200. Online bidder takes that one home. 2328 comes next. This is a 17th century miniature Dutch portrait painting right here of an elderly woman in a black traveler's mantle. And on that one right there, unframed. And where do you want to start with that? That is, it's on board, oil on beveled oak panel, unsigned. Take a look at that one right there. Completely done. Uncradled and still flat. Amazing on that one right there. May I have what? Started off at $1,000, please. $1,000 where I can get $1,000. $1,000 where on that miniature Dutch portrait painting on oak panel. $1,000 where $1,000. $1,000, $750. $750. Set it right in, getting a $750. Make it a $500 bid. Make it a $500 bid. Would you get $500? Would you get $500? Where $250? No less. $250. I have it now. $275. $250 bid. $275. $250 bid. $275. It's $250 to $74. $75. I'll take it in the nick of time. $275. Make it 3. $275. Bid. Would you get 3? $275. Bid. Would you get 3? I have $275. Look for 3. Would you get 300? $300 bid 3 1/4. $300 bid. Would you get 3 1/4? $300 bid 3 1/4. I have $300 bid 3 1/4. $300 bid 3 1/4. Are we all done? $300's the bid. Any advance? And a quarter and a half and 3 and 75. $350 bid 375. $350 bid 375. $350 bid 375. I have $350 looking for 375. $350 375. Are we done? $350 and selling once, twice, and it is $350 to number 74. $350 to number 74. Okay. 2329. Change the tune right now. We've got a medium 18-arm Dutch brass chandelier. And on that Dutch brass chandelier there with 18 arms, scroll work, tubular arms, 3 tiers. And on that one right there, may I have what? Set it right in where? How about a $500 bid and get it started? How about a $500 bid? Where would you get 5? Would you get $500? Where would you get 5? For $300. Let's go. $300. Where are you going to get 300? $250. Any interest at all at $250? That's a lot of light for a little bit of money. $250. Oh, we're going to pass it. Pat. $250. I have $275. $250 bid $275. The online bid came in just in time. $250 bid $275. $250 bid $275. $250 bid $275. Are we done? One bidder going to take it. $250 once, $250 twice, and it is sold your way. Online bidder takes that one. Get your bids right in. We're moving right along here. 2330. We've got a oil on canvas signed lower right. Netherlands. Let's see. Brass tag on frame with the artist's name depicting view of the Dutch canal town. And on that one right there, in the period. And may I have what? Started off at a $500 bid, please. Started right off at a $500 bid. Would you get $500 where? Gonna get 5. Gonna get 4. Gonna get $300 where? Gonna get 3. $250. I'll take your bid. Thank you very much. And 75 and 3. Now 300. 275 bid. Would you get 3? 275 is bid. Would you get 3? 275 bid. Would you get 3? I have 275 bid. Would you get 3? 275 bid 3. All 300 on Carol. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid. Go 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid. Would you get 3 1/2? 3 1/4. 3 1/2. All in, all done. 3 1/4 takes the bid right now. 3 1/2 if you like. 3 1/2. Thank you. 375. $350 bid $375. $350 bid $375. $350 bid $375. Are we all done? $350 is the bid, and here it goes. Once, twice, and it is. I like it. Keep on bidding. 75, 400, 375 bid. What do you get for? 375 bid. What do you get for? 375 bid. I need 400 now. I need 400. Keep it going. 375 is the bid and 4. All in, all done, and selling at 375. Sold it 375. Online bidder takes that one. Okay, 2331, Mark Chagall. And on this one right here, Lovers with a Pink Horse oval ceramic dish, hand-painted glaze by Chagall, signed lower right edge. Also signed and dated 1951 on the back. On the back one right there. We got a phone bidder on this one? We do not. He's out. Okay, and somebody start that one off where? 13,000. I'll open the bid on that one. Thank you very much. Make it 14,000 now. 13,000 bid, 14,000 bid, 15,000 bid, 16,000 bid, 17,000. 16 bid, we got 17,000 bid, 18,000. 18,000 bid, we got 19. 19,000 bid, we got 20,000. 20,000 bid, we got 21. 21, we got 22. 21,000 bid, we got 22. 22, we got 23. 23,000 bid 24. The book is out. 23,000 bid, would you get 24? 23,000 bid, would you get 24? I have 23,000 online, would you get 24,000? 23,000 bid, would you get 24? 23,000 bid, would you get 24? All in, all done. 23,000 in selling. Congratulations, sold 23,000. Online bidder takes that one. They're going to be very, very happy to add that to their collection. All right, now look at these right here. This is 2332 pair of Russian gilt bronze malachite candlesticks right here. 20th century gilt bronze with malachite inlaid jewels all the way around the base, all the way up the posts on those. Beautiful with urn tops on them, I should say. They've got lyre bases on the bottom. Beautiful pair of Russian gilt bronze candlesticks right here with malachite inserts. And may I have what on those? Opens at 450, make it 475. 475, go 500. Go 500. 500 I got 500 on Emily, 550, 600. I have 550, I need 600. I have 550, bid, what do you get 6? 550, bid, what do you get 6? 550, bid, what do you get 6? 600, bid, 650. 650 to bid, 700. 650, bid, what do you get 7? 650, bid, what do you get 7? I have 650, bid, what do you get 7? 650, bid, what do you get 7? Beautiful candlesticks. 650 is the bid, look for 700. I have 650 once. 650 twice, all in, all done. Sold 650, number 89. 650 to number 89. 2333 comes next, and this is a pair of Russian summer-winter traveling scenes right here. Gentleman with a driver in a summer carriage and a winter sled. And on those two right there, beautiful pair to them. And may I have what for the pair? May I have what? Somebody start those off at a $2,000 bid. Would you get 2,000? $2,000 where? Would you get 2,000 on those? Would you get 2,000? Make it 1,500. Make it a $1,500 bid. Where do you want to start at? $1,000 for the pair. Where do you want? $1,000 where? I'm going to get 1,000. $1,000 where? I'm going to get 1,000. Make it 750. Make it 750. Any interest at all at 750 for the pair? They've been together all this time since they've been created. Still together here today. Summer and winter scenes. 750, no less. Any interest at all? And it is a pass on that one. Pass on that one. Hate to do it. Beautiful pieces. Here we go. Now we've got a 19th century bronze bust of Tolstoy. And on this one here, bust of Russian author Leo Tolstoy, 1828 to 1910, author of epic novels War and Peace. And on that one right there, where would you like to start that one off? Opens at 175, 2 bid, 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? That's no money for this one. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? I have 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2, 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. A beautiful marble base on it right there. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2, 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. Beautiful patina on the entire thing. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? Are we done? 2 1/4 once. 2 1/2. Thank you very much. 275. Where'd you go? 250 bid. Where'd you get? 275. 250 bid. 275. 250 bid. 275. Thank you very much. And now 300. And now 300. You are getting warm. You got 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid. Would you go 3 1/4? 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid. Would you go 3 1/4? 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid. Would you go 3 1/2? 3 1/4 bid. Would you go 3 1/2? I have 3 1/4 once. Any advance? 3 1/4 twice. All in. 3 1/2 in the nick of time. Go 375 now. Go 375 if you want. Go 375. 350 is the bid. Would you go 375? 375. I need 400. 375 bid. Would you go 400? Would you go 400? Would you go 400? 375 and selling once, twice. 375 is the bid. 400 last chance. 4 in the nick of time, and now 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, would you get 4 and a quarter? 400 bid, would you get 4 and a quarter? 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. They did it to you, you can do it to them. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. All in. On the a quarter, now the half. 4 and a quarter bid, 4 and a half. 4 and a half, 475. 450 bid, 475. 450 bid, 475. 450 bid, 475. 450 and selling. Here it goes. 450 once, twice, and it is sold at this time. 450 is the bid. Live auctioneers. 2335. We got a 1630 map of Russia by Blue. Amsterdam. William Blue. Let's see. Amsterdam. 1630. 1630 engraving, hand colored on woven paper. And on this one right here, may I have what? Opens 2 and a quarter, 2 and a half. 2 and a quarter bid, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 275. 275, make it 3. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. The bid is at 300 bid, 3 and a quarter now. Bid 3 and a quarter now. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter. All in and all done. I have a $300 bid and selling once, twice, and it is and a quarter and a half and 75. 350 and 375. 350 bid, 375. Look at the color remaining in that after all these years. 375, make it 4. 375, make it 4. 375, make it 4. The bid's 375. 400 anywhere. 375 once. 375 twice. Selling at 375. Make no mistake. Sold 375. Online bidder. Okay, now we have 19th century Russian icon, Mother of God, okay, from the original, okay, one of the most important ancient holy icons in the Russian north. And on this one right here, look at that and the size of it and the detail in that, the working, the enamel work all the way through, plus the hand chasing, plus the painting, everything that you'd want. This is fabulous right here on this one right here. May I have... what? Somebody say $1,000 quickly. Where do you want to start this one off? $1,000 where? 500. 300. I'll take your bid. Thank you. 300 bid, 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter bid. What do you got? 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter bid, 3 and a half. The bid's 3 and a half, 375. 350 bid, 375. Don't miss this one. 3 and a half now, 375. 350 bid, 375. 350 bid, 375. Fabulous piece of work right there. 75. Make it 4. Make it 4. Yes. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. 400 bid. What do you got? 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. The bid is 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. 400 bid, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 once. Last chance. 400 twice. Selling it. 400, 4 and a quarter if you like. Sold 400 number 89. $400 to number 89. Okay, 2337, and this is Spanish, 1859, 1933, After the Hunt, depicting a trapper looking to trade a coyote for dinner at the tavern. And on this one right here, may I have what? Open, 750, make it 800. 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 8? I have a $750 bid, would you go 800 now? I have 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 once, and selling on one bid only. 750 twice. Here we go. Any advance over 750? Sold 750. Online bidder takes that one. And next comes a 17th century Spanish Baroque carved frame. And on this incredible carved frame right here, if you've got a great 17th century European painting, here's the frame for it. On this one right here, where do you want to start it off? Open, 650, 700. 650 bid, what do you get 7? 650 bid, what do you get 7? 700 bid, 750. 700 bid, 750, 800. 750 bid, 800 bid, 850. 800 bid, what do you get 850 bid, 9. 850 bid, what do you get 9? 900 bid, 950. 950 make it 1,000. 1,000 is bid. Would you go 1,100 now? 11 bid. Would you get 12? 1,100 bid. Would you get 12? 11 bid. Would you get 12? Would you get 1,200 now? 1,200 bid now. 13. 1,200 bid. Would you get 13 now? 1,400. 1,400 bid, 15. 1,400 bid, would you get 15? 14 is the bid, would you get 15? Now 16. 1,500 bid, would you get 16? 16 bid, 1,700. 1,600 bid, would you get 17? 1,600 bid, would you get 17? 1,600 bid, would you get 17? I have 16, 17 is bid, would you go 1,800? 17, 18 bid, would you get 19? 1,800 bid to go 19 now. 1,800 bid, would you get 19? 1,800 bid and selling it. 1,800, 19 if you like. 1,800 once. 1,800 twice. All in, all done. 1,800. Make no mistake. Where are you going to find another one? Here it is, and it is Sold for 1800. Live auctioneers. 2339 comes next, 2339, and this is Pedro Ribera. Pedro Ribera here, pair of views, golfing on the links, circa 1925, oil on board, signed lower right and left in matching maple OG frames. Look at the tight little golfing pictures right there. On those, what do you want to say on those? Start them off where? Start them off where? Would you go start them off at, how about 2,000? Would you go 2,000? 1,500? 1,500? 1,000 for the pair? Would you go 1,000? Make it a $1,000 bid only. Make it a $1,000 bid only. Would you go $1,000 for the pair? Wonderful subject matter. 1,000, 750, no less. 750. Would you go 750 on these? 750. Would you go 750? Would you go 750? Are we all done? It's 750. Once, twice, and there they go. And they're going in the pass lot. On those right there, not sold. Okay. 2340 after Jules Van Cleef on this one here. Antwerp, Belgium's 1485 to 1540, 1540, 19th century copy of the original painted, okay, 1820, 1830, depicting Madonna praying in a blue robe. On that religious painting right there, may I have what? Start that one off where? May I have what? How about a $5,000 bid and set it in? How about a $5,000 bid? Would you get $5,000? Would you get $5,000 on that? Look at the detail on that and the skin tones and all that one. On that one, $5,000. $4,000. Would you get $4,000 now? Would you get $4,000? Would you get $4,000 bid? Would you get $4,000? $4,000. $3,000. $3,000. Any interest at all at $3,000? At $3,000. $2,500. One time only. $2,500 or we pass it away. Any interest on that wonderful, wonderful early painting? Pass it away. Pass that one away. And next comes this poultry yard. Wonderful subject here, boy. If you ever wanted a nice painting here, this is 19th, early 20th century. Oil on canvas, sign lower left. And on this one, in a beautiful frame of hens in the yard. May I have what on this one? Opens $350 only, make it $375. $350 bid, $75, make it $4. $375, would you go $4? $375, would you go $4? Wonderful subject matter here. $375, would you go $4? I have a $375 bid, would you go $4? $375 bid, would you go $4? No money for this one. I have $400, thank you. Now $4.25. $400 bid, $4.25, $4.5. $4.25 bid, would you go $4.5? $4.25 bid, $4.5. I have $4.25 bid, $4.5. $4.25 bid, $4.5. Still under the money by far at $4.25 bid, $4.5. $4.25 bid, $4.5, $4.5. Thank you. Now $475. $450 bid, $475. $475. Go $500 if you like. Would you go $500 now? Would you go $500? I need $500. Would you go $500? I have $475. Make it $5. I have $475 once. $475 twice. Last chance. Any advance over $475. $500 will do it. Sold. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to take your bid. You were in there at $500. Go $550. $500 bid. Would you get $550? $500 bid. Would you get $550? Get your bids in real quickly. $500 bid. $550 if you want it. $500 bid. Would you get $550? $500 bid. Would you get $550? I have $500 bid and selling. $550 anywhere. Once, twice, last chance. Sold $500. Online bidder takes that one. All right, take a look at this one here. 19th century German Black Forest Eagle bracket right here. Spread wings with head faced to the left. Right? Looks left to me. Okay, depends on what. Depends on if you're behind it or in front of it. All right, on that one right there, we have glass eyes inset into this one as well. Very unique on this one. Black Forest. Where do you want to go with the Eagle bracket shelf on this one here? Say what? I'm sorry? 1.25 is bid. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 bid. Would you go 1.5? 1.25 bid. Would you go 1.5? No money for this. 1.25 bid. 1.5. I have a 1.25 bid. 1.5. 175. 150 bid. 175 now. 150 bid. 175. 150 bid. 175. The bid's 150 and now 175. 150 now 175. And selling 150 once. 150 twice. Any advance? And it is. Thank you. 175 is bid now. Make it 2. 175 bid. Would you get 2? 175 bid. Would you get 2? I have 175. 200 in time. Thank you. And now 2.25. 200 bid. 2.25. 200 bid. 2.25. The bid is 200. Look for 2.25. Are we done? 200 once and selling. 200 twice. Here it goes. 2.25 last chance. Sold 200. Online bidder takes that one. All right, next we have Dominicus van Tol, German, 1635, 1676, small portrait of a town crier. Okay, with document, oil on mitered walnut panel, signed and dated 1664, on paper, on verso. And may I have what on that one? Start that one right off at $1,000 bid, please. We have 1,000. Take a look at that tiny, tiny little thing right there. $1,000 is it in. 1,000. $1,000 where? 1,000. 500. Make it in. 500. Would you get $500 where? $500 where? Would you get 5? Would you get 250? No less. 250. I had now 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. The bid's only 250 now. 275. 250 now. 275 and selling. 250 once. 250 twice. All in. 250 number 74, 250 to number 74. And next comes 2344, mid-19th century equestrian painting, unsigned. And on this one of the horse in the stable right here, mid-19th century, oil on tin. Start that off where? May I have what? How about a $500 bill? How about a $500 bill? Would you go 5? Would you go 5? Would you go 4? Would you go 500? I have enough 550. 550, 600. 550 bid against you, would you get 600? 600's on the phone, would you go 650? 600 bid, would you get 650? 600 bid, 650. To the phone bidder right now, has it at 600 bid, 650. 650 now online. 650, make it 700. 700 to the phone, 7 bid with 750. 7 bid, would you get 750? 750, make it 8. 750 bid, would you go 800? 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? To the phone bidder now. 800 bid, would you go 850? I have 800 bid, 850. 850 back online. 850, make it 900. Would you go 900 now? Would you go 900? 900 bid 950. 900 bid, would you go 950? On the phone again at 900 bid 950. 900 bid, would you go 950? 950 online. 950, make it $1,000 bid. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100 now? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100? 1,000 bid, would you go 11? Make no mistake, $1,000 on the phone bidder at this point. $1,000 once, $1,000 twice, and selling. Your bidder. 46. Number 46. Thank you very much. All right, now we have in there Sandberg, Norway, 1876 to 1947, curving rocky shore with horses, oil on canvas, signed lower right. And on that one right there in a beautiful frame, gilded. And may I have what on that one? Started off where? How about a 500? How about a $500 bid and set it in? Gonna get 5. Gonna get 5. Gonna get 4. Gonna get $300 where? Center it in. $300 where? A lot of painting, a little bit of money. $300 where? Gonna get 300. 200. 250. I'll take your bid. 250 is bid. Would you get 275? 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. Any advance over $250? Once, twice, and it is sold your way for $250. Online bidder. Next comes Nell's Wake. Okay, coastal grassy dunes, oil on canvas, sign lower right, and this is late 19th, early 20th century, in a beautiful matched corner gilded frame. And may I have what on that one? Opens 250 only, make it 275. 275, make it 3. 3 bid 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a half, 375. 350 bid 375, make it 4. 375 bid, would you go 4? 375 bid, go 400. Would you go 400 now? 375's on the floor. Would you go 400? 375 bid, would you go 400? 375 bid 400. The floor has the bid. 375, 400 anywhere. Once, twice, and here it goes. Bidder 89. Bidder 89 has that one. 375 to bidder 89. Okay, now 34.47, and this one here is, what do we have here? Fish vendor, oil on linen, signed lower right, deep cove, dull gold frame on this one right here, 20th century. And may I have what to start that off? Who start that in where? How about a $500 bid and set it in? How about 5? Would you get $500 where? Getting a 5, getting a 500, 500, 400, $300 where? Set it in. $300 where and set it in, getting a 300, 300. Any interest? Any interest at 300? Let's try 200 one time. 200. Any interest? Let's pass that one away. Pass that one away. Keep it going here. Next comes, look at this one right here, 18th century naive Greek Orthodox icon of Madonna and Child. And on this one right here, in its original period frame, may I have what on that one? Start that off where? Opens 850, make it 900. 850 bid, what do you got? 900. 850 bid, what do you got? 9. 850 bid, what do you got? 9. I have 850 bid 9, 850 bid 9. All in, all done at 850. One bid's going to take it. 850 once. 900 I have now. What do you got? 950. 900 bid, what do you got? 950. 900 bid, what do you got? 950. 900 once. 900 twice. Here it goes. Any advance over $900? And it is your $900. Online bidder, thank you very much. Okay. Next, we have an Armenian painting right here. Impressionist spring landscape, oil on mahogany panel, signed lower right. And on this one right here, and it is, let's see, signed twice by the artist in Paris in modern gold cove frame. Take a look at that one. And where do you want to start that off? May I have what? Opens at 800, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, would you go 850? I have an $800 bid, would you go 850 now? $800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, 850. All in. 800's the bid and selling. 800 once, 800 twice, all in. Sold $800. Online bidder. And now $23.50. Look at this one here. Rare fossilized turtle shell right here. Very desirable, wonderful desk piece right here. And on that specimen, may I have what? Opens 2100, make it 22. 22 would get 23. 23 would get 2400, now 25. 25 make it 27.5. 2500 bid would get 2750. 2500 bid would get 2750, would get 2750. 2500 bid would get 2750. 2500 once. $2,500 twice. Any advance over $2,500, and it is sold $2,500. Online bidder takes that one. Thank you very much. Now $23.51. We have three ancient Egyptian scarabs right here. Three-piece scarab lot right there. In the box, as you can see, wonderful early faience pieces right here. And who'll start those off where? Opens at 150 only, under the money. 175, make it 2. 175 bid 2, 2 1/4. I got 2 on the floor. Would you get 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4. 200's bid. Would you get 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4. 2 1/4, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid. Would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/4 bid. Would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/2, 275. 250 bid. Would you get 275 now? 250 bid 275. 275 go 3. 270, 300, 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid on 3 1/4. 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375. 350 bid 375. 375 go 400. 400 now. 400 bid 4 1/4. 400 bid would you go 4 1/4? 400 bid 4 1/4. I have it online now at $400 only. 400 once and selling. 400 twice. Last chance. Sold $400. Online bidder. And next we have ancient Egyptian pottery votive figure of a lion, terracotta reclining lion figure found in Alexandria, Egypt. And on this right here, 2nd or 3rd century BC, light deposits. And may I have what on this one? Started off where? Opens 250 only, make it 275. 250 bid 275. 275 make it 3. 275 bid, would you get 300 now? 275 go 3. 275 go 3. I have 275 only for this ancient piece. 275 go 300. I have 275 once. Any advance? 270, 300. Thank you. 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. The bid's 300. Looking for 3 1/4. Online now at 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 once. 300 twice and selling. Sold at 300. Online bidder. Thank you very much. All right, now we have 5 pieces of ancient Middle Eastern artifacts right here. All 5 pieces, as you can see right here. We've got some grease lamps. There's a spear or an arrow tip right there. Small jar and a pitcher right here. Beautiful early pieces. What would you like to start those off at? Opens 250, make it 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275, make it 3. 275 is bid. Go 300 now. 275 bid, would you get 3? 275 bid, would you get 3? I have 300, yes, now 3 1/4. Thank you. 300 bid 3 1/4. The bid's 300 bid 3 1/4. Still under the money for all 5 pieces. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid and 3 1/4. 300 and selling once, twice, 3 1/4. Last chance. Sold 300. Online bidder takes those. And look at this here. Boy, I've never seen one of these before. This is a 2800 to 1500 BC Hittite pottery votive wagon right here, and it's all there. It's all there with the wagon, the wheels, the axles. It's got fern decorations in it as well. Rare piece to still be there for its age. And where do you want to start that off? Opens at $250 only. $75. Make it $3. $300 bid, 3 1/4. $300 bid, would you go 3 1/4? I have a $300 bid, would you go 3 1/4? $300 bid, 3 1/4. The bid is $300 bid, 3 1/4. $300 bid, 3 1/4. Early piece. No money for this one. $300 bid, 3 1/4. 3 1/4. Thank you very much. And now 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, go 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, would you go 3 1/2? 3 1/4 bid, would you go 3 1/2? All in. All done. 3 1/4 is the bid. Any advance? Sold. $325. Your way. Live auctioneers. Thank you very much. All right, and now we have a medieval continental bronze mount with griffin design, probably French, 12th or 14th century cast and chisel cut bronze with integral mounting tabs and hole in the center. And on this one right here, rare as they come. Where do you want to start that off? Start that off, please. How about a $500 bid and set it in? How about a $500 bid and set it in? Getting a $500 where? Getting a 5, getting a 5, getting a 4, getting a 300. Set it in. $300 where? $300 where? Rare thing here. $300 where? Getting a 3, $250, no less. $250, no less. Any dollar $250, $250, $275. $250 bid, $275. $250 bid, $275. The bid's $250. Looking for $275. What do you get? $275. $250 once. $250 twice. To the online bidder at $250 and selling. Your way, $250. Online bidder, thank you very much. And now we have a Chinese export silver pitcher, Beijing, early 20th century Chinese export silver pitcher, all engraved. And on that one is there with a chrysanthemum pattern. Okay, beautiful floral cut feet, or I should say scroll cut feet on it, with beautiful engraving and applied handle. What's the pleasure there? Opens $200, make it 2 1/4. $200 bid, would you go 2 1/4? $200 bid, 2 1/4. The bid's only $200 bid, 2 1/4. $200 bid, 2 1/4. I have $200 looking for 2 1/4. 5.04 troy ounces. $200 bid, 2 1/4. $200 bid, 2 1/4. I have $200 once. $200 twice. Any advance? Sold. $200. Live auctioneers. And now look at this right here, 19th century Chinese carved ivory calling card case right here. Look at the depth and the detail of the carving on that one right there. Finely carved, 2-part case. And on that one, what's your pleasure? Opens 3 1/4, make it 3 1/2. 3 1/2, 375. 375, go 400 now, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475, make it 5. 5 bid, 550, 550, 600. 550 bid, what do you go 6? 550 bid, what do you go 6? 550 bid, what do you go 6? I'd hate to carve it for that little money. 550 bid, what do you go 6? 550 bid, what do you go 6? All in and all done at 550 and selling. Once, twice, here it goes. Any advance over 550? And it is sold for 550. Online bidder takes that one. Next we have 2358 is a set of 4 Chinese export pith paintings, all framed and well preserved. Look at the detail and the depth of the painting on those right there. Done on pith paper. And these are, let's see, either 18th or 19th century on these right here. Executed in ink and color. May I have what? Set them in, all 4 of them. How about a 500? 1 1/4 I have now. 175, 150 bid. Oh, excuse me, 1 1/4 bid, 150. 1 1/4 bid, 150. What do you go? 150 for the 4, not a piece. 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. Now 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid. What do you go? 175. 150 bid, 175. Make it 2. 200 bid, 2 1/4. This is for all 4 of them now. 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4. I have a $200 bid on the floor. What do you go? 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4. I have 200 bid, 2 1/4. 200 bid, 2 1/4. The bid's 200. Looking for 2 1/4. What do you go? 2 1/4. All in and selling. 200 is the bid. Sold. Number 89. $200. And now we have a pair of Chinese vintage blue and white porcelain vases. Take a look at this, one of a pair. We have one of them up here. There's a pair of them all decorated in blue. And mid-20th century on these, beautifully decorative. And who wants to start those off where? Opens at 400, make it 4.25. 400 bid, we go 4.25, we go 4.25. 4.25 is on the phone, go 4.5. 4.25 bid, we go 4.5. 4.25 bid, we go 4.5. 4.5, 475. Back to you. 475, we go 475. Yes, 475, 500. 475 bid, we go 500. 475 bid, we go 500. We go 500, we go 500. I have now 550. 550 I have, go 600. 550 bid, we go 6. Yes, we're in at 6, now 650. 6 is on the phone, what do you got 650? 600 bid, 650, 650, 700. 650 bid, what do you got 7? 650 bid, what do you got 700 now? She's out. 650 bid, what do you got 7? 650 bid, what do you got 7? Thank you for your bids. 650 once, 650 twice, selling at 650. Here we go. Back in. 700? I have your bid. 7 bid, 750. 675. Let's play. We're above that range right now. We're in $50 increments. Go 700. I'm sure it won't hurt for long. Yes? No? Yes. No. Yes. Okay. All right. 650. Back to the online bidder. Thank you very much for your bid. 650 once. 650. 7 I have now on the phone, 750. 7 bid, 750. 700 bid, what do you get 750? Back online at 700 bid, 750. 750 now 800. 750 is bid, what do you go 800? 750 bid, what do you go 800? 750 bid, what do you go 800? It's 750 now and selling. 750 once, 750 twice, 800 last chance. Sold 750. Live Auctioneers takes that one. 2360 comes next. Ooh, take a look at this table right here. Chinese rosewood table with mother of pearl inlay and stone inset top. Never seen one with the two different shapes set into the top like that. That's amazing right there. On that wonderful, rare, and decorative Chinese table. And on that one right there, 19th or 20th century. Let's see. Start that one off where? How about $1,000 bid and set it in? $1,000 where I going to get 1,000 on that table? 500. I'll take your bid. Thank you very much. 550, 600. 6 bid, 650. 650, 700. 700 bid, 750. Bid 8. 800 bid 850, 850 now 9, 9 now 950, 950 and 1,000, 1,000 bid 11, 11 bid would you get 12, 12 would you get 1,300, 1,200 bid would you get 13, 1,200 bid would you get 13. I have 1,200 on Carol's phone, Carol's online platform, and now 1,300, 1,200 bid would you get 13, 1,200 bid would you get 13, would you get 13, would you get 13. Are we done? 1,200 has the bid and selling. 1,200 once, 1,200 twice. Any advance? Sold it for 1,200. Online bidder takes that one. All right, next comes Chinese carved white jade 3 fruit. And on this one right here, late king time frame, I should say, or period. Okay, white carved jade fruit depicting 3 fruits motif. And may I have what and set that in? Open 600 only, make it 650. 600 bid, would you get 650 bid, 700. 650 bid, would you get 7. 650 bid, would you get 7. 650 bid, would you get 7. I have 7, would you get 750. 750 bid 8. 750 bid, would you go 8 bid, 850. 800 bid, would you go 850. 800 bid, would you go 850. 850 bid 9. 850 bid, would you go 9. 850 bid, would you go 9. 900 I have, 900 now 950. 950 and 1,000. 950 bid, would you get 1,000. 950 bid 1,000. 1,000 bid, you get 1,100. 11 bid, would you get 12. 1,100 bid, would you get 12. 1,100 bid, would you get 12. I have 1,100 bid 12, 11 bid 12, 11 bid 12, all in all done at $1,100. $1,200, keep it going. 11 bid, and now 12, 11 bid 12, all in all done at $1,100. I have to pass that one away. It almost hit reserve, but not quite. Almost hit reserve, but not quite. All right, next we have 8 pieces of 19th century Chinese carved ivory, the Immortals, 8 Immortals right here, a group. And there they are right there. Ooh, look at these. These aren't the little tiny chest-sized pieces. These are much larger than that. These are very well done. Okay, they've got some age to them. High detail on those right there on the 8 Immortals in ivory. One money buys the entire set. Somebody start those in where? Somebody 1,000 bid would 1,100. 1,000 bid would 1,100. No money for all 8 of them. 1,000 bid would 11. 11 bid would 12 now. 1,100 bid would 12. 1,100 bid would 12. I have 1,100 bid would 12. Would 1,200. 11 bid would 12. 11 bid would 12. 12 would 13. 1,200 bid would 13. 1,200 bid would 13. Of a $1,200 bid would 13. Would 13. 13 bid 14. 1,300 bid would 14 now. 1,300 bid would 14. 1,300 bid would 14. 1,300 bid. No money for these. These are so detailed. Take a look at these. If you can see them up close, hopefully you've looked at them in the pictures online. Okay, I have, where was I? 13 bid, we get 14. 1300 bid, we get 14. 1300 bid, we get 14. Take a look at the details here. Look at the clothing. Look at the pleats of the fabric and so forth. This one holding a flute over his shoulder here, the musician. And on all those here, 13 bid, we get 14. 1300 bid, we get 14. 1300 bid, we get 14. I have a $1,300 bid only. And here they go. 13 once, 13 twice. 1400 last chance. 14 in the nick of time, make it 1,500. 1,400 bid, would you get 15? 1,400 bid, would you get 15? Would you get 1,500 now? 1,400 bid, would you get 15? I have a $1,400 bid and selling. 14 once, 14 twice. Last chance. Sold 1,400. Live auctioneers, thank you. And now look at these chairs here, a pair of Chinese ancestral thrones, 19th century, classic Ming form, elm and remnants of old black lacquer. And on those right there, and may I have what for the pair? Opens at $250, make it $275 for two chairs, not for one, but for two. Okay, $250 bid, $275, $250 bid, $275, $250 bid, $275, $300, $3 1/4, $300 bid, $3 1/4, $300 bid, $3 1/4. The bid's only $300 bid, $3 1/4, $300 bid, $3 1/4. That's $150 a chair, ladies and gentlemen. $300 bid, $3 1/4, $300 bid, $3 1/4. Are we done? 300 once, 300 twice. Any advance over 300. Sold 300. Live auctioneers. And what do we have next? Take a look at these pair of Chinese pottery horses with archer figures. With the archer right there mounted on it. Look at that. The tail comes off. There's the archer right there. And may I have what on this one? Opens at 100, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4, and this is a pair of them, correct? Yeah, we've got one up here on the podium. It's a pair that we're actually selling. 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4. I have 100 bid, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/2, 175, 175, make it 2. 175 bid, would you get 200 bid, 2 1/4, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 bid, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275, 275, make it 3. 275, would you get 3, now 3 1/4, 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. The bid's 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. No money for these. 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2, 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. All in, 3 1/2 in time. And now 375. Yes, I have 375. Make it 400. 375 bid, what do you get 400 now? 400 bid, 4 1/4, 4 1/4, 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid, 4 1/2, 4 1/4 bid, 4 1/2, 4 1/2, 475. 4 1/2 bid, what do you get 475? 4 1/2 bid, 475, what do you get 475? 4 1/2 bid, 475. All in. Any advance over 450, once, twice, and have to pass those away. We had a slight reserve on that one. Pass those away. Next comes 2365, Chinese carved white jade plaque with boys and drum. And on this one right here, look at that charming little piece here. We've got two boys and a drum between them, all in beautiful white jade. Nice three-dimensional carving. What's your pleasure there? Opens 300, make it 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4 in white jade. 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid. What do you get? 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. No money for this one at 3. Thank you very much. Now 3 1/2. 3 1/4 is bid. Go 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. 375. 350 bid, 375. It's worth much more than that. 350 bid, 375. 350 bid, 375. Make it 4. 375 is bid. Go 400 now. What do you go 400 now? What do you go 400? Would you go 400? 375 bid, would you go 4? I have a $375 bid and selling. 375 once, 375 twice, 400 last chance. Sold for 375. Live auctioneers. Next comes, ooh, look at these pair of Chinese embroidered rank badges right here. Okay, all forbidden stitch here, a pair of them. Fine needlework on these. And where do you want to start those off? Wait a minute. Oh, what am I doing here? I'm on 66. 66. I skipped a line. Okay, excuse me. There we go. Pair of Chinese embroidered 19th century rank badges on these right here. And may I have what? Set them in. Set them right in. How about a $500 bid and set them in for the pair? 500. 250, I'll take your bid. Thank you very much. The bid 275. 250 bid, what do you get? 275. 250 bid, 275. 250 bid, 275. I have 250 bid, what do you get? 275. 250 bid, 275. All in, all done. Way into the money and selling. 250 once, twice, and it is 250 your way. Online bidder. Thank you very much. And now we're on 2367. Look at the glaze on this Chinese Sangdebouf 19th century vase right here. Beautiful baluster form, just the way you want to see them. Wonderful glaze. And may I have what on that one? Opens 550, make it for 600. 550, be able to get 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 600. I have 550, be able to get 600. 550 and 600. 600, thank you, in the nick of time. And 650. 600 bid 650. 600 bid 650. I have a $600 be able to get 650. 600 bid 650. All in, all done at 600 and selling once, twice, last chance. Beautiful vase, no money. Sold it $600. Online bidder. And now look at this Chinese powder blue ground gilt decorated porcelain vase with as a lamp. And this one right here. It's coming up here, right? And on this Chinese beautiful dice powder blue, okay, with all of the decorations on it right there. Okay, and let's start that one off where? Opens 150, make it 175. 150 bid 175, 150 bid 175. No money for that one. 150 bid 175, make it 2. 175 bid would you get 2, 175 bid would you get 200. Make it a $200 bid. I have 175, look for 2. 175 bid 2, 175 bid 2. All in. Sold number 74. 175 to 170 yeah. No, I had it on the floor. Okay. Okay. What? Okay, I'm going to open the bidding back up. I have 150. Go 175. 170. Okay. I had 175 on the floor. It's going to the floor at 175. Number 74. Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience there. Now we have 7 pieces, 19th century carved Chinese ivory figures, again, of the Immortals. Of the Immortals here, group of 7 carved ivory figures. And on these right here, would you start those off where? Opens 1700, make it 1800. 17 would go 1800. 1700 bid would go 18. Oh, there they are right there. David's got them. 2 of the 7 are right here. Look at those. Much, much bigger than the earlier ones on rosewood bases. 1700 I have, and now 18. 17 bid would go 18. 1700 bid would go 18. Would go 18, now 19. 1800 bid would go 19. 1800's bid would go 19. 1800's on the floor, go 1900 now. 1800 bid would go 19. 1800 bid would go 19. Would go 1900. 1800 bid would go 19. 1800 bid would go 19 on 7, not just the 2 that are here. There's 5 more. 1800 bid would go 19. Would go 19. Would go 19. Are we done? 1800 any advance? 1800 number 89, 1800 number 89. And now we have, look at these, a pair of carved hardwood wall-mounted stands, Republic period, matched pair of Chinese carved hardwood wall-mounted display stands. These nice 2-tier ones with the foliate theme. And on those right there, may I have what? Opens 250, make it 275. Would it get 275? 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. I have 250. Look for 275. 275 now 300. 275 bid. Would you go 3 now 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter bid. Would you go 3 and a half? 3 and a half and 375. 350 bid 375. 375 yes. 375 go 400. 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 400 is bid. Would you go 4 and a quarter? 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half. 4 and a half and now 475. 450 bid 475. 450 bid 475. 475 and now 500. 475. 500 bid 550. 500 bid 550. 550 yes. 550 bid 600. 600 bid 650. 600 bid 650. 600 bid 650. I have a $600 bid. Would you get 650? 600 bid 650. I have 600 once online. 600 twice. Any advance? 650 if you like. Sold 600. Live auctioneers. And next comes the Cinnabar, 19th century carved lacquer covered box, and a monster at that. Look at the size of this one here and the depth of the carving on this one. And on that right there, may I have what? Start it in. Start that right off where? May I have what? How about a $500 bid? How about a $500 bid and say ain't gonna get 500? 500, 400 where? $400 where? Gonna get 4, gonna get 300. Rare to see cinema in that good a shape. 300. Any advance, or I should say any interest? Let's pass that one away. Let's pass that one away right now. And next we have 8 Chinese-style figural ink drawings of the Immortals again. Of the Immortals, all framed in similar black lacquered frames. And on those right there, may I have what? Set those right in. How about a $500 bid and set those in? $500 where? Gonna get 5, gonna get 4, gonna get 300. Make it 300. We're gonna get 300 on those. Go 300, 250, no less. 250, no less. Any interest? Let's pass those away as well. Let's pass those away. And next comes Chinese silk embroidery panel with birds and flowers. Finely woven Chinese silk embroidery panel. Pair of birds perched among the flowers and branches with butterflies. And what do we have on that one? Opens 100 only. 100 only. And now 1.25. 100 bid 1.25. Look at the stitch work on that one. 100 bid 1.25. I have 100 bid 1.25. 100 bid 1.25. I'd hate to do that for $100. 100 bid 1.25. 100 bid 1.25. Are we done? Once, twice, and it is sold. $100. Online bidder takes that one. Okay, $23.74 comes next. We have a vintage Chinese cloisonne hexagonal vase. And on that hexagonal vase, this is all done. Nice white ground on that one with beautiful flowers and birds all the way around with the rosewood base. And somebody start that one off where? Opens 200 bid 2.25. 200 bid 2.25. 200 bid 2.25. 2.25 2.5. 2.5 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. And selling 250 once, twice, 75 in the nick of time. Make it 3. 300 bid 3.25. 300 bid 3.25. 300 bid 3.25. Beautiful form. 300 bid 3.25. 300 bid 3.25. I have a $300 bid now. 3.25. 3.25. 3.5. 3.25 bid 3.5. 3.25 bid 3.5. 3.25 bid 3.5. Are we all done? 3.25 is the bid. Any advance? 3.25 once. 3.25 twice. Selling. Sold. 3.25. The online bidder takes that one. And now we come $23.75. $23.75. Chinese white glazed molded peach jar. And on the peach jar there with a beautiful form on that one. Again, on a nice custom rosewood base. And it has a wonderful incised peach and leaf form over here on the front side. May I have what to start that off? Open that. Opens at 100. Make it 1.25. 1.25, 1.5. 1.5, 175. Now make it 2. Would you get 2, 2.25, 2.5. 2.5, 275. 250 bid 275. The bid's 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. All in. Sold 250. Online bidder. All right, next we have Chinese Ming bronze with gold funerary figure. Gold funerary figure with gold inset right here. And on that one right there, Ming Dynasty iron figure of a standing man with inlaid gold line decoration and features. And on that one right there, start that off where, please? Open it up at the $3,000 bid and said it ain't going to get 3,000. 3,000, would you get 3,000 on that one? Would you get 3,000? 3,000, $2,000, set it in. $2,000 where and set it in on this gold inlay, bronze with gold funerary figure right here. 2,500, 2,500, 2,000, 2,000, 1,500, 1,500 if you like. Open it right up. Doesn't matter where we start. $1,500 where I going to get 15. $1,500 where I going to get 15. Going to get 1,500. Any interest? Let's go ahead and pass that one away. Let's pass that one away right now. All right, now we have 2 Chinese Tang-style pottery female figures right here. And on the 2 figures, one money buys the pair. And on those right there, may I have what? Set them right in. Set them right in at $100, please. How about a $100 bid and set them in? Going to get $100. Let's go back up again. $100 and set them in. Going to get $100. $100 where I going to get $100. $100 where I going to get $100. 100 I have now 1.25. 100 bid would you go 1.25. 100 bid would you go 1.25. I have a $100 bid now 1.25 would you go 1.25. All in, all done. One bid only for both pieces. $100 in selling once, twice, and it is 100 only. Online bidder. And what do we have next? We have a continental carved coral and bakelite pipe right here. And this is a pipe featuring a carved red coral bowl in the form of a grotesque bearded man attached to a tapered bakelite stem. And on that one right there, wonderful little pipe. And may I have what? Set that right in. Opens 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 150? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 150? Would you go 150? Would you go 150? Way into the money on that one. 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 looking for 1 1/2, 1 1/2, and now 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. The bid's only 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. All in, all done. Any advance over 150. 150. 75 in the nick of time, and now 200. 175 bid, would you get 200? 175 bid, would you get 200? 175 bid, would you get 200? Are we done this time? 200 I have, and now 2 1/4. 200 bid, would you get 2 1/4? 200 bid, go 2 1/4, would you get 2 1/4? Would you get 2 1/4? I have 200 bid, 2 1/4. Keep it going. 200 once, 200 twice, 200 and selling, 2 1/4 if you like. Thank you very much. 2 1/4, make it 250. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2? I have 2 1/4 looking for 2 1/2, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 2 1/2, 275. I have 2 1/2 now, 275, 250 bid, 275, 250 bid, 275, 275. I heard Carol first. 275, make it 3. 3 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid on the floor now. 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. 3 1/4. It is in. 3 1/4. Now 3 1/2. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid, 3 1/2. 3 1/2. Now 375. 375. Yes, 375. Make it 4. 375 bid 4. 375 bid 400. I have 375 bid. Would you get 400? 375 bid, what do you get for? I have 375 now, 400, 375, and 400. All in at 375. So 375, number 74. 375 to number 74. Now we have a pair of rosewood low stands with woven tops. Rosewood stands, pair of low square tables, rosewood frames, molded edge tops with inset woven cane. And on those right there, what do you say on those? Somebody say what? Set those off at 300. How about a 300 for the pair? How about $300 instead of for the pair? 300 and go. I have 3. Would you start them off at 300? 200, 200, $100 for the pair. Any interest? Any interest at all at $100? 100 I have, bid, go 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, 1 1/4. I've got a $100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? $100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? All in, all done at $100. Sold them your way to $100 to Carol. Online bidder. Next comes 2380. 2380 is the mural. Hold on that one there. We've got monumental Chinese mural painting. And on that one right there, this is a gathering of geese, ink and gouache on paper, laid on linen, 18th century, signed upper left, and silver leaf box frame. And on that one right there, very early, may I have what? Set that right in. How about $1,000? Set it right in. How about $1,000 bid and set it in? Get $1,000 on that one. $1,000 where I get $1,000. $750. $750. Who'll open that up at $750? $750 where I get $750? We get $750. And used to $750. Let's pass that one away as well. Pass that one away. And now we'll go to the enamel box right here. Thank you very much. We have this Chinese painted enamel box with figural scene. And on that one right there, we've got a figural scene of children and adults right here. Okay, all done nicely enameled on the inside, signed on the bottom, everything you want to see in a beautiful round covered box like that. May I have what? Set it in. Open that up at 300, please. Gonna get $300. $300. Where? Gonna get 3. Gonna get 3. Gonna get 200. 200 on that one. How about a $100 bid and set it in? How about a $100 bid and set in? Any interest at all at $100? All right, let's pass that one away. Let's pass that one away. Ooh, look at this one right here. This is lot number 2381, Chinese King boxwood Kuan Yin figure. And on this one right here, look at the detail of the carving right here. She's got the figure at her feet. Okay, and she's got the Rui scepter right there. Okay, all carved, beautiful, beautiful piece. And may I have one on that one? Somebody start that off at $1,000 bid, please. May I have $1,000, set it in. How about $1,000, set it in? Going to get $1,000. $1,000 where? $1,000. $800. $800 where? Going to get $800. $500. Any interest at all at $500? Let's pass that one away as well. Pass that away. Okay, there we go. Now we're on the Chinese hardwood altar table with rosewood inlay, 19th century. And on the Chinese hardwood altar table, may I have what on that one? Start that one right off at what? How about $1,000 on that one? How about $1,000? Let it go. How about 1,000? Would you go 1,000? How about it? 250. I'll take your bid. Thank you. Let's work back up again. 250, make it 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. I have 250 bid 275. No money for that one. I have 250 bid 275. What do you get? 275. 275. Make it 3. 275 bid. What do you get? 3. 275 bid. What do you get? 3. I have 275. Look for 300. What do you get? 300. What do you get? 300. What do you get? 300. I got 275 against you. I need 300. I need 300. 275 bid. What do you get? 300 now. 3 and a quarter. 300 bid. What do you get? 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. The bid is 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. Make no mistake, it's online this time at 300 bid 3 and a quarter. I have 300 bid 3 and a quarter. 300 bid 3 and a quarter. All in, all done. Sold $300. Live auctioneers on that one right there. And now 2384 comes next, and this is a Chinese female rose porcelain bottle vase right here. And on this one right here stands at what is that? About 11, what is that? 12 and a half inches high. And on that one right there, multicolor. And on that one, may I have what? Started off where? 250 is bid and 275. 250 bid 275. The bid's 250. Look at 275. What do you get? 275. 250 bid 275. Look at beautifully applied raised birds and flowers all the way around on that multicolor background. 275 is bid. What do you get? 3. 275 bid. What do you get? 3. 275 bid. What do you get? 3. I have 275 once. 275 twice, and selling at 275. Make no mistake, anybody at 300, sold 275. Online bidder. All right, now we're on to lot number 2385. 2385 is a 19th century Chinese gong on mahogany stand. And on that one right there, look at that right there. Boy, you want a dinner bell. There it is. On that one right there, give it a try. All right, it works. That'll get them in there. That'll get them in there. Let's spin that around so they can see. All right, on that beautiful hand-carved frame right there. May I have what? Opens 250 only, now 275. 275, make it 3. 275 bid, would you go 300? Would you go 300 bid 3 and a quarter? 300 bid, would you go 3 and a quarter? 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half. 3 and a quarter bid, would you go 3 and a half? 3 and a half, 375. 3 and a half, now 375. Ring it again. There we go. 375 now 4. What's that? 375 is bid now 4. 375 bid. We go 400 bid 4 and a quarter. 4 and a quarter. Was that a 4 and a quarter? I got 4 and a quarter now 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter bid 4 and a half. 4 and a half 475. 450 bid 475. 450 bid 475. Hit it again. 475. 500 I have, and now 550. 500 bid, would you get 550? Would you get 550? Would you get 550? 500 bid, would you get 550? 600. 550 bid 600. Would you get 600? Would you get 600? 550 bid 600. Hit it again. 600 it is. And now 600 bid 650. 600 bid 650. I have 600 bid, would you get 650? 600 bid, would you get 650? Gotta have a little bit of fun here. 600 bid 650. The bid is at 600 online and 650 where? 600 once. Make no mistake. Selling at 600. 650 anywhere. 600 twice. Here it goes. You got it, Carol. 600. Online bidder. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, 2386. 2386. Change of tune right now. Look at this one. This is a Qing Dynasty Himalayan Tibetan gilt bronze Buddha enthroned on a lotus base with crown, hands in Madura position. And on this one here, sand cast bronze. What's the age on this one? The age is not on there, but boy, that's going to have a little bit of age to it. Anyhow, great piece. Look at the early casting on the back there. And somebody start that off where? May I have what? Open 750, make it 800. 800 bid 850. 800 bid, would you go 850? 850, make it 9. 900 bid 950. 950, make it 1,000. 1,000, I have 1,100. 1,000 bid, would you go 11 bid 12. 1,100 bid, would you get 12. 1,100 bid, would you get 12. I have $1,100 bid, would you get 12. $1,100 bid, would you get 12. It's online right now at $1,100. 11 now 12. 11 now 12 is worth much more than that. 1,100 I have, would you get 1,200? Would you get 1,200 now? 1,100 bid, would you get 1,200? 1,100 once and selling. 1,100 twice. Make no mistake. 1,200 if you want. 1,100 sold. $1,100 to you, Emily. Live auctioneers. Okay. And now we have a Chinese gilt red lacquer ladies grooming box. And on the grooming box right there, open it up there, just a minute there if you don't mind. Look at that right there with the two-piece or the single-piece top on there with the locking hasp. And somebody start that one off where? Opens at 100 only, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? I have a $100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? $100 bid, now 1 1/4. Are we done? At a $100 bid only. Once, twice, and here it goes. $100 your way. Online bidder takes that one. Okay, and next we have this folding screen, a Chinese 6-panel rosewood screen with painted alabaster inserts. And on this one, each of the 6 rosewood panels is inlaid with finely painted alabaster plaques rendered in ink and pigments. On this one right here, as you see it, want to start that off where? Opens at what? $100 only. $100 where 100 1/4. Can't believe it. 100 now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 1 1/2. 6 panels 125. Go 150. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4 only and 1 1/2. 1 1/2. Thank you. Now 175. 150 bid 175. Make it 2. 175 bid. Would you get 200? Would you get 200? 175 bid. Would you get 200? 200 bid 2 1/4. 2 1/4 bid 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2 now? 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 250 bid 275. 75, make it 3. 275 bid, would you get 3? 275 bid, would you get 300? Go 300, I have in 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 300 bid 3 1/4. 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. I have 3 1/4. 3 1/2. 375. 350 bid 375. Would you get 375? Would you get 375? Make it 4. 375 bid, would you get 400 now? Would you get 400 now? 375 is the bid now. 400. 375 bid, would you get 400? Thank you. 400 is bid and 4 1/4. 400 bid, would you get 4 1/4? 4 1/4. 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid, would you get 4 1/2? 4 1/4 bid 4 1/2. I have 4 1/4 bid, would you get 4 1/2 now? Would you get 4 1/2 now? 4 1/4 once. 4 1/4 twice. Make no mistake. Selling it 4 1/4. 450 if you like. Once. It's nick of time. 450 and 475. 450 bid 475. 450 bid 475. 450 bid 475. 450 and selling. Once, twice. Here it goes. Sold 450. Online bidder takes that one home. Thank you very much. And now we have a Chinese provincial elmwood kneeling, a little bench right here. Nice little bench right here, all mortise and tenon. And on that one right there, beautiful rural piece in elmwood. And somebody start that one off where? Opens 1 1/4, make it 150. 150, would you go 150? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2 and now 175. 150 bid 175. 175 is on the phone, would you go 200? 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4, would you get 2 1/4? Would you get 2 1/4? I have 200 online. 2 1/4 is on the phone, 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid 2 1/2, 275. 250 bid 275, would you get 275? Make it 3. 275 standing on the phone, would you go 3? 3 I have now 3 1/4. 300 bid, would you go 3 1/4? 300 bid 3 1/4. I have 3 1/4 on the line. And now 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. Phones out. 3 1/4 bid 3 1/2. 3 1/2. 375. 350 bid 375. Make it 4. 375. Would you get 400 now? 400 bid 4 1/4. 400 bid 4 1/4. 400 bid 4 1/4. It's still online right now at 400 bid 4 1/4. I have a $400 bid 4 1/4 bid. Would you go 4 1/2? 4 1/4 bid go 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid 4 1/2. 4 1/4 bid 4 1/2. 4 1/4 once. Selling online now 450. Selling online. I've got you at 450 now 475. 450 bid 475. Phone still out. 450 bid 475. Once 475 in the nick of time. Now 500 and now $500 where? 5 bid. Would you go 550? 500 bid. Would you go 550? 500 bid. Would you go 550? I have 500 once. 500 twice. The bid's 500 and selling. Make no mistake. 550 anywhere. You got it, Carol. Oh, you don't got it. 550, I'll take your bid. 550 and now 600. 550 bid 600. Get those bids in here. 550 bid 600. 550 bid 600. I have 550 looking for 600. Would you get 600? Would you get 600? Would you get 600? 550 and selling. Last chance. 600 if you want. Once, twice, here it goes. Sold at 550. Online bidder takes that one. Thank you all. And now we're on lot number 2390. On 2390, we've got a 1920s Chinese pottery large teapot. Look at that one. Look at that one with the dragon handle on it, dragons on the side, dragon on the lid. On that one right there, all in glaze and open terracotta, it looks like. And on that one right there, beautiful piece of work. Somebody start that off where? Start that off at a $300 bid. Would you get $3? Would you get $200? Where? Would you get 100? I had. Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid. Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid. Would you go 1 1/4? The hundreds on the phone. Would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid 1 1/4. 100 bid 1 1/4. Any advance? Once, twice, and here it goes. Your 100 gets it. Bidder number 34. And next we're getting into some of the antiquities, I think, here, right here. It says 2391 Chinese carved jade dragon hook, 19th century or earlier on that one right there. Jade belt hook with dragon head and relief scroll work. And may I have what on that one? Start that one right off. Up at a $300 bid and said it ain't getting 300 on that one. Go 300. Would you go 300? Would you go 200? 200. 19th century or earlier. 200. We're going to get 200. Set it in. 200. Set it in. How about a $100 bid? How about a $100 bid and sit in on the belt hook? $100. We're going to get 100. Any interest at all at 100? Let's pass that one away. Let's pass that away and go to the next one, which is 2392. Two 19th century carved ivory figures, female immortals. Female immortals. Again, look at the detail in these ivory carvings on these right here. Fingers, independent fingers there. Okay, all of that. And may I have what on the two? Open 600, make it 650. 600 bid, would you get 650 bid, would you get 700. 650 bid, would you get 700 bid, would you get 750. 750 bid, would you go 800. 750 bid, 800 bid, 850. 800 bid, would you go 850. 800 bid, 850 bid, would you go 9. 850 bid, would you go 9. 850 bid, would 900. And now 950. 900 bid, 9. Yes, 950 is bid, would you go 9, would you go 1,000. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100. 1,000 bid, would you go 1,100. I have a $1,000 bid looking for 1,100. Would you go 1,100? Would you go 1,100? 1,000 once. 1,000 twice, all in all done to $1,000 and selling to the online bidder. 1,000. Any advance? Your way, sold $1,000. Online bidder takes that one. Okay. All right. Next comes Chinese ding style bronze tripod sensor with inscription on it. Chinese tripod sensor. And on this one right here, may I have what? Set it right in. Start that in. How about a $500 bid and set it in? About $250 with inside center. $250 I have. $75, make it 3. $300 bid, 3 1/4. $300 bid, would you go 3 1/4? 3 1/4, 3 1/2. 3 1/2, $375. $375, make it 4. $400 bid, 4 1/4. $400 bid, would you go 4 1/4? $400 bid, would you go 4 1/4? 4 1/4 bid, 4 1/2. 4 1/2, $475. $450 bid, $475, make it 5. Make it a $500 bid now, would you go 500? 500. 500 I had, go 550. 500 bid, would you go 550 bid, 600. 550 is bid, would you go 600 now? Would you get 600 now? 600 bid, 650. 600 bid, would you get 650? 650 bid, would you get 700? 650 bid, would you get 700? Would you get 700? Would you get 700? I have 700 now and 750. 750 bid 8. 750 bid, would you go 800? 750 bid, would you go 800? I have a $750 bid, would you go 800 now? 800 bid, would you go 850? 800 bid, 850 bid 9. 850 bid now, 850 bid 9. I have an $850 bid, I need 900 to keep it going. 900 is bid, and now 950. 950 bid, would you go 1,000? 950 bid, would you go 1,000? 950 bid and 1,000. I have 950 once. 950 twice. 1,000 needed to keep it going. 1,000 is bid now. 1,100. 1,000 bid, would you go 11? 11 bid, would you get 12? 1,100 bid, would you get 12? 1,100 bid, would you get 12 now? 1,100 is bid, would you get 1,200? 11 bid, would you get 12? 1,100 and selling at 1,100. 1,200 if you like. 1,100 once. 1,100 twice. 1,100, 1,200 in the nick of time, make it 13. 1,200, make it 13, make it 13. 1,300 bid, would you go 14? 1,300 bid, would you go 14? 1,300 bid, would you go 14? The bid's 1,300, looking for 14, would you go 14? Would you go 14? 1,300 and selling, here we go. 1,300, 14 last chance. 1,300 once, twice, and it is sold at 1,300. Online bidder takes that one. Thank you very much. And what do we have next here? Take a look at this low rectangular table with drawers right here. Chinese country or rural period or rural area, northern elm table with overhanging top. And on this one right here, where would you like to start that one off? Somebody say what? How about a $300 bid and send it in? How about a $300 bid and send it in? Getting 300, getting 300. How about $200? Would you go? 200? Would you like $200? Send it in. 200 I have on the phone bidder. 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid. Would you get 2 1/4? 200 bid 2 1/4. The bid's 200 bid 2 1/4. 200 bid 2 1/4 on this traditional low table. 200 bid 2 1/4. And here it goes. Here we go. Sold it your way. 200. 46 buys. Number 46 takes that one. And we're back to some vases here. Take a look at this. $23.95 pair of modern Chinese Femille Rose porcelain floor vases right here. And they stand 36 inches high. 36 inches high on those nice traditional colors. And what's your pleasure on those? Somebody's 2 1/4 is bid 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2 on the pair, not a piece. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2. 2 1/4 bid, would you get 2 1/2. 2 1/2, 275. 275, make it 3. 275 bid, would you get 300. 275 bid, would you get 300. 275 bid, would you get 300. 300 bid, 3 1/4. 300 bid, would you get 3 1/4 now. 300 bid, would you get 3 1/4. 300 bid, 3 1/4. I have a $300 bid once and selling. $300 twice. Here it goes. Any advance over $300. Sold your way $300. Online bidder. All right, and now we have, look at this, 25 Chinese carved wooden figural table pieces of daily life here. We have those anywhere? Yeah, hopefully you looked at these. These are 25 incredibly well executed fine wood carvings right here, executed mid-20th century. And for that entire lot right there, what's your pleasure? Somebody start those up at $1,000, please. $1,000 where I can get 1,000. $1,000 where I can get 1,000 on that entire lot of 25 pieces. $1,000 where? May I have $1,000 bid? How about 800? $800 where I can get 800? $500. Doesn't matter where we start. How about a $500 bid? There they are. Look at those right there. $500 bid. Thank you, Zeb. On that one, look at that right there, carrying the little gondola right there. Okay, look at the detail in this. Here's the gentleman with the pit saw or the inclined saw right there. Here's a little rickshaw with a wider inside and so forth. $800 bid. We're going to get 800, 800, 750, 500. Let's go. How about a $500 bid for 25 pieces? For 25 pieces, 20. May I have 500, 500, 300, no less. 300, no less. Any interest at all at 300? Hate to do it. Pass it away. Pass it away. Okay. And next we have another folding screen, a nice 4-panel folding screen, Chinese lacquer and stone folding screen right here. And on this one, may I have what? Set it in. So opens 100, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? I have a $100 bid, would you go 1 1/4 on that folding screen? 100 now 1 1/4. 100 now 1 1/4. That's $25 a panel, ladies and gentlemen. 100 I have, and now 1 1/4. 1 1/4 on Carol, thank you. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? I have 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice, and selling at $125 only. Sold $125. Online bidder. And now we have a Chinese porcelain dragon plate right here. This is a, looks like 12-inch diameter piece right here. Large blue and white, low bowl, raised white glazed images. And on that one right there of the 5-toed dragon. May I have what on that one? How about a 500? 100 is bid. 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4. The bid's only 100 bid, 1 1/4. 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2, 175. 150 bid, 175. 150 bid, 175. The bid's online at 150, looking for 175. Would you go 175? 150 once, 150 twice. Selling it 150 only. Sold your way 150. Online bidder. And now we have $23.99. $23.99 is a Chinese one porcelain figure here with its original display and protective box. You want to go ahead and just tip it forward like that. And on that one right there, we have the porcelain figure representing wisdom and depicting or riding a lion. And on this one right here, may I have what? Set it right in. Opens at $100 only, make it 1 1/4. 100 bid, would you go 1 1/4? 100 bid, 1 1/4. I have a $100 bid looking for 1 1/4. No money for this one. I have a 100 bid, 1 1/4. 100 bid, 1 1/4. All in, all done at $100. 1 1/4 I have now, and now 150. 125 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, would you go 1 1/2? 1 1/4 bid, 1 1/2. No money for that. 1 1/4 once, 1 1/4 twice. Selling it 1 1/4 only. You got it, 125. Online bidder takes that one as well. And now we're up to lot 2400. Number 2400 in the sale today is this massive, okay, Chinese hardwood figure right here, late 19th century, carved standing sculpture depicting a Chinese god of longevity. And on this one right here, what's your pleasure? Open that right up. How about a $500 bid? How about a $500 bid instead of going to get $500? $500 where? Going to get $5, going to get $4, going to get $300 where? $300, make it in. $300 where? Going to get $300, $300 where? $300, $200, no less. And you instead all at $200? Let's pass that one away. Let's pass that one away as well. You want to come up? All right. Mr. Vayu's back in at lot 2401. All right. All right. You got it anytime.
There you go. In 2401, we have Chinese blue and white Wukai making base. What's your pleasure on this one? Chinese Celeron glazed Figaro vase right here. And what's your pleasure on this? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I 1.25 and 1.5. I 1.25, 1.5 and 175. I 150 and 175 in this beautiful Celeron vase with the two bird heads. I 1.5 now 175. At 1.5 once, twice, and 175 anymore. All in, all in 150. All in 150 it is. Online bidder. Next we have a vintage Chinese root wood carving. This is carved out of a root with a figure of a man and holding it looks like he's holding some kind of an animal. And a nice early carving right there. What's your pleasure on that? 100 I have, and now 1.25. I have 100, 1.25, 100, 1.25. That early root carving at 100, 1.25 anymore. Last call at 100, 1.25 anymore. It's 100. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have a blue and white Phoenix Bowl, possibly Ming Dynasty. And on the Phoenix Bowl right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 1.25 and 1.5. A 1.25 and 1.5, a 1.25, 1.5, 1.5 and 175. Nice early piece, 175 and now 2. At 175 and now 2. At 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. At 175 and 200. At 175 once, twice, and for 200. All in, all done at 175 and 2 on that rare bowl anymore. 175. Live auctioneers. Next we have a pair of Chinese blue and white floral plates, King Chai, period, from the Qing Dynasty. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 150 I have, now 175. These are lovely. I 150, 175. At 150, 175, at 150, 175 anymore. All in, all done. At 150, 175, 175 and 200. I 175 and 2. These are good early ones. I 175 and 2. Any more? 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. 200 once, 200 twice, and for 2.25. All in all, the 200 is $100 a piece. Any more? It's $200 then. Live auctioneers buys. Next we have a cast stone Buddha head. Look at this. And of course, Ben has to carry it over. And on this stone Buddha head, what's your pleasure on this? Great piece for a garden, 16 inches high. What's your pleasure on this? Maybe we have what? $100 instead of it in. $100 where instead of it in. $100 instead of it in. On that nice cast stone sculpted piece for a garden sculpture. And $100 where? And he said $100 from the house in Palm Beach. And he said $100 only. And he said 100 and pass it away then. Oh, I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. We don't want to pass anything as long as we get a bid. I have 100 on the floor and 100 quarter anymore. 100 once, twice anymore. 100. 1.25 and 1.5, sir. At 1.25, 1.5, no money for that. At 1.25 with Carol selling. Once, selling twice in for 150. All in all, then at 1.25, Carol 1.25. Next, we have 4 18th century Chinese export famille rose plates. And on those right there, they're lovely. And may I have a couple $100, 200 I have, and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, and 2.5. 2.5 and 275. I have 250 and 75 at 250 and 75. At 250 and 275 and 75 anymore. At 250 once, twice I went for 275 for all 4. At only 250 and 275 is 250. Next we have a Chinese blue and white stoneware bowl on that lovely, look at that early bowl. And what's your pleasure on that? May we have $100 and set it in that early stoneware bowl with a blue decoration. And he said $100. $100 where? Ming Dynasty style blue glazed bowl. And he said $100. Nice early piece. Has an old repair on the edge. Look at the age of this thing. Anyone for 100? Passed away. Next object. Next, we have a set of 4 Chinese lacquered nesting tables that Zeb's holding. What's your pleasure on these? From the Cyril Frank estate, Rachel Frank estate, rather. And what's your pleasure on these? Here we have a couple $100. Set them in. 200 way up at 200 and go. On those nice 4 little lacquered tables, aim for $200. Interested in those? Pass those away then. Next item. Next, we have a Chinese bronze figure of an ascetic, 18th or 19th century. Look at this piece right here. What's your pleasure on this? $350. I have it now. $375. I 350 and 375. Look at how old this is. 375. This is ancient. I 375 and now 400. 400 I have in 4 1/4. Beautiful surface and patina. I have 400 now 4 1/4. Look at the detail work down his spine. 4 1/4 and 4 1/2. There's a little bow or something on the back. You can 4 1/2 and 475 and 450 and 475. He's reading a document of 75 and 500. Look at the age of this piece. I have 475 and now 500. I have 475 and that rare seated scholar. I have 475 and now 500. At 500 I have it now 550. It's a rare early piece in beautiful condition. Nice patina. 500 once, twice, aimed for 550. All in all done. 500 once, 500 twice, aimed for 550. With Emily, 550, and with Emily still at 550 and 600. A 550 and 600. You can't go wrong on this. It's a beautiful piece. Excellent casting. I have 550 and 600. 550 once, twice, him to 600. Sold 550. All right, next we go to a Chinese Swotao ware low bowl and 100 now. I have 100 ware. Anyone 1 1/4, 1 1/2, a 1 1/4, 1 1/2, and 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 once, twice, anyone 150. It's all unreserved. Anyone for 150, once, twice, and 100 1/4 Emily. Live auctioneers. Next we have a Chinese crackle glazed stoneware bowl, another early bowl from this one collection. And maybe we have $100 in this one, starting low. 100 I have and now 1/4. I have 100 now 1/4, 100 now 1/4. 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 1/4 for that nice early crackle glazed Chinese bowl at only $100 anymore. 100 once, twice, any more than $100. It's 100 then. Oh, you got 1 1/4? I can't hear you unless you say something. I 1 1/4 and 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 anymore. Sold 100 1/4. Carol, your way. Online bidder. Next we have Chinese bronze horse on a stand. Look at this. Chinese bronze horse on a stand. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? And 400 I have. 100. I have 100 now 1 1/4. I have 100 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 1/2, 175. 175, and 175, and 175, yes, and 200, and 175, and now 2. Beautiful piece. I want to say 200 and 2 1/4 now. 200 now, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2, at 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. On the phone at 2 1/4 and selling at only 2 1/4 on that bronze horse. At 2 1/4 once, twice, and with 2 1/2. Kayla, 2 1/4. Row 7 buys, 2 1/4. Next we go. Oh, here's a rare piece right here. Look at this. This is a Chinese jeweled Perak hat from Latka Kashmir region. From the Kashmir region. This is all set with turquoise and amber and more turquoise. And it goes like this. And I think it's worn like this. And this goes down the back. This goes down the back, I believe. Anyway, can you hold it up like that, Ben? And what's your pleasure on this rare, rare piece right here? Came in on free appraisal day. May we have what? $1,000 and set it in. $1,000 where set it in. 1,000 where set it in. $1,000. 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. I have $1,000 now 1,100, now 1,200. I have 1,100, 1,200 I have, yes, and now 13. That's 13, now 14. I have 14, now 15. I have 14 at 15, now 16. I have 16, now 17. I have 17, now 18. I have 17, now 1,800 on the phone, and now 1,900. I have 1,800, now 1,900. It's off the floor and on Sylvia's phone at 1,800, now 1,900. This rare, rare piece at 1,800 once, at 1,800 twice, aiming for 1,900. Beautiful original piece at $1,800 anymore. $1,800. Sylvia. 423 buys. 1,800. That rare object came in on free appraisal day. Now we have a 19th century Korean medicine chest. On that one is 52 inches high, 37 inches wide, and 12 inches deep. On that rare medicine chest with all the wonderful little drawers. There's 103 drawers. 103 drawers plus a cabinet down below. What's your pleasure on that? May we have what? $1,000 worth and set it in that rare cabinet on that medicine. How much? 500 I have, and now 550. I have 500 and 550 in that fabulous cabinet at 500 and 550. 103 drawers. I have only 500 and 550 at 500 and 550 if you'd like it. Boy, that's a fabulous little cabinet. I have 500 now, 550 anymore. All that 550 I have now 600. I have 550 and 600 at 550 and 6. Way into the money. I have 550 and 600 anymore. All in at 550 and 600. At 550 once, twice in for $600. Any more than 600, 550, 600 in time, and now 650. I have 600 and 650. Almost sold it on you. I have 600 now, 650. I'm going to sell it. 600 once, 600 twice, and 650 if you want it. Beautiful cabinet. Any more? Carol, 600. Next, we have another Korean piece from the same family. This is a Korean bookcase, circa 1860 to 1870. And on that right there, it's 15 and a half by 12 and a quarter by 36 inches wide. Bless you. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure? And this nice early piece right here, it's all mortise and tendon carved through and all dovetailed on the ends. On that early piece, what's your pleasure on that? I mean, we have what? $500 where? 500, 400, 300. This is an early Korean bookcase, and he went to 300. Nobody wants that? Pass away, we'll sell it another day. And here we go, 2415. 17 rather. 2417. I'm going backwards, Jen. And here we have a Korean chest with 2 drawers and 2 doors, a collector's cabinet. What's your pleasure in this little guy? Then we have, what, a couple $100 and set it in. 200 way of it to 200 and go. A 200 way to 200 and go. On that nice little cabinet right there. Maybe we have $100 and set it in. And it's $100 here to be sold. And he went for 100. And he went for 100. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. Beautiful brass fittings on that. I have 100 now a quarter anymore. 100 once, twice, and for 1 1/4. $100. Live auctioneers. Next we have, here's a beautiful piece right here. Look at this. This is a 19th century Indian carved ivory box with elephant and bull elephant designs around the sides and a bull finial on the top. A sacred bull of India. And what's your pleasure on that? May we have what? 450 heaven, 475 and 500, 500, 550. I have 550, 550, 600. I have 600, 650. 650, 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 now 700, 650 and 700. I have 700 on the phone and 750. I have 700 on the phone with Sylvia, now 750. I have 700 on the phone and 750. 750 I have with Emily, and now 800, and now 800 if you want that rare box. I have 750 now 800, that beautiful carved piece. I have 750 need 800. I have 750 once, 750 twice. Anyone for 800 in time with Sylvia on the phone, and now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5, exquisitely carved. I have 800 8.5. It has the elephants going around the whole box, with a sacred bull on the top. Nice condition. I have 800s on the phone and selling. 800 once, 800 twice. Anyone for 8.5? 800, Sylvia, your way. What number? 46? 46. Oh, I didn't know who that was. Next we have a Thai carving of the Hindu god Shiva seducing Parvati, and on that right there, maybe we have $500 and set it in. 700, I like it better. This is from the Osher estate. I have 700. Oh, and that beautifully carved. I have 700 now 750, 750, 800. I have 750 now 800. I have 750 now 800, 750 now 800. I have 750 and 800, 800. Look at the detail on this thing. It's unbelievable. I have 800 now 850. Can you zoom in on that, Dave? I have 800 now 8.5. At 800 now 8.5. At 800 8.5 and now 9. Look at the detail on this thing. It's unbelievable. I have 8.5 and now 900. I have 8.5 and now 9. 8.5 and now 9 anymore. At 850 once, 850 twice. Even for 900 in time and now 950. I have 900 now 950 and 900 950 from the Osher estate. I have 900 950 now 1,000. Has a nice stone base. I 950 now 1,000 if you want it. 1,000 I have 1,100. I have 1,000 now 1,100 if you'd like it. 1,000 once, 1,000 twice in for 1,100. 11 I have in 12 now. 11 and 12, 11 and 12, 12 and 13. I have 1,200 from the Osher estate at 1,200 now 13. On that ivory, Thai ivory figure at 1,200 1, 13 I have in 14. I have 1,300 now 1,400. I have 14 now 15. I have 1,400 now 1,500. I have 1,400 now 1,500. Look at the quality of that detail on that. I have 1,400 once, twice, and for 1,500. Gonna go all in, all done at 1,400. 1,400. Live auctioneers gets that one. Beautiful carving on that. Next we have, this is a rare piece right here, miniature portrait of an Anglo-Indian thoroughbred horse with a Punjabi handler on that watercolor. And on that right there, this is a very early piece right here in beautiful condition. It's signed down below by the artist. And what is your pleasure on this? May I have 1,000 I have, and now 1,100. 11 I have, and now 12. I have 1,100, now 12, 11, and 12. And 1,100 once, 11 twice, anyone for 1,200. The floor is out. It's with Jen at 1,100 and 1,200 if you want it. That rare early Indian watercolor. I have 1,100 once, twice, and for 1,200. 1,100. 437, 1,100. Next we have, here's some beautiful carvings right here. 19th century Anglo-Indian carved ivory elephants with howdahs. And on those right there, these are beautiful carving, beautiful patina. And what's your pleasure on all these? 700 and 750 now. 750 and now 800. I'm 750 and 800. These are beautiful 19th century carvings. 800 I have, and now 8.5. 850, 900. I have 850, now 9. At 850, 900, now 950. 950, 1,000. I have 950, now 1,000 if you'd like them. 1,000 I have, 1,100, 11 and 12. I have 1,112, 11 and 12. They're fabulous. I have 1,112, 11 and 12. 1,100 once, twice, and it was to 1,200. All in 1,200 in time with Emily. 1,300, now 14. I have 1,300, now 14. I have 1,300, now 14, and 13 and 14. This one has 2 riders on it. I have 1,300, 14 I have, and 1,500. 15 I have, and 1,600. I have 15. They're exquisite. I have 1,500, 1,600. At 1,500 once. 1,500 twice, and for 1,600. All in, all done at 1,500. Any more? 1,500, Carol. And here we go. Now we have Yukub Abarsi, Iranian, 1948. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? 175 and now 200. I 175 and now 2, 175 and 2. I 175 and 2, 175 and 2 anymore. All in, all done at 175 and 200. 200 I have, and now 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter. I heard Emily first. I have 200 and 2 and a half and 275. I have 2 and a half, 275. This is the Taghra of Sultan Murad III, 1546 to 1595, from the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. And I have what? 275 and 300 at 275 and 3. I have only 275 and 300. Going to sell it. 275 once, twice, any more. 300 in time, and now 3 and a quarter. This is a rare object. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 300 once, 300 twice, and for 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter, 3 and a half, and 375. I have 350 now, 375. At 350 and 375. At 350 once, twice, and for 375. All in, all done at 350, 375. Any more? Sold 350 then. Oh, this is great right here. Look at this. Japanese ivory okamono, a monkey with frog and skull. Uh-oh. Look at this. He's got a toad. A monkey's holding a toad, and he's sitting on that skull. Oh, and there's a snake. There's a cobra coming around the back of the monkey.
Detail on the bottom of the skull. You have the nasal passages.
Oh, look at that. Zeb saying it has the nasal passages. It has all the details on this underneath of the skull. Anyway, nothing, no carvings are like the Japanese sculptures. Boy, they are the best. And what's your pleasure on this? 275 and 300. 300 I have, and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. I have 3 and a quarter, and 3 and a half. 3 and a half on the floor, and 375. I have 350 now, 375. 375, 400 I have on the floor with the lady, and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter, and 400, 4 and a quarter anymore. All in, all done at 400 and 4 and a quarter. We good? Goodbye. 400 to 41. 400 to 41. Next we go to a lovely Japanese cloisonné vase with Middle Eastern figures. This is a very rare subject matter. It's all cloisonné with a camel and a camel herder on the side. What's your pleasure in this one? What's your pleasure in this? A very unusual subject matter for Japanese cloisonné. Any interest in this piece right here? Anyone for 100? Anyone for 100? Nobody wants that? Pass away then. Next object. 2425, moving right along. And here we go, a Japanese mixed metal bronze of a scholar figure. Look at this lovely piece right here from the Meiji period. It's all gold inlaid. Gold inlaid on that Japanese bronze. What's your pleasure in that? Maybe $1,000 and set it in. How much? 1,000 I have, and 1,100 I have, and now 12. 11, 12 I have, and 13. I have 13, now 14. I have 13 and 14, 14 and 15. 15 and 1,600. I have 1,500, now 1,600. I have 1,500, now 1,600 anymore. All in all on at 1,500, 1,600. At only 1,500, 1,600, this is a fabulous bronze. I have 1,500, 1,600. All his robe is all inlaid. I didn't notice that. The robe is all inlaid with silver and gold. All in through here. I have 16, now 1,700. Any more? That's 1,600 once, twice in for 1,700. Past is 1,600. Had a reserve. And next we have 8 Japanese Yamanaka and Company Amari butterfly dishes. What's your pleasure on these? What's your pleasure on all of these? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. How much? I like it better. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter, 200, 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, 2 and a quarter, and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a quarter, 250 and 275. I have 250 and 275. 275 and 300. I have 275 and 3. At 275 and 300 any more. 275 once, twice in for 300. All in all, not 275. Are we good? Any more? Sold 275. Next we have another Japanese mixed metal tree form bronze, and a beauty right there. Look at this piece right here. Heavy, heavy bronze with silver and gold inlays. Meiji period. Absolutely stunning piece of bronze right there. What's your pleasure on this, man? A couple thousand, set it in. 2,000, we have bid 2,000 go. $1,000, 1,100, I have it now 12. I have 11, 12, I have it now 13. I have 13 and 14, I have it now 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,400, now 15 and 14 and 1,500. I have 1,400 and 1,500 anymore. All in, all done. At only 1,400, 15 if you want it. All in, all done. At 1,400, 1,500. 15 I have and 16 now. 16 I have now 17. I have 1,600 now 17. Quickly. I have 1,600 now 1,700. I have 16 now 17 and 16, 17. Any more? At 1,600 once, twice in for 1,700. Past this 1,600. So close. Past this 1,600. That one had a reserve. Most of the stuff does not. I think that's the only 2 things that had a reserve. And look at these right here. We have 2 Edo samurai lacquered parade hats, and one of those on those nice period lacquered parade hats. What's your pleasure on those? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 only and 275. How did those ever survive? This one's got all gold leaf with a dragon. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 75 anymore? All in all done at 250 once, twice, and 275 and 300. And 275 and 300. No money for these. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 300 at 275 and 3. This one's signed right here. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now, 3 and a quarter. 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. They're stunning. I have 3 and a quarter. They got the great wall on them. It's 3 and a half and 375. I have 375 and 400. I have 375 and 4. At 375 and 4 and 370, 400 I have and 4 and a quarter. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, twice, and 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. I have 4 and a quarter, 4 and a half. 4 and a quarter once, twice, 4 and a half, and 75 now. At 450 and 475, 75 and 500. Should have started there. I have 475 now, 500. I have 475 once, 500 and 550. I have 500 now, 550 if you'd like it. I have 500 once, 500 twice, and for 550. 550, 600. I have 550 now, 600 for the pair. 600, 650. I have 600 Carol and 650 all the way. At 600 once, twice, and for 650. All in all, at 600, 650, selling once, selling twice at 600 anymore. Carol, 600. Next we have a lovely Japanese mixed metal and fine silver-clad rosewood box. Rosewood box, and it's signed by the artist. It's inlaid with brass and gold. Inlaid with brass and gold with a basket weave pattern over rosewood. Over rosewood, a beautiful box. And what's your pleasure in this? 150 is signed by the artist right here. 175 and now 200 and 2 and a quarter. I have 200 now, 2 and a quarter. I have 2 and a quarter and 2 and a quarter and 2 and a half. I have 2 and a half and now 275. I have 250 now, 275 in that fabulous box. 275 and now 300. 300 I have now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 and 3 and a quarter. Signed by the artist. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. I have 300 and 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. I have 3 and a quarter. Whoop, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half. Show them that part. I have 3 and a half and now 375. I have 3 and a half now 375. At 350 once, twice, and 375 if you want it. 375 and 400 and 400. I have 400 and 4 and a quarter. Should have started at 500. I have 400 now, 4 and a quarter. 400 once, 400 twice. Spectacular piece of artwork. At 400 and 4 and a quarter. Any more? 4.25 and 4.5. At 4.25 and 4.5 now. 4.5 and 75. At 4.50, 4.75. At 4.50 once, 4.50 twice, and 75 if you want it. You're going to lose it. Any more than 4.50. 4.75 if you want it. Once, twice, and Carol, 4.50 then. Online bidder. Next we have a great pair of Japanese bronze relief iris vases from the Meiji period. Look at these. Look at these with these deep, deep carved irises. Early bronzes. They're signed by the maker on the underside. All signed by the artist on the underside. And what's your pleasure on those? They're spectacular. 100, now quarter. I have 100, a quarter, now half. I 1.25, 1.5. These are all signed by the artist in the Meiji period. 1.5, 175 I have now 200. At 175 and now 2. At 170, 200 I have in 2.25 immediately, and 2.5. At 2.25 and 2.5. There's no money for these at 2.25 and 2.5, 2.5 and 275 now. I have only 250 and 275 with these raised irises, all signed by the artist at 250 and 275. At 250 once, twice, a bargain, and he went for 275. It's 250 it is, Carol. Lovely. Next we have a Japanese 6-panel screen with birds and branches. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on that one? On this 6-panel screen with birds and branches, 19th century. Maybe we have a couple $100 set it in. 200 we have is at 200 and go. 100 I have and now 1.25. I 100 now 1.25, 100 1.25. I 100 1.25, 100 1.25 any more. All in all then at $100 only in that nice period screen at $100. Any more? It's $100 then. Live auctioneers. Next we have, look at these. 2 Japanese bronze vases. One is by Nogawa Company, Meiji period. Look at this one right here. Look at this one right here. Silver and gold inlaid in the flowers. It's signed on the bottom. Silver and gold inlay all over it. And what's your pleasure on this one? 175 and 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25. I have only 200 and 2.25. These are beautiful vases from the Meiji period. This is the money right here. I have 200 now, 2.25. I have 200 now, 2.25, 200, 2.25 anymore. All in all on 200, 2.25. 200 at 373. 2433. 2433 is a pair of Japanese Amari porcelain vases wired as lamps. A beautiful pair of Amari vases, bottle form vases. And look at those right there. What's your pleasure on those? 500 I have and now 550. I have 550, 600. I have 550, 600, 650. 650 is on the phone, 700. I have 650 on the phone, now 7. I have 650s on 700, now 750. I have 700, now 750. 750 on the phone, now 800. 800 I have now 8.5. They're exquisite. I have 850, now 900. I have 850, now 9. 900, now 950. I have 900, now 950. 950 I have and now 1,000 on those rare Japanese bottle form vases. 1,000 I have 1,100. I have 1,000, now 1,100. At 1,000, 1,100, 1,100 on the phone, of course, and 1,200. I have 11, 12, and now 13. I have 1,200, now 13, and 12, and 13. I have 1,200 once, 13. I have in 14. I have 13, 14, now 15. I have 1,400, now 1,500. I have 1,450 if you want it. I have 1,400 online at Live Auctioneers. 15 anymore. Yes, no, 15 I have with Kayla on the phone, and now 1,600. 1,600 I have, now 17. I have 1,600, now 1,700. I have 1,600, 1,700. They're exquisite. I have 1,600 once, 1,600 twice, and 17 if you like it. I've never seen a pair like this in all these years. And 1,600 selling once, twice, anymore? Emily, 1,600. Those are great. And next we have a Buddha, a Japanese lacquered wood Buddha, a nice early one right there. How are you? I'm good. On this nice early Japanese gilded and lacquered Buddha. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 75, the nice early 19th century Japanese Buddha. I have 250 and 275. 250 once, twice, and for 275. Nice original carved and gilded Buddha at 250 and 275. Any more? 250. Next we have a pair of Japanese mixed metal bronze vases with flowers from the Meiji period. Meiji period. Look at these. These are lovely. These are lovely. They're all insetted with gold and silver and copper on solid bronze from the Meiji period. And I think the sticker is hiding the signature. Anyway, on these, what's your pleasure? What's your pleasure on these? May I have $1,000 and set them in? $1,000 where it should have been 1,500. I have and 550 and 600. I've 600. I've 600. 600 now 650. I've 600 now 650 and 650 now 700. I've 650 and 700. 650 and 700. At 650 and 700. No money for these at all. At 650 and 700. All in all on 650 and 700. Pass. Those did not meet reserve. Next item. Next we have one of the best pair of Japanese Satsuma vases from the Meiji period I have ever seen in years and years and years. Look at these. These are absolutely incredible. What's your pleasure on these? 550 I have in 600. I have a pair of these. I have 550 and 600. I have 550 and 600 and 550 and 600. They're absolutely exquisite. I have 550 and 600 with the warriors going around at 550 and 600. I have in 650. I have 600 now 650. Those are amazing. I have 600 now 650. Any more? All in, all done at 600 and 650. If you want imperial quality Satsuma, this is it. I have 600 now 650. Any more? Beautiful quality. And 600 and 650. Any more? Any more? 600 to 74. 600 to 74. All right, next we go to early 19th century Japanese Zen Buddhist chanting gong, a chanting gong, late Edo. And what's your pleasure on this one right here? Maybe we have a couple $100 and set it in. A couple $100 and set it in at 200. And 200 where? Solid bronze, early with dragons. And 200 where? 200, a nice early piece at 200. And it's at 200. 200, 100. I have 100 now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, twice, even for 1 1/4. $100 to number 89. $100 to 89. Next we go to, look at this piece right here. Japanese art pottery, stem vase with cranes, inset in cranes. And what's your pleasure on this? 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4 and 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 with Carol and 250 if you like in that beautiful vase. At 2 1/4 in that Japanese arts and craft or art pottery vase from the arts and crafts period. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 with the flying cranes. At 2 1/4, 2 1/2 anymore. At 2 1/4 once, twice, aim for 2 1/2. 2 1/4 it is. 2 1/4. They came from the estate in South Freeport. Oh, look at this one. We have a 19th century Japanese tanto dagger with a case, and on the tanto dagger, this also comes from the house in South Freeport. What's your pleasure on the dagger? 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4 and 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. On this tanto dagger at 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more than 3 1/4, 3 1/2 if you would like it. At 3 1/4, 3 1/2. Any more? Once, twice, and it is 3 1/4. And next we have a Japanese wakizashi short sword. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? 70 with a tortoiseshell style frame and a tortoiseshell ham and an interesting suba. And what's your pleasure on this? I have 70 now 80. 70 now 80, same from the same house. I have 70 now 80 anymore. It's 70 once, twice, anyone for $80. $70. Live Auctioneers buys that one. And next we have a Japanese tanto sword, another one right here. What's your pleasure on this one? This one has a chagrin case. 70 with little gold in 80 and now 90. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90. I have $80 now 90. Look at the clouding on that blade, just like you want to see. I have 80 now 90, 80 now 90, and 90 I have, and now 100. 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. Any more? With Carol at $100. Any more? 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 175. I 150, now 175. These all came from the same house in South Freeport. I 1 1/2, now 175. Any more? Last call. Carol, 150 then. Next we have another one. Ornate Japanese katana sword. This one's signed. On this katana sword. Look at this one. Wait a minute. I want to see that scabbard. Wow. This is all reticulated right here on the sword. Ooh, geez, that's a big one. But look at here. On the side, it has a special knife mounted in the side of it. And what's your pleasure in this? 600 I have, and now 650. I have 600 and 650, 650, 700. I have 650 and 700 on the samurai sword. I have 650, hold that steady. I I have 650 and 700. I have 650 and 700. Any more? That's 650 once, 650 twice. And don't put your hand on that blade, I'll tell you. 700 I have in 750. I have 700 and 750 from the same estate. I have 700 and 750. Any more? 700 once, twice, and 750. It's 700 then. Live Auctioneers gets that one. Next we have a Japanese glass display case with an illusion-mounted crane. Isn't this interesting? When you look at it, it gives you the illusion of more than one. I don't know how they did that. Anyway, what's your pleasure in this? 50, having 60 now. I have 50, 60, now 70. I have 60, 70, now 80, 80, now 90. I have 80, now 90, 80, now 90. At 80, now 90 anymore. At only $80, now 90. Boy, that's a great thing. At $80, now 90. How in the world did they do that? Mirrors. How much? I have 80, now 90. 80 once, 80 twice, in for $90. All in all, and $80? $80 to 74. That's from that same house. No, that's a different house. Next we have, now we have a lot of miniatures. We have a miniature in ivory, a woman miniature in ivory in circa 1890. And on this right here, it's in a beautiful gold frame. And on that right there, what's your pleasure? We have a couple, how much? 100 I have, and now one a quarter, 1 1/2, 175, 75, 200, 2 1/4. I have 200, 2 1/4, and 2 1/2, 2 1/2, and 275. I have 250 and 275, a beautiful piece, 275 and 300. I have 275 and now 3, 275 and 3. I have 275 and selling that beautiful miniature at only 275. Any more? It's 275. Live Auctioneers. Next, we have another miniature portrait of a woman on ivory, circa 1780. And what's your pleasure on this one? In a beautiful frame. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this one? We have a couple $100 and set it in. 200 where? $100 and set it in. $100 in that nice early painting. And even for $100. 100 I have, and now a quarter. I have 100 now a quarter. They're all here to be sold. I have $100, 100 and a quarter. A nice early portrait on ivory. I have 100 once, twice in for 1 1/4. Sold $100, Carol. Next, we have another early miniature of a man on ivory, circa 1770. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. This is an early one. I have 50 and 60 anymore. All in, all done. It's 60 and now 70. I have 60 with Emily. Is that correct? Carol. I have 60 with Carol. Now 70. I have 60 now 70. 60 now 70. Any more? Any more? 60 it is. Online bidder. Next, we have another miniature portrait of a man on ivory, circa 1790. And what's your pleasure on this one? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, and 70, now 80. At 70, now 80 anymore. At $70, nice early one. $70 anymore? $70. Online bidder. Oh, here's a pretty one right here. Miniature portrait of a woman, circa 1890. What's your pleasure on this one? 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 70, now 80. Boy, that's much better than that. That's a beautiful portrait. I have 70, now 80. At 70, now 80 anymore? All in, all done. $70. 80 if you like. 80, now 90. I have 90, now 100. And 90, now 100. That one should be bringing a few hundred. I have 90, now 100. 90 once, 90 twice, and $100 if you want it. Beautiful miniature. Any more? 90. And now we're on 2449. And this is a 19th century silhouette. 19th century silhouette. And on the silhouette, what's your pleasure on that? 60, I have 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80, 80, now 90. 90, now 100. I have 90, now 100. A beautiful early silhouette in a period frame. 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. 100 once, 100 twice, in for 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2. At 1 1/4, 1 1/2 with Carol at 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 1/2 with Emily, now 175. I 150, now 175. At 150 once, twice, in for 175. Any more? 150. Live Auctioneers. 150, the Live Auctioneers. Next, we have an early 19th century silhouette portrait of a man by Henry Williams. This is a signed one. What's your pleasure on this one? 50, having 60 now. Signed by the artist. I have 50 and 60, and now 70. I have 60, now 70, 60, now 70. 70, now 80. I have 70, now 80. Should be more than that. I have 70, now 80. 80, now 90. This is signed by Henry Williams, the artist. Where are we? 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter. At $100 once, twice, in for 1 1/4. Any more? 1 1/4 with Carol, now 1 1/2. I have 1 1/4, 1 1/2. 1 a quarter once, twice in for 1.5 and 175. At 150 now 175. Quickly, I 150 now 175. 150 once, twice in for 175. It's 150 then. Live Auctioneers gets that one too. Next one we have early silhouette portrait of a woman. This is signed by Augustus Day. He worked in 1800, 1845. What's your pleasure on this one? 90 you have, and now 100. I have 90 now 100. No, 100 I have now quarter. I have 100 now quarter. 1 a quarter, 1.5. 1.5 and 175. I have 150 now 175 and 200. 200 I have with Carol and 2 and a quarter. I have Carol at 200 now 2 and a quarter. I have 200, 2 and a quarter, and Emily Live Auctioneers and 2.5 and 275. At 250, 275 and 300 now. 300 and 3 and a quarter. I have 300 now 3 and a quarter. 300 once, twice in for 3 and a quarter. All in all now 300. Emily 300. Live Auctioneers, they're getting all the good ones. Next we have another one, early miniature 19th century silhouette portrait of a boy. This is by Edward Everett Howard, 1787 to 1833. What's your pleasure on this one? 50 having 60 now, 60 and 70 and 80, 80 now 90, 90 now 100, 90 now 100, 90 now 100. This is by 100 now quarter, by 1 a quarter, 1.5, a 1 a quarter, 1.5, a 1.5 and 175, at 150 now 175 and 200, at 175 and now 2, at 175 and 2 anymore, 175 once, twice in for 200, anymore, it's 175 then. Next we have a 19th century silhouette portrait of a woman, portrait of Anna Richardson, and all that from previously part of a pair stamped Peel Museum. And what's your pleasure on this one? 50 I have in 60 now. I have 50 and 60 and 50 and 60. I have 50 and 60, 60 now 70. I have 60 now 70, 60 now 70. Any more? At 60 once, 60 twice. Going for $70. 70 now 80. This is the last of the silhouettes. I have 70 now 80, 70 now 80. Any more? Oh, 80 now 90. I have 80 now 90. Any more? 80 once, twice, in for $90. 90 now 100. And 90 now 100. Quickly. 90 once, 90 twice. In for 100. Any more? $90. Live Auctioneers, they got them all. Oh, here we go. A rare 1561 Works of Chaucer, 4th collected edition, 2nd issue. And on that right there, may we have what? $5,000 where instead of a 5,000 go. 5,000 where instead of 5,000. 3,000 and 3,000. 3,000 I have, and now 32 and a half. I have 3,000, now 32 and a half. At 3,000, 32 and a half. At $3,000 only, and 32 and a half in that rare 16th century Works of Chaucer. I have only $3,000 and 32 and a half if you want them. At 3,000 once, at 3,000 twice, in for 32 and a half. Any more? All in, all done. It's going to be, somebody's going to be happy tonight. 3,000, Jen. 451 buys. Next we have extremely rare letter, 1696 letter from Captain John Hill, Fort Saco, from Thomas Hardy of Bradford. And what's your pleasure on that? 250 having 275 and 300. At 300 and 3 and a quarter, 3 and a quarter and 3 and a half and 375. I 350 and 75. I 350 and 75 and 400, 400 and 4 and a quarter. I 400 now 4 and a quarter, 4 and a quarter and 4 and a half and 75. I 4 and a half and 475, 75, 500, 500, 550. I 500 now 550, 550, 600, 600, 650. I have 600 now 650, 650, 700. I have 650 now 7. I have 650 with Carol now 700. I have 650 and 700, 650 once, twice, soon for $700. Any more? Any more? 650, Carol. Online bidder. That rare document. Next we have 3 volumes complete of 19th century architectural drawings. And on this right there, what's your pleasure on that? What's your pleasure on this one? 600? I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650. I have 600 now 650 and 600 650. At 600 and 650 for the 3 of those nice complete architectural drawings. I have 600 only and 650 if you want it. Any more? It's $600. Live Auctioneers. And next we have Holman Map of Bohemia in 1740, the original 1740 printing that Zeb's holding. What's your pleasure on this one? I mean, we have what, $300 set it in, starting low, 300, we have it at 300, instant 300. And instant all? No instant all? That's the way. Next item, we have 1 through 4 volumes of art by Lucien Vogel, Paris, 1922. What's your pleasure on these? 100 I have, now 1 and a quarter. I have 101 and a quarter for all 4 of those albums. 100 once, 100 twice, and for 1922 original woodcut and other print illustrations. I've only $100, 1.25. Any more? It's $100, Carol. Next we have autograph album beginning July 1905, mostly authors and academics, collected by E.R. Squibb II. And what's your pleasure in this one? 150 and 175. I 150 and 175 and 150 175 and 150 175. Any more? At 150 only, 175 if you like it. Any more than 150? It's 150. Next we have this is The Tempest, Shakespeare, illustrated by Arthur Rackham, 1926, first edition. And what's your pleasure in this? May I have $300? How much? 400. I like it better. 400 now, 4.25. I have 400 now, 4.25, 4 and 4.25. I have 400 and 4.25, 4.25 with Carol, 4.5. I have 4.25 and 4.5, 4.5 and 75. I have 450 and 75. I have 450 and 75. Any more? All in all, done at 450 and 475 with Carol at 450. Any more? 450, Carol. Online. Yep. 2461, a rare 1698 Universal History book with original bindings. What's your pleasure in this rare book? What's your pleasure in this rare book right here? 1698 Universal History book with original bindings. And what's your pleasure? 500 where? 500 where instead of been 500 and go. Interested $500, $300, $300. Kick it in at 300. Anyone 300? Anyone 300? Passed away. Next object. Next we have rare first American edition of Hemingway in Our Time. And on that right there, what's your pleasure on this? How much there? 1,500. I have now 1,600. I have 1,500 now 1,600. I have 1,500, 1,600. That's a very rare book. At 1,500, 1,600, all in all done. At 1,500 once, 1,500 twice. Going to sell it at only $1,500. Any more? Carol, 1,500. Next we have first edition, 1662, Worthies of England by Fuller. First biography of Shakespeare. And what's your pleasure in that rare book right there? Maybe we have what? $500 and set it in. 500 ways to 500 and go. And he was interested at 500. That's a rare, rare book. 1662. Can you imagine that surviving? I have 1662 and 500 where? Bless you. I have 1662. What's your pleasure in this? Maybe I have $500. 500 where instead of 500? 400. 300. Let's say 300. This is a rare, rare book. 300 where? Nobody wants it? Pass away. Next object. We're going to move on. Next item we have rare 1645 Egyptian Medicine East Indies by Alpini. And what's your pleasure on this one? We have 500 set it in. 500 where set it 500 and go. Interested at 500 and interested at 500. Thanks, Zeb. And he said 500. Thank you, Zeb. Interested at 500. And he interested at 500, 400, 300. And he said on that rare book. He wants that? Pass away. Next object. Whoops. One more. Here we go. Next we have George's Family British Pedigree American Consult in 1808. What's your pleasure on this one? 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, and 175. I have 150 now 175. At 150, 175 and 200. At 175 and now 2. On that rare document, 200 I have and 2.25. I have 200 now 2.25. 2.25 and 2.5. I have 2.25 and 2.5 at 2.25, 2.5. At 2.25 once, 2.25 twice in for 250. All in all done at 2.25. Once, twice, and we are 2.25. Next we have a period clerical copy of the 1749 indenture for the George's family in Maine, spelled Mayne, and all that. What's your pleasure on this one? 250 I have and 275. I have 250 and 275 in that early rare document about Maine. I have 250 and 275. At 250 and 275. Any more? 250 once, twice, and for 275. 275 in time and 300. I have 275 and now 300. I have 275 and 3 if you want it. I have 275 once, 275 twice, and for 300. All in all done. 275. Any more? 300 in time, and now 3.25. I have 300 with Carol and 3.25. I have 300 and 3.25. Any more? 300 once, 300 twice, in for 3.25. We're going to go. Sold, 300. Online bidder. Next we have rare 17th century Dutch emblem poetry folio by Jacob Katz. An original leather binding. And what's your pleasure on this one? 100 you have, 1.25, 1.5, 1.5, 175, 200. I think you have bid 200, 2.25, 2.25, 2.5, 2.25, 2.5, 2.5, and 275. 300. No. At 275 with Carol. At 275 and now 300 on that rare book. At 275 and now 3. At 275 once, twice, and for 300. It's 275 then. Next we have 10 volumes, books of Maine history from the estate in South Freeport. What's your pleasure on all those nice books? 1.25 and 1.5. They're all in good shape too. 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5 anymore. 10 volumes of books of Maine history. I have only 1.25, 1.5 anymore. 1.25. Live auctioneers. Next we have 9 volumes of the Civil War. Nice condition, again from the same family. What's your pleasure on those? 1.25 and 1.5. At 1.25, 1.5, and 1.25, 1.5. At 1.25 only and 1.5 if you'd like it. At 1.25 anymore? 1.25. Online bidder. And the last lot of the day. 2 books, Maine Country Histories, York and Cumberland, Maine. What's your pleasure on those? 100 I have, and now quarter. I have 100 now quarter, 100 now quarter on the 2 of them from the house in South Freeport. 100 once, twice, and for 1.25. Any more? $100. Live auctioneers. Thank you all. We'll see you again tomorrow for another 500 lots, I believe. Thank you all for your business today, and we will see you tomorrow for part 3 of Summer Splendor.